So this time, they decided to recruit the black loyalists who were evacuated from America to Nova Scotia. Prior to the recruitment, the black loyalists had already been expressing their unsatisfaction and grievances about their conditions in Nova Scotia. The land was not fertile, the weather was harsh, and the white loyalists were subjugating the black loyalists and taking most of the jobs. They would leave them with the menial work or force them into a situation where they would have to succumb to indentured servitude. All of these tribulations were documented by a black loyalist named Thomas Peters. He and many other influential blacks of the community were pressing out the British Crown to fulfill their promises to the blacks, such as promise of land grants. The British had no resistance to these requests because the timing of it all fell completely in alignment with the goals and agenda of the British Crown and the heads of Sierra Leonean resettlement plan. They needed to repopulate the Sierra Leone colony, and the Black Loyalists of Canada were the perfect candidates. So in 1792, roughly 1,200 out of the 3,000 Black Loyalists were recruited to be resettled in Sierra Leone. And because of their former slave status in the Americas, these settlers would name the capital Freetown as a symbol of their liberation. This group formed a successful society unlike their predecessors who came from London. Meanwhile, in Jamaica, there was a group of black rebels called the Maroons. They were former slaves who escaped their plantations, then settled amongst the Taino Indians in the mountainous regions of the island, where they would eventually form multiple communities of refuge for runaway slaves to join. The Maroons fought 2 wars against the British, and after the Second War, the main leaders, instigators, and people of influence in the Maroon community were deported off of the island. In 1796, 581 Trelawny Maroons were transported to Nova Scotia, but another 58 stayed behind in Jamaica and either forged careers as free persons of color or joined a Kampong town. During the ship's voyage, 17 Maroons died. During the first winter between 1796 and 97, which was a bitter one, another 19 Maroons died. During this winter, another 5 Maroons were born, and in 1797, the surgeon John Oxley counted 550 Maroons in Nova Scotia. The Maroons, like their black loyalist predecessors, were unsatisfied with their resettlement in Nova Scotia and requested to be settled in the Sierra Leone colony. So in the year 1800, the Maroons were resettled in the Sierra Leone colony amongst the black loyalists who also came from Nova Scotia. In 1807, the British would abolish slavery in all of its colonies, but this would not stop countries like Spain and Portugal from still making illegal slave raids on liberated and native blacks in the British colonies of Africa. In 1808, following the British declaring the abolition of slavery, they would form the West African Squadron. Their role was to suppress the Atlantic slave trade by patrolling the coast of West Africa. This was successful to a large degree because they were able to intercept a large percentage of slave ships that raided the coast and attempted to transport them to places like Cuba and Brazil. After these ships were intercepted, these recaptives would be settled in Sierra Leone and they would be known as liberated Africans. In 1827, some of the Sierra Leone Creoles would be recruited and transported to Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea to take up work on cocoa and yam plantations. They are heavily populated in the Malabo region. Over time, a full Creole community would form in Equatorial Guinea known as the Fernandinos. In the 1830s, the Saro community emerged out of the Sierra Leonean Creole group, and they would begin migrating to Nigeria. They were liberated Africans and children of the liberated Africans ancestrally from the Yoruba who resettled in Sierra Leone after the slave ships they were being transported on were intercepted by Britain's West African Squadron. They would serve as middlemen between Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Another Creole group that would emerge would be called the Aku people. The Aku people were Sierra Leonean captives whose slave ships were intercepted by the British, but instead of being resettled back in Sierra Leone, they were resettled in Gambia. These Gambian Aku were also ancestrally Yoruba, but there were also Aku who descend from the Nova Scotian and Caribbean black loyalists who were settled in Sierra Leone initially but migrated to Gambia. While living in Sierra Leone, many Creole residents became exposed to the Christian faith as a result of the work of British missionaries who established some churches, a few grammar schools, and a pioneer educational institution, the Fora Bay College. Relatively, the residents of Sierra Leone soon gained a fast start in Western education and were soon well trained and experienced in medicine, law, and the civil service. Many of them graduated from grammar schools and became administrative workers for the British imperial interest in the country. By the middle of the 19th century, some of the African elite in Sierra Leone began to migrate to Nigeria, especially the colony of Lagos, for economic reasons. Somewhere
have the guts to
What's
tell
why
me.
the force?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart, and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab your own QCell's quality and affordable phone with extra battery life from any QCell customer care or dealer shop and receive the unbelievable package.
For more information, call 111. Terms and conditions apply.
QCell Saloon Pride.
Finally, ting on me,
What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to
What's
tell
why
me.
the force?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart, and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab your... What? You...
Good evening and welcome to your favorite program, QCell Hour. We meet here every Thursday from 8 to 9 p.m. This program always inform you about things that will happen in the QCell world, and same so they give you an opportunity for make QCell tell you how you get QCell in community, which don't be QCell experience, and of course you get anything we QCell want to know about. This program always give you the opportunity. Maybe they bring the program to us today. We only know Benson Jeff Boke Jasawa, and of course today the program therefore be very interesting as we get a lot of things that we learn about QCell. You also therefore know about QCell branded phones, and of course you also therefore know how QCell don't they support organizations in this country, and of course don't they also support development programs in this country. As always, you can add a voice to the program by way you will text, send you a number. Send a text message to the number 031-888-881. Later on, we will open the phone line, but for now, that message that will entertain. We know we'll receive calls for now, so we'll send a text message. You get if you QCell want to know about, or you want to compliment QCell. Over the years, most of the programs that we would do now more of compliments, because that again don't make you say they do more. When somebody do good work, you tell them thank you. That's the zeal for make it do more for you. And so you can compliment QCell. Just say thank you QCell for the good work you do, because me and you to be there in this country before 2019, and we know how communication business be like. But then from 2019 to now, where QCell did in this country, we will see massive improvement, we will see massive change where you can to communication business. So the number now 031-888-881, number we will send a text message to for adding voice to the program. With me in the studio, I get two gentlemen them where they help me for push the program before. QCell, we believe in the power of information, and of course we get we mobile money platform. We also they do very well in the market. So we get Master Sabit Post here who can tell me more about Q Money today. Something new that happened in the Q Money world. As QCell they do a massive improvement, and so also Q Money itself not sit down, but you want to make things easy for without subscribers. So today we get in the studio the head of Agents Network at Q Money, Mr. Mulai Makalu. Good evening and welcome to the program.
Evening, Mr. Benson. Thank you so much for the invitation. Viewers, we will tell you we have more to discuss this evening. So we're just introducing ourselves for now. Thank you so much.
Definitely we have more to discuss. So stay close to your TV set, don't go anywhere. We get a lot for tell you about Q Money today, because QCell, we come for change narrative, and of course Q Money itself not an exception. And of course with me in the studio again, I get another fine gentleman with the far left. Of course, QCell with the support organizations. We believe in being part of organizations where they do very well. Of course, we also they have a good smile on the faces of Sierra Leoneans. So over the years, QCell always support entertainment, we always support God Child projects, we always support youth empowerment and other programs. So between at the studio, we get another member from an organization called Blast Production. We can tell you about the upcoming event and of course how you self will able to be part of them because it will interest you. This is a very important program. But with me at the studio, I get Remy David. So Remy, good evening and welcome to the program with yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Benson, and thank you very much. And with viewers, I think it's a privilege to be in the QCell Hour because, like you rightly say, we know how the narrative was, where as far as communication was concerned. But with QCell, I think the people of Sierra Leone get reason for now celebrate.
Yeah, indeed, definitely the people of Sierra Leone get reason for celebrate with QCell. But that's not the voice of Remy, in a coordinator from Blast Production. You're going to wonder what's in a Blast Production, but with time you will kind of more about them. And then of course one for allowing me for the rest, why I turn the mic to the head of Agents Network now, Q-Money, Mr. Molai. We can tell we more about something new. Mr. Molai, you know, the people are watching, the people are using Q-Money. So they want to know if there's anything new about Q-Money. Do Q-Money now have new short codes for agents, cash in and cash out? Because if you go to the market, that has been the concern of the people. But today, we want to know if there has been any change when it comes to cash in and cash out.
Well, thank you so much, Benson. You know, when we started, a year ago, we came with 3 different platforms. 1 that is the USSD, and 2 that is the app, and 3 that is the web portal. So like I said, you know, Q-Money obviously have to work with agents, and then we have a lot of agents that are saying, okay, they want short codes to come. So obviously we have already bring short codes for the agents and also for the customers, Benson. As you know, we have launched our 3 new short codes. That is 1 that is the cash in, 2 that is a cash out, and then 3 that is the sell EVC top up. So obviously now we are telling agents we have short code for them, 2 short code for them, and 1 short code for the customers. So the short code for the customers, that is the cash out. So we know, you know, our process, because like I said, we are law abiding. We are regulated by central bank. So we obviously have to abide by all regulations that the central bank give. So when we started, we came with 3 different platforms. We have the USSD, whereby if a customer want to cash out, a customer will generate an OTP, give the OTP to an agent, and then the agent also initiate and then use the OTP and then also withdraw the money. So we have been with that for over 1 year now, and then we find very interested for agents also, you know, to use a platform that is more easier. So what we did now is we bring a short code, which is going to be very easy now. A customer just have to initiate, dial *323*. When he put *323*, he put the agent number. Now the customer have to ask the agent the number. Then when you put *323*, you put the agent's number, you put the amount you want to withdraw. Then you put * again, and you put your 4-digit PIN, because every customer has your own PIN. So now it's you as a customer who is initiating the withdrawal. So what you need to do is very simple. You need to know how much you are withdrawing and what is your PIN. So immediately you do *323*, then you put agent number, you put * again, put the amount you are withdrawing, put * and put your 4-digit PIN, and you put hash. Now when you just send it, obviously it will give you an SMS indicating that you have already cashed out an amount of this particular amount. Like for example, if you are cashing out 100 leons, it will send you an SMS indicating that you have cashed out 100 leons. And then the agent that you put his number or her number, the agent also will receive an SMS indicating that the agent have cashed out 100 leons. Now, before you leave, you as a customer, you need to make sure the agent give you the money, because you have received an SMS that the money have left your account to an agent account. So obviously, the agent have to give you money. So that is one of the key things that we bring for customers. I know it's they have been calling for it to come, so it's here now. So the 2 short code we have for the agent, that is the cash in and the sell top up. So regarding the cash in, Benson, what we did is very simple. So the agent will just dial *313*, then you dial number 1. When you dial 1, you dial * again, you write the customer number. When you write the customer number, you write * again, then you write the amount that the customer want to cash in. If the customer want to cash in 100 leons, you put 100 leons, you put * again, then now you put the PIN. of the agent. So now this one, the agent is the one Benson initiating the cash in. So what the customer agent need to do is to dial *313*1* customer number *amount then the PIN. After putting the PIN, the 4-digit PIN, then now you put the hash. So when you put the hash, obviously it will give you an SMS, you as an agent, that you have cashed in 100 leons, and then the customer that you put his number also will also receive an SMS indicating that he have received 100 leon from an agent. So this is the one of the short code that we bring for the agent. So the other one is the top up, because we know that a lot of our agents are selling top up through Q Money. So we bring a short code for them as well. They also need to dial *313*4* customer number *amount then you put your 4-digit PIN, then you put the hash. Yeah, *313*4* customer number *amount PIN, the 4-digit PIN of the agent. Then from there you do the hash. When you do the hash, if you send, it will automatically give an SMS. Why it is giving you SMS? Because you as a customer or the agent need to be sure that the transaction I did, is the transaction successful or not? So that's why we are sending SMS to both the agent and the customer, Benson.
Okay, Fango, that's very good news. You know, a lot of people they request for the short codes. Them say we want for cash out, you get for go through a lot of process. But then QCell, we now listening more by coming, and so Q Money itself now the same thing. Then except they do. So customer not in for go again now. We want for cash out before you begin for that *323#. Then you choose option 2 or option 5 before you begin cash out. Now direct. Use the short code to log you. If you want to know more about the short codes, then go now with Facebook page, or you go now with any of the social media and do them. Then you go able to get QCell and of course Q Money short codes them for cash out and cash in. This now we able to make life easy for we darling subscribers. Then of course this now we able to make you enjoy with technology. We be tells you and say QCell we come for make sure say we bring changes into the market, you know, but then we want for take with time. Nobody know the rush way. Now that's what I always tell people. We want for make sure say we give us something we are the best, something we will enjoy it. And that's why we say that we create a short code. We're very secure. We nobody know able to tamper with them. And of course you will use them within 1 minute to able cash out or cash in for somebody. So take advantage of that for you and our agent, and of course you and our customer use the cash out short code for cash out money. And of course, Mola, you are talking about compliance, and that's one thing Sierra Leoneans have been committing QCell for. So I want to know what has been your position, because following the media over the past few weeks, we've seen what the regulator have encounter with other competitors, but then we have not seen that happen to Q Money. So I want to know, what's the secret? What's your position when it comes to compliance since you start operation in this country? What's your position?
Thank you so much, Benson. We have competitors, and then for us, we are very young in the market. We came to the market very, very young, and we will not allow to have issues with competitors. You know, we are law abiding, as you know. QCell, the parent company, is a law abiding, and then we are here for Sierra Leoneans. So we will not do anything that is not law abiding. So we, like I said, we are regulated by central bank, and then QCell also is regulated by another ANACA. So if the regulators ask us to do anything, we will obviously do that. So we will not go side and say, regulators, they said this, we will do this. No. Like I said, we are law abiding. Whatever the regulator said, that's what we are going to abide, because they are the one who gave us lancing. If you are seeing Q Money operating, it's a regulator who gives QCell lancing, Q Money lancing. Okay. So we definitely abide by the rules and the regulation of our regulators. Okay. So that's why we will not fall into those things. Whatever the regulator said, Q Money will be number one to make sure we abide by the rules and regulation.
Okay. That's a good one. So as of now, you have not fall short of any directives from the regulator.
No, we are not. We are not. We are definitely abiding by all regulations, because, you know, we attend meetings. So whatever regulator said, we'll go back to management and say this is what is happening, and then we make sure we do it as soon as possible. So we don't want to joke with what regulator said, because, Benson, if a regulator give you a lancing to you to operate, you cannot challenge the operator. You understand? You cannot challenge, because remember, the next year when your license expired, he will give you a license again. So that's why he's gonna hold you.
Yeah.
So he have to also look at whether you are law abiding, whether you are following the regulations or you are not following the regulations. So that's why we are Q Money. We don't want to fall into those things. Whatever regulators ask us to do, we will obviously do it, which is in line with the regulation. So we will definitely do it, because before we get the license, we are given all the guidelines. So we go through our guidelines. So we have people that really understand the guidelines, and they put us through. So that's why we will not fall, we will not be victims.
Okay.
Yeah, we will definitely not be victims.
Definitely, and definitely Q Money will not be a victim. You know, we always abide by the regulations and of course directives where they come up from the regulator in our Bank of Salon and of course by extension NATCA. And that's why if you only follow the media over the past 1 or 2 weeks, you see say there have been issues with competitors, but then you know see who said they measure Q Money namely because we believe in compliance. That has been QCell since 2019, and so Q Money is not an exception. So Fumble, QCell, Q Money, we believe in complying with the laws of the country because we are Sierra Leoneans. Now we in a Salon Pride, just like how we say we in a Salon Pride.
So, yes.
So if we say we in a Salon Pride, we need for obey the laws of this country. We need for comply with them. So that again a confidence why you need for come on board and be part of Q Money, be part of QCell, because we now part of this country, we in a Salon Pride, and of course we have always prioritized compliance as we number one thing since 2019, and of course Q Money itself since last year with the start operation, compliance has always been our major thing. We will not play with that. So be rest assured, say wherever you say QCell or Q Money, don't fall short of compliance. So take advantage, be part of Q Money. I will allow more life for make you rest a bit. And of course, we will come back to you for making talk about weekly subscription. Of course, that's not something where everybody don't really follow. But some people still out there we don't know how to even subscribe for the weekly subscription. But then we will come back to you for making talk more about weekly or limited subscription. But till then, I want for bring Remy inside for make we can talk about glass production and of course the upcoming program. So Remy, welcome again to the program.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we probably going to listen to hear about blast production. Some are new to them, some don't hear about them. But again, if I'm going for your brief background of the organization and again the upcoming events, we'll say on a start time and of course how we come about them.
Alright, thank you very much once again. The blast production actually, the blast is an acronym.
Okay.
Where we talk about the B, mean building, and the L and lives. And the A around, the S sound, and of course the T truth. So we are building lives around sound truth. Now we named that one day.
Okay.
But it look long, so we decided for cut and short to blast production. We actually formed way back in 2014, and since then turning to now, we actually done the focus on stage drama and of course music. But we actually they come up with the Next Generation Trade Festival, and that one they come upon the backlog of the fact that every year we people in this country, particularly the business community, been they convey at the National Stadium, so they can build booths, sell, display them business products them, and at the end of the day they can able to realize a lot of profit. And for quite some time now, that one they don't die out due to one, the corona, and of course the ban on the National Stadium. We of course still under renovation. And so when we talk about the Next Generation Trade Festival, we actually they talk about kind of national conference, national business conference. Okay. We all the good day and highlight the challenges business then they face in our country, and also see how we can take hold of the new opportunities. So like the next generation in a nutshell is the kind of correct response to the present trend in business and opportunities. And then when we talk about these things, some of people they wonder what are some of these challenges. I will tell you, Mr. Benson, plenty of business in this country no understand what they call the new technology evolution. We're not able to take advantage of them, and to some extent it's a problem for most of the businesses because you're not able to do business online. Now the world is a technology age.
Digital world.
There is no, in fact, look like waiting we brother just they talk about how QCell can make it so much easy for people through this Q money. Before then, there were other networks then where they provide money transfer, but to the people of this country, as far as they know, they were all like scam, because now more of cheating instead of they help the people. Okay. Yeah. So these are all the new technological methods we like this next generation actually they try for point people towards. Okay. And also they talk about what we call global connectivity. Many of the businesses that within this country not even get relationship with other businesses outside. And this is one way where QCell even come inside. Mr. Benson, let me tell you something. We know actually hustle behind QCell for support. They called us because they get waiting and call expand your world. When you look at the QCell logo, you see and beneath expand your world. And now we talk about global connectivity as one of the problems we want for solve into this thing. Because once say one business is over there for also get partnership with other businesses outside. So it's about expansion. And so it's a shared vision, and then QCell decide for come inside. This is what we talk about when we talk about responsible institutions. We know the responsibility towards society, and so with QCell we are actually partnering for make sure say we able for give business community waiting they actually deserve, because waiting before they happen at the National Stadium was fun fair. Now we talk about trade fair, where people who come sell, make profit, but not only for sell, make profit, but at the end of the day, you learn new things, get new relationship, and take all of the new technology evolution, and most importantly, the new government policies. There are many policies where government don't put on trade. Many of these people, the way they do business, not even aware. Sometimes now where they even fall short, they can realize, say, hey, I didn't know this, but will not be no. And according to the law, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So we, the Blast Production, in relationship with QCell, want to give them the opportunity for let them understand some of the new policies, because we will be having the Ministry of Trade around, we're having the Ministry of Tourism and other relevant ministries that will be around. They will have their booths, and they will also be helping us to send that kind of message. So in this program, we are talking about building the kind of new generation of business people that will be able to make correct response to the new developments as far as business is concerned.
Okay, that's a great one, Farm. Of course, a very important event where you yourself good love for big part of farm, and of course, with brother Joseph tell me how it get for Tanlek, and of course, within the idea behind is not to just for go get fun, but also go get idea, and of course, expand your business, just like how QCell believes say expand your world. With QCell, your world will expand. So Remy, people will all listen to you or really watch you right now, who don't get interest, somebody will ask now, viewers could ask now, beside this program, because we now all know say currently the National Stadium they're under reconstruction, in maintenance, and of course from good more than now. So what's in there for be the venue? What's there for be the venue? And of course the date where this go commence. Is it at the same 1 month where be happening at National Stadium, or this now 1 week or 2 weeks? From go on from now about that quickly.
Alright, the next generation trade festival they begin from the 1st of December to the 1st of January. So it's a whole month of trade activity, display, entertainment, enjoyment will get for do. Then they don't know, they will make the people know say because it's December. So we will not take away from them that we normal December enjoyment. You know, so it's from the 1st of December to the 1st of January 2025, and at the jubilee. You know, when stadium was out of use, in fact, this was what killed the opportunity where businesses they enjoy back then, because nobody thought of using the jubilee, and nobody not even thinks besides stadium, like we people like you say besides Christ Church, there are other churches. So many other people and they will not look say besides stadium we can use another place. So it's like it was not about how we can help the business community, but it was how they make profit. So since the stadium lock, for them it was a harm to them. They were losing, but they not care about waiting the business community being the benefits when they organize that kind of conference. So now the national stadium don't lock, but the jubilee actually now they use the place where Tom actually by lock that place we call the Miata Conference Car Park. Now that side they actually will get for use, and preparations are ongoing, and this is what one of the things we actually they do for get people informed that you can also be part of this, because one way for be part of this is for you for buy booths space through the form.
So now farm will also go on for know how can I have booths? How will we get this form?
Okay.
This form side day and how forget them?
Well, for now just for QCell office you able to get the forms.
Okay.
The QCell office within a Lumley, the QCell office na Bossalt, the QCell office na Wilberforce Street, and QCell office na Shell. But another thing the way QCell do when we engage with them for make the thing much more easy, because not everybody will able for go now all of these places.
Yeah.
And so what thing they do? Then bring in the Q money.
Okay.
Now the Q money, then are you host or your comfort zone, or maybe na your business place, you don't even need for border. Just use the Q money, get your QCell SIM, get your Q money. If you not been get some, I encourage you now for going for them, because me personally I know what they enjoy from this Q money.
Okay.
Me, they don't thief me. They don't, yeah. No, me a victim. So when we they testify, now for let the people of Sierra Leone say we know they point them to something bad, but it's like we they take them to the real food. Okay. Something where they ought for the enjoy, where maybe they are not open to.
Yeah, I agree.
Me don't buy top up for me church. Token not come me money, they not give me. That was a disgrace, because you know when they call you, hey, man of God, but we don't give you money for top up waiting there today. The church had to go now treat and able for buy them. They not tell me, they not make any accusation, but I mean the silence alone means that well, this man of God will jam for buy, and maybe trust that network there that they go give me the service one need. But honestly, that wasn't it. So the Q money, you know, pay no charges. Let nobody, let you not go on any side for pay for the form 50 euros, and then somebody say, you know, get bad people around. So let somebody not say for now 50 euros for the form, new money, we not get old money again. Okay. So 50 euros new money. Go na any of these QCell shop, what I don't call the one within a Lumley, the one with the Bossalt, Wilberforce Street, and the one with the Shell. But when you go there, you give 50 loan, even if you not get the Q money facility, then they make sure say they do the transfer for you and able for give you form. Another thing again, like what they say, you then are you also your comfort zone and able for buy them through the Q money line when at 034 697 220. Now how they do this?
Over the line again.
034 697 220. Now I can just tell like what they are so now. I send the 50 loans to this number. Now always I need for do, just wait a while. The number they send response to you. Now that response the way we send to you, for sure say yeah, we don't receive 50 loans from you. You can now pick up your phone from any side. You don't even need for go there. Just give anybody when they near you and say, just go to this QCell office there, pick me form. Now I don't so. You know, no protocol, no attach. You know, because when we could be in this form, now a systematic way for get security for we vendors them. Because we don't let anybody begin to work and at it with form to people them and say, now next generation form this. At the end of the day, then you buy the form, you even pay for your boots, but the next generation team not even aware of you. So with QCell, we want for let the integrity of this program be sustainable, because the sustainability of this program for let it come every year. It therefore means that the way we organize and this first one, now you go guarantee that one day.
Indeed, of course, Pambo, this is a very good program. Of course, yourself in a business person, we're in a corporate house also. Yourself need for try forget your form. Just like call me brother already put time. Of course, you can go to any of QCell office them with already measures. We get 4. You can go to Shell. You can also go to Wilberforce Street and kind of Bossalt, or go to Lumley, and of course you will get you form there for just 50 leons. Make somebody not go sell you for 100 leons. And not buy form na do, because if you buy na do, definitely you know get boots go na QCell office, or you call the number where my brother will get for repeat back later before the end of the program, so that you said will get your own form and you will get boots na very strategic locations. Right now, as I talk, a lot of rush there for forms them. You know, everybody won't forget boots, because this is something Sierra don't miss for over 2 years now since we stadium closed. So this is an opportunity for make we again reconnect. You know, after a very long time, for make you go meet that old party we lost for you, because stadium have decided we somebody lost for you for 5 years or 10 years and decided I know we go meet up. But since stadium closed for a very long time, you know, people don't miss out on that. So take advantage of that, and of course be part of this good program where you serve go look for always be part of. And of course, just like I say, This na a program we get for continue, but this not the main, and of course you get for continue. You know, now get for the annual program just like how we get tangies now studio. So stay close, and of course don't forget the we no go pick call right now, but then send a text message to the number 031-888-881. From we go take short break, and when we come, we will continue the program QCell Hour, and of course we will talk about QCell phones. Them, you know, say a lot of people want to know more about the phones and what will bring at the market. So stay close to your TV as they take a short break now, and when we come, the program QCell Hour will continue.
Bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
the phone?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab your own QCell's quality and affordable phone with extra battery life from any QCell customer care or dealer shop and receive the unbelievable package.
For more information, call 111. Terms and conditions apply.
QCell Saloon Pride.
Finally, ting dong me yo. Ting dong.
What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
the phone?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab your... What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
the phone?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in tech.
Well, welcome to the second half of the program QCell Hour. Before the short break, we don't talk about Q Money, new short school system for cash in and cash out, and also don't bring in Remy from Blast Production. We don't talk about them program. Of course, before the short break, I will also tell you, so when we come, we will talk about we phones them. Fumble, of course, you will watch the TV, you will play Gisno, you'll see QCell phones them. As the jingle right, they say, finally, thing don't happen, thing don't be. You know, when they in Kailana, they tell Fumble say, it don't happen. You know, this has been the cry of Sierra Leoneans, this has been the call of our people. A lot of people be on the demand for QCell phone. And of course, if you see an ordinary TV for the past 2 or 3 weeks or 12 months now, you know, they see me around on TV, tell you say I'll be there all over this country for talk about QCell phone from district to district, town to town. And I can tell you say the public perception is good. Last week I be there Kailan. Also, we don't go sell more than 500 to 1,000 phones, and of course, I can testify say I don't get no negative feedback from the one we use, and rather the demand in the high. The demand just the high. A lot of people they call in for QCell phone. Well, we tell you that we have to take our time because we are here. We are not going anywhere. We know how to bring something the way people not going to enjoy it. Waste your learners not able to see as value for money, and then later on they go to our office and begin to say the phone I buy, you know, it will serve me reach 1 week. I mean, it will serve me reach 1 year, not just 1 week, because a lot of people really share their experience. They say the other side they will buy the phone 1 week. The battery will swell or the cover itself, not they go again, not they fix again. And when you go charge and you know they charge again. But this is not QCell. We take with time because the idea here is just like how we target stuff and make sure say every village, every town gets network, and so also we want to make sure say every Sierra Leonean gets access to communication. And when we forget access to communication, and we get mobile phone. But then the cost of mobile phone will make it difficult for many people to forget phones. And of course, in the 21st century, if you maybe ask for your number and say another phone, you know, it sounds so strange. It sounds like say you did at the dark age. But then QCell no one for make that be because you know as a long person. And that's make we make sure so we come with phone where everybody able to afford. We call 3 types of phone in the market. We get the smartphones them, but we carry it and also get the body phones them. Now with the body phones them, we also carry a body phone where everybody will able to afford. In a sense, even if you're not a student, you know, Okada rider, you know, farmers. I been Kailan last week with farmers then, and of course all the body phone we are going with and not return with 1 and 3 ton. All the phone they done, and of course a lot of demand be there. But that's why in less than 1 week again I return at Kailan and also other parts of the country because the demand so high for the phones them. No matter how many phones I go to out of country and work out no phone. If I say I got for sell all the phone there before I can free turn for us, that means I got for the free turn. I mean I got for the upline for the next 1 year, because no matter how long I take, the people will still continue to demand, the people will still continue to come in for QCell phone because of the experience where others will not buy the phone don't they get now. The body phone are just 170 million QCell they sell you. But now the same body phone will they sell you. If you're gonna market or gonna turn now say you want that kind of phone, they charge you, you know, they buy less than 300 leons, or even they pay more, you pay way above 300 leons for get that kind of phone. But then QCell is giving you for just 170 leons, and again, it comes with a SIM card. That SIM card gets a package where they give you, of course, a package of voice, data, and SMS. I can always tell people, wait till we put for the SIM, when you put it into cost, it's way above what they use for buy the phone, for this body phone. It's way above, because we give you 300 MB, we give you 120 SMS, and also give you 300 SMS, and of course we give you 120 minutes voice call. Imagine 120 minutes voice call, you calculate that by 1.70 leons. You know, see the way above 100 leons. And QCell say make you just enjoy them for free. 120 minutes free call. QCell you where you buy that particular phone day. And of course, I can always tell people, be there in a current time feed for World Food Day, and somebody come and say, "Well, I don't do well for me now. I don't get radio, I don't get touchlight." So this phone, when I charge them now 1 week, it is having for 1 week, even though my radio day on, and of course the touchlight if I use them 24 hours. So that's the experience people are sharing, and that has to be good from all over the country, because since the 18th of this last month when we launch them, we don't go to the north, we don't go to the west, we don't go to the south, we don't go to the east, because we are Salon Pride. Whatsoever we launch now free turn, we make sure we take them to the last one we there as far as Kwendu, the last one we there as far as Baramuya, the last one we there as far as Kabbalah. We make sure we take we phone to them so that instead we able to get access to them. So Fambo, that's not the body phone. We also get the Q Smart. Now of course this is not the Q Smart. This phone don't make me very lazy. You know, since we covered this phone over 6 months ago, this phone don't make I not even make phone again. You know, since where I begin use this phone for test, I don't use this phone. You know, it only serve the purpose. Like I use it for WhatsApp, I use it for do anything so far on social media, and the camera system very good. So phone and the battery system are very important. And this phone only 110 minutes charge per day. My data not ever go off. My data they on 24 hours. So and you will not see now data not consume battery loss. But beyond data always stay on. But this phone they serve me more than a day when I charge them. Now when I sleep I just make 100%. But I never charge them 2 times a day. So this phone they out QCell they give you for just 999 leons, less than 1,000 leons. You know, it's interesting when I did in a boot on the very old launch days, people will find it difficult. How can 1,000 you know phone will give you all this facility with a very good camera, a very good storage, 32 gig storage where QCell they give you, and of course it comes with a very good camera, and you are not limited. Some phones that will talk, so you know they will go WhatsApp, you know they will go TikTok, but these are the user for go Amazon, and they will use it for watch videos and Netflix, and they will go YouTube, and they will find the user for watch gaming and you know this phone for just 999 euros. So take advantage and of course enjoy with a smartphone. Now we don't want to make you say I don't get money, I don't get 3,000 euros. This phone, if you go buy the type now the market, you get buy more than way above 2,000 euros. But QCell is giving you for just 999 euros, so less than 1,000 euros. So take advantage, and of course when you buy again, instead they come with a sweet package. We also they give 9 GB. Now imagine the cost of 1 GB in this country. QCell is giving you for free 9 GB, and of course we also they give you 120 minutes for talk free, and again we they give you 300 SMS for free. So that's wonderful. So more this time we say this phone in a free QCell we want to get in the market. Maybe not just because we want to make sure say people self take action, because when you look at the package what they put so the SIM they give you, you compare like this phone. If you check total package together, you are buying the phone less than 500 euros. If you say the way to put for the SIM and you pull out from the 999 euros, wait till they left less than 500 euros. So take advantage of waiting QCell local on the market. We also get the Q Smart Plus. This now phone where a lot of people they compare to Spark 6, Spark 8, because when you look at this phone, the building and of course the camera system, everything, you know, it's very good that people they compare now to Spark, to Tecno Spark phone there. But then this is not Tecno Spark, this is QCell branded phone. But then it is serve you the purpose. a very good camera system, a very good battery system. You go use them for listening to radio, use them for do anything so far. Go TikTok. Today you go on Akaila, you go on Kwendu, you go Bwedu. People will tell you that even though I'm a farmer, I can go to my farm during the day. When I come home in the evening, I will sit and also watch videos using QCell phone. You no need for perhaps you get 5,000 again before you buy get WhatsApp phone. Now QCell will make it easy for you with your 1,000 euros or with your 1,500 euros. You're able to get smartphone where they serve you just like how that man will put 3,000 or 5,000 for go buy phone at the market. So take advantage. Go to any of the QCell shows them, and of course the Q Smart Plus with the U 15 GB free. 15 GB free. Imagine the cost of 1 GB in the market right now. QCell you free, for make you able to get, just because you buy phone, 15 GB free. That's what they give you 3 months, 5 GB. Every month we give you 5 GB, every month 5 GB. And again, we are giving you 120 minutes free call for make you talk free. 120 minutes. Now, if you put all that together with the 300 SMS again, what they give you, it tells you you are buying the phone less than 1,000 euros. QCell one for make you enjoy with communication. QCell one for make yourself able to call Auntie America, Sister Canada using your WhatsApp. Time no password for make you go learn phone for talk to your loved one. QCell will make phone make it easy for you. And I will tell people when I people will ask me when will they call the phone a spare part. I will tell them this will not get plan for counter even over a year, because we know say the battery you get for service for over a year. We don't get that plan for all the spare parts, except otherwise, maybe you go lost, you battery or whatever, something will happen. But trust me, the battery you get for serving more than a year, and of course it's so strong that you self get for user until transfer. They bought the phone, I don't tell people say they get for user, and of course give them grand pick there, because it get for last them long. And that big battery we can't wait for the body phone. So take advantage, go to any QCell office in Africa, in our country, and of course get your QCell phone. Mind you, the price and all they change. When you go to our QCell office, the price remains the same. And of course, if you see QCell truck again, of course we truck the day out now every day. If you see that truck, the price remains the same. The body phone at 170, the Q Smart na 999 euros, and the Q Smart Plus na 1,500 euros. Take advantage of QCell branded phones, and of course yourself both say you will go WhatsApp. December they can. You said before wish somebody this year happy Christmas or compliment of the season. You need for wish somebody, not to all them now people they call you now for. You said send a WhatsApp message to somebody and say happy Christmas using QCell smartphone for just 999 euros. Take advantage and become a phone owner using QCell phone. Of course, Fumble, if you get any message you want for no mobile phone, send your text message to the number 031-888-881. Today, actually, no one for receive calls them because one for really engage me gets them. I will turn the mic to Mr. Molai, the head of Agent Network, Q Money Sierra Leone, for make we talk about the weekly unlimited subscription. QCell is still solving internet connectivity problem for Sierra Leoneans, making it affordable. And of course, we do that now through Q Money. We all know what happened when we come in 2019. We 1 GB by then was 60 millions. By then, some of we be there college where we buy 1 GB 60 millions. But when QCell come, they make 1.5 GB 9 millions. But then because we live in compliance, we live in obey the rules of the regulations when they come. We always abide. QCell, they abide by everything. That has been the reason why you see changes. But then Q Money is here, we solve that problem. Q Money is here, we make sure your data is still on, because the idea is QCell want to make your data on 24 hours. Tell people, say, don't call me normal call. Yeah. Call me WhatsApp call. My data always stay on. So we say, okay, let's talk Q Money. We also come in and step in. So Q Money now work out weekly unlimited subscription for you, and that has been something Sierra Leoneans have been really grateful for, because today students will tell you, say, I don't need to go pay for internet connectivity in a cafe. I can do my research using my weekly unlimited subscription with QCell and with Q Money. So more like viewers who want to know, there are still people out there who doesn't know much about the weekly unlimited subscription. So some people want to know what is the cost for Q Money weekly unlimited subscription, and what is the subscription process.
Thank you so much, Benson. I will start by saying we are very, very young in the market. Okay. But our elders are learning from us. Yes, they are really learning from us. Benson, just to tell you, when we came into the market, I think this is one of the first things we thought of. We need to bring something that is different. Yeah. So that's why we bring the 2 Mbps for unlimited internet for 1 week. Yeah, so looking at it, Benson, I would say again, our weekly unlimited internet is the original unlimited internet.
Okay.
Yeah, some people will tell you, you can get unlimited for this for 1 week, but is it real unlimited? It will serve you for 1 week.
1 week, yeah.
So this is the question. Majority of people will come and tell me, look, I want to get a Q Money unlimited. If you ask why, they will say, in the other side, when they say 1 week is 3 days or 5 days, it will go off. So we don't definitely understand. But I would to tell our viewers, our unlimited internet is the original unlimited internet.
I agree.
Yeah, that one, it will not change.
Yes.
It will be the original, and then no single customer will come and tell you, I have subscribed today, Thursday, and then on Saturday my data, my unlimited finished. No, it will never happen with Q Money, QCell. It will never happen. So it is only 55 leons, and then it's for 1 week, straight days, 7 days, 1 week. So if you want, Benson, do not off your internet, like we said. We don't off our internet.
Definitely.
So we enjoy the unlimited. Even our guests from Blush can able to testify that, look, the internet is like there. It's the 7 days, and then it is cheaper than it's cheaper. So definitely it's unlimited. 7 days, and 55 leons. Honestly, it's 55.
So the subscription process.
Yes. So Benson, to subscribe, first you need to have a Q Money account. So if you don't have a Q Money account, first you need to dial *323#. It will give you 2 options. So when it gives you 2 options, 1, it will ask you get new startup pin. Yeah. 2, it will ask for activation. So what you do is you just click 1. It will send you an OTP. So when it sends you an OTP, just take the OTP, dial again *323#. Go to number 2. That is activation. Put the OTP and create your own pin, your 4-digit pin. Now, when you have the account already, you go to the agent, put the money in your wallet.
Okay.
So when you put the money in your wallet now, you can able to do the subscription for yourself. You don't need to go to an agent and say, let the agent do it for you. Now, we are asking you, do it for yourself at 55. When you go to an agent and the agent charge you, like my colleague said, when agent charge you, that one is for you cause it. We don't expect any agent to charge any customer in terms of subscription, but you can do it for yourself at 55. What you need to do is you dial *323#. You will see the whole menu of Q Money. Then you go number 2. Number two asks you data and credit. So when you put number 2, it will also give you an option, credit and data. So now it gives you 2 options. So you go again number 2. So when you click number 2 data, it will also give you another option. So when it gives you option, you do data bundle number 1. So when you click number 1 data bundle, it will give you another option. Then you go number 3, weekly unlimited. So immediately you click number 3, weekly unlimited. It now gives you one option, 2 Mbps for 55 leons unlimited. Then you click that one, put your PIN. Because every account, like I said, we are law-abiding Benson. Every Q Money account has a PIN. So you put your 4-digit PIN, immediately you put your 4-digit PIN, it will send you a message that you have already activated. So it will serve you 7 days. Yeah. So Benson, we are totally different from competitors.
Okay.
Like I said, our 7 days unlimited is real 7 days unlimited. It's not like we are just promoting it because we want people to come. It's real 7 days unlimited.
Indeed, Fambol, and we are 7 days unlimited. Wait till you say even 5 seconds for make that 7 days done. You try for subscribe for a new one, they go. That one has been the complimentary we get from subscribers. Say even when you left 1 second for make that 7 days complete. Because let's say today it's Thursday, you subscribe like let's say right now the time is 8:49. So until 8:49. Thursday next week before it expires. So even 8:47 next week is Thursday. You try for subscribe, they go because you still have subscription. Yeah, so take advantage and be part of Q Money weekly unlimited subscription and stay online 24 hours. Make your data day on. Make yourself able to watch gaming on your phone and of course connect your smart TV. Take advantage of that with a 2 Mbps and of course indeed now 2 Mbps with the count enhanced speed. Fumble, of course, we also will bring Remy Kamisai. Remy, quick one. Fumble go on from now. Like let's say we all know how to targets build on the town. Like we know the fun, we know the crowd really good day, and of course not only for both targets can get activities. We go till the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The things that we see there. So Fumble also go on from now. We're waiting for the expect, and of course we also want for know if any get taken get for day. If yes, how much you get for pay, because we know it will be the paying and sir. Yeah.
I think before I go more further, the quick, the long and short of waiting me brother be the says QCell no get waiting then call fair usage. Okay. QCell no get surrounding. You know, another order come in and then get fair usage. Even when I don't bargain for 7 days, they will say you know be user fine. Okay. Right. So well in we own Next Generation Trade Festival, the Next Generation Trade Festival get for full of activities. In as much as we want businesses therefore grow, we want them for learn new ideas, build up new relationship, but we still not get for put aside the entertainment. So in the Next Generation, we get for get a lot of entertainment. From the first, of course, when at the open ceremony, we get for get cutting of tape and of course inspection of boots and best boot award. That's the first place. And then that will be on Sunday. And then from Monday to Friday every week for the 4 weeks, we get for get what we call National Presentation Week. This na time where they give opportunity to young people. People will get skills in diverse areas for can present themselves on a national stage. And we get forget what we call a central sound system, meaning that everybody where they can build booths will still get your own system inside. But we as organizers get a central sound system we get for the use for 3 hours every day, and that not get for affect the businesses because all what they do again also gears towards empowering them. So get taking for day, of course, you know, say because we are investing something into it. But most importantly, we want people know say the get taking not to something way harmful to the businesses because these ones the way they go build boots, they are the priority. Even if today we engage them and until we say we want to decide for left and free, we agree because they are the boss. You understand? And this whole program is geared towards empowering them. So we are going to ensure that the least minimum, possibly something like 5 or 10 years, now somebody get for the pay because it's an everyday process. You get for can the first, and while somebody can the first, they can the second, they can back every day because there will be a lot of activities, and then they will also have opportunity. Of course, some of these things we may brother just don't talk about this Q money. I mean, there will be more expansion to it because QCell now will key sponsors, and they will be there to make sure that the people get the kind of education where they need, because I think what's lacking in this country now education and tradition to some extent. They kill with people, man. I think say it's that time we bring the harm out from outside they don't use for tie them. Even when they do them bad, they still they be there because that's tradition.
So quick one, Fam will also want to know because we know how tank is with Tanlek. So one for how security and sanitation business get for Tanlek now.
The security and sanitation are in fact this whole project born out of those two, and we know they compromise these ones at all. And as I talk to you, the one they were even responsible for the security are police officers themselves, national police officers. So, and even now as I'm here with the talk on this program, they are how they are making arrangements for make sure see we get the best of security network where we people and deserve. Because imagine you say people and they go gather, and that building is a ministerial building. A lot of government activity they go on that side, so we can't compromise any small inch we go create chaos. And one for little business people and know that even the sanitation area, because when we go market to many businesses, these were some of the complaints we they tell you about. How they go pantry fear where we been go now, you know, they begin make complaints of even stadium litter around all kind messes. But in this one, we make sure we get what we call the mobile toilet. This mobile toilet we don't do, but many of people where they organize this activity not ready for going for it because they don't want for spend. Like we say, we know they look at how we can benefit, but we want to look at how the business community will be able to largely celebrate.
Okay, so quick one, what's going to be your closing statement? 5 seconds.
Well, the forms are out there. We still give people the opportunity up to the 1st of November. So I encourage you, go now any of the QCell office within Lumley, the one within Bosswords, the one within Wilberforce Street, and the one within Shell, or call 034 697 220. And also if you want to know more about the Next Generation Trade Festival, not afraid for call on 031 043 509 and also 031 666 726.
Okay, so I'm like 30 seconds, your party statement for today.
Yes, Benson, I'll just tell viewers if they're not part of Q Money, let them just go to any QCell customer care or any of our agents and then register, be part of Q Money and then enjoy it.
Okay, and then of course join Q Money and enjoy. Fambo now, so the program QCell Hour will come to an end today. We want to appreciate all the one who send a text message. Even though we don't read them, but next week when we come, we will start with them. But we want to appreciate you. You will not be part of Q Money. That will be part of Q Money. You will not join QCell it whilst they are enjoying QCell and getting QCell SIM card. Mind QCell, now the cheapest network, na salon. QCell to our network, which you pass with the color other side to the self. Till next week with this program, QCell Hour will come back to you. We will bring the program to an today. Mina Benson Bokari, where they say good night. Still we'll see you next week.
technology.
This phone is superb!
The latest smart models, Q Mobile, Q Smart and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab your own QCell's quality and affordable phone with extra battery life from any QCell customer care or dealer shop and receive the unbelievable package.
For more information, call 111. Terms and conditions apply.
QCell Saloon Pride.
Finally, ting dong you.
What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you.
Pleasant good evening and welcome to News Hour from the Silent Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. I am Cecilia Ali Sisi. Your top stories tonight. President Bill takes part in connecting the Commonwealth panel discussion at the ongoing 27th Commonwealth Business Forum in Samoa. Minister of Agriculture says egg importation has dropped by 61% between 2022 and 2023. An International Atomic Energy Agency trains farmers in Sierra Leone on the development of the mutant cassava variety. These stories and more plus sport and entertainment are lined up in this edition of the news. Stay with us. Welcome back. Tonight we start the newscast with the presidency. President Julius Maada Bio has participated as a panelist at the 27th Commonwealth Business Forum. The session, titled Connecting the Commonwealth, highlighted his government's belief that technology can fight corruption. Our State House correspondent, Amos, has more on that.
President Julius Maada Bio joined an esteemed panel that included Lord Maryland of Oudtshoorn, Chairman of Electric, and Lauren Diarret, Vice President of Starlink. The forum, organized in partnership with DSP Financial Group, was moderated by Richard Griffiths from Orange Fox. During the discussions, President Julius Maada Bio praised Starlink's efforts in Sierra Leone, pointing out its role in expanding internet access across the country. He said the connections are strong at all installation sites, positioning Sierra Leone to connect with the world. He called on Starlink's revolutionary tool and encouraged others to explore its potential. He also shared that the government's fiber optic network now reaches 14 out of 16 districts, making internet access more widespread.
Well, as one of the low-income countries, there's need for everything. We have always identified technology as a means to leapfrog and to catch up with the rest of the world. So whether it is medtech, fintech, there is room in the country for that. And that is why we are very anxious to get onto this technology. Between 2017 to 2022, we have moved the number of internet users, for instance, from about 307,000 to 2.6 million people. So because of the value, even to government, it brings efficiency. We have been fighting corruption, and we think that technology is one of the most viable ways to fight off corruption. The less people have their fingers on cash, the better it is for us. And technology definitely provides that. We are able to reach the last mile, especially with what we have now, to be able to, one, deliver education, deliver healthcare, and also when we had the COVID-19, we were able to develop our own applications. So we are in need of everything that is innovative, and we are creating that sort of enabling environment, ecosystem that supports innovation.
The president also emphasized the growing number of internet users in Sierra Leone, crediting technology for its efficiency and value. He believes that technology will be key to achieving his human capital development goals by connecting students to better learning opportunities. Lauren Diarret, Starlink's vice president, thanked Sierra Leone for welcoming Starlink. She revealed that the company is in the process of setting up operations in various countries and said they see endless possibilities in empowering individuals. Moderator Richard Griffiths wrapped up the session by praising President Julius Maada Bio's commitment to advancing technology in Sierra Leone, especially the shift from fiber optics to Starlink. He said this installation would promote transparency and inclusivity in the country. For SABC TV News in Freetown, Mosiri reporting from State House.
Between 2022 and 2023, the importation of eggs in Sierra Leone fell by 61%. Now, this is according to the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Ene Musa Paka. In spite of this progress, the minister said efforts are still being made to cut down annual egg importation by 25%. He was speaking during the launch of a nationwide poultry campaign organized by the Pig and Poultry Farmers Association of Sierra Leone. The theme of the campaign is Feed Salon with local farm egg and chicken for We Well Body One. Mohamed Lamintoye has more.
This engagement focused on the vision of the local poultry industry in Sierra Leone meeting 100% of the demand for eggs within the next few years. The initiative aims to empower local farmers and encourage the consumption of healthier, locally sourced poultry products by every Sierra Leonean. By consuming local produced eggs, citizens can create jobs and help achieve the objectives of Feed Salon. According to the chairman of the Poultry Farmers Association of Sierra Leone, Francis Isse, the organization has over 150 farmers nationwide with over 7,000 chickens, only counting those registered within the association. Currently, the association provides over 4,050,000 eggs daily, and this number is steadily increasing. He further stated that the local industry is meeting about 55% of the nationwide demand for eggs.
Amidst the challenges, most times if you go to the markets, the price of the local egg seems to be slightly cheaper than the price of imported. Now, as I speak to you, imported is being sold for 1,350 leones per carton, and local is being sold for 1,300. So we always have affordable prices for Sierra Leoneans. So what we're emphasizing is also the quality. Sierra Leoneans should focus on the quality of eggs they are buying. And we've shared contact numbers, we have locations of farmers around. We should be keen in purchasing local eggs. Yeah.
Director General of the Sierra Leone Local Content Agency, Fodeba Dabo, spoke about Pillar 3 of the Feed Salon project, which focuses on aggregation, processing, and marketing. This aligns perfectly with the agency's mission to ensure that local produce find their rightful place in the market. The agency will promote the use of local resources and create an enabling space for local industries to thrive. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security highlighted that the government is creating an enabling environment to address some of the issues, from the agriculture credit facility at the Bank of Sierra Leone to matching grants to the Food System Resilience Project, which supports available through the President's efforts on the international stage to enhance the sector, and many more initiatives in the pipeline. Dr. Henrik Baka emphasized that the initiative is dedicated to enhancing the recognition of local produce eggs and chickens, distinguishing them from imported products, and advocating for the growth of the local poultry industry.
In 2022 and 2023, the number of eggs we imported in this country fell down by 61%. For chicken, I think 60%. That's what we've done, that's what the data shows. That tells me we're in a place. By the way, in our strategy, we said we want to reduce every year by 25%. This already is showing we can do a lot more than that. And that, for me, gives me the energy, the zeal to say, let's give this a big push, and in the next 2 to 3 years, we can bring the importation to very minimal, if not zero, in this country.
FAO representative Rennie Bessin pledged support to the project and informed the gathering that the international community is aware of the association. He presented a document focusing on healthy practice in the poultry industry. SLBC News, Mohamed Lamintoye reporting.
The International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, is in Sierra Leone to train farmers on the development of the mutant cassava variety. This new variety of cassava seed is a byproduct of a seed research done by the Sierra Leone Seed Certification Agency and the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, SLARI. Farmers at Mile 91 received training on the methods used in farming the new mutant cassava seed. Let's now join Soiba Samara from Bo.
Variations in seed is a key catalyst for sustainable, viable agriculture, says Kofi Ayeri B. Date.
If you want to control weeds in your field and you wait the same time that you wait for your 12-month rice, 12-month cassava, you might find that the weeds have taken over your field.
Sierra Leone, he stressed, has chosen the right trajectory in tackling food insecurity, highlighting that the country deserves enough food, but that good seed is the bedrock of good production and high yields. It's no gainsay, according to the president of the Sierra Leone Federation of Farmers, Yatta Sama, that introducing new crop varieties to farmers is as good as letting them understand how to maintain them. She applauded the Seed Certification Agency of Sierra Leone for the several innovations in seed multiplication since Feed Salone came to being. Dr. Robert Chakanda is the executive director of SLESCA, who also expressed joy for the farmers of Sierra Leone to have received the first ever training on this kind of science in seed within the African sub-region.
Mutation breeding is one of the most highly technological kind of component of creating the variation in crops. What they do is to use irradiation and mutation technology to speed up the change that is necessary to occur in a variety for us to get a good one. So what has happened in this situation is after the breeding has been conducted, the breeders will select the varieties that they want, the type of crop they want. For example, if they conduct a mutation in a particular crop and there are taller varieties that are coming out, tall variants, they also have short variants, you also have disease-resistant variants. The selection is conducted to get the best according to the interest of the breeder.
Lost for words was Kekura Kamara, a farmer at Mile 91, who, while calling for sustainability in the agriculture sector, thanked government for putting such premium on farmer education.
Outgoing Deputy Director of Education in Tonkalili District, Gabriel Albert Sise, has described as very bad the outcome of the 2024 WAS result for Tonkalili. According to him, out of over 6,000 candidates that took the examination in the district, more than 3,000 results were withheld by WAEC and only about 900 passes recorded. Abdul Karim Kanu has been talking to Mr. Sise in this interview. Let's have a look.
According to Jibril Albert Sise, outgoing Deputy Director of Education, Tonkolili District, out of the over 6,000 candidates that took the WASC examination in Tonkolili District, over 3,000 of their results were withheld by the West African Examination Council on the grounds of examination malpractice and other issues.
Tonkolili District registered candidates for WASC 6,539. Among these candidates, we have candidates with 9 credits, 16 of them, 75 credits, with 8 credits, 196 with 7 credits, and we have a total of 921 with 5 credits and above. And the results, to be candid, are not good because out of this number, we have 3,471 results withheld.
He said after the results were released, he summoned a meeting of school authorities in Tonkolili District to discuss the reasons behind the mass failure at WASC 2024.
Immediately we received these results, we analyzed the results as we presented to you. We call an emergency meeting for conference of principals, wherein the teacher service, the deputy director for teacher service commission, the free quality coordinator, the council, myself, and the conference of principals, we all converge at our office and discuss this poor performance of examination.
Several schools that used to sound the bell of success at WASC in Tonkolili district were not heard in terms of the number of passes in the recently released 2024 WASC results for the district. For many, this year's WASC results appears to be too bad as compared to some years back in terms of the number of candidates with university requirements.
Now, the Sierra Leone Adult Education Association, SLADI, has organized its Former Learners Conference to exhibit former learners' diversify their programs and solicit support from local and international partners. The former learners comprise people who have through adult education in different courses. The event took place at the Council of Churches in Sierra Leone CCSL headquarters, King Hammer Road in Freetown. Our intern reporter Esther Kamara witnessed the conference and filed in this report.
As their mandate is to promote adult education, women's empowerment, and to reduce literacy rates among adults, the Sierra Leone Adult Education Association, SLADIA, brought together partners and former learners to tell their stories, diversifying their programs and solicit support from both local and international partners.
We apologize for that. We'll bring you that report in subsequent editions of the news. Now, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has handed over a classroom structure to the Government Independent Memorial Secondary School, which is located in Shell Kisi, east of Freetown. The 3-classroom block is intended to replace the school's old building, thereby making learning more conducive in one of the oldest schools in Freetown. Our intern Abdul Mansai compiled this report and read in the studio by Abdul Kabir.
The Government Independent Memorial Secondary School may be one of the oldest schools in the east end of Freetown, but the 63-year-old learning institution has also been facing huge challenges in terms of providing the basic infrastructure for a conducive learning environment. Principal Junior Secondary School Janet Fatoma said they are happy for the new developments in their school. She noted that their major concern was the old building at the back of their school, which was classed as a death trap.
The new building block is of great significance as the classrooms will provide enviable and conducive teaching and learning environments for the pupils. This amicable learning environment will in no doubt propel the school towards its unyielding ambition of attaining and maintaining quality education.
Various other stakeholders, including the chief, youth leader, and others, expressed their appreciation to the ministry for the gesture. They appealed to the ministry for the support to maintain the whole building at the back of the school. Project coordinator of the Sierra Leone Free Education Project, Ambu Sise, said the structure came under a project that is aimed at constructing about 400 classrooms nationwide. All 16 districts, according to Ambus, have either benefited or are waiting to benefit from the project. He called on school authorities to take proper care of the newly erected building.
About 45 pupils, not congested classrooms, actually. 45 people, so if you put 3 together, it is something like 135 pupils will benefit from this whole structure.
Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, described the Free Education Project as a symbol of hope and testimony that education was a tool for transforming the nation. He encouraged the pupils to take advantage of the program. At the end of the presentation, pupils of the Government Independent Memorial Secondary School presented a brief, entertaining, yet educative drama skit that portrayed the effect of early marriage and the importance of education, especially for the girl child.
Watching news are from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. We continue with more stories. Now, the Freetown City Council, together with partners, has opened a 10-classroom block to residents at Kube. The Kube Municipal Primary School stands out as the most complete school building in the community so far. Aminata Saisi reports.
It dedicates this building to the future, a brighter future for the children of Kube community.
Kube, which is one of Freetown's several informal settlements, is home to hundreds of residents, but lacks many basic facilities, not least access to good schools for children. This is why the Freetown City Council, together with partners, has officially opened 10 classroom buildings in order to make education more accessible to many of the vulnerable children in the community. Deputy Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education said that every child, irrespective of their economic status, should have access to good and quality education in line with the government's free education policy.
For us to have a state-of-the-art school today in this community, it matters to us, it matters to the children of Sierra Leone. We want to ensure that every child is being given equal opportunities, irrespective of whether they find themselves in deprived communities, whether they find themselves in affluent communities, that they access education in the same way and they all thrive to their maximum potentials.
Mayor of Freetown, Yvonne Akisoya, said the municipal primary school at Kube was for every child in the community, adding that the council was trying to upgrading informal settlement in the capital.
There are two ways in which Transform Freetown, Transforming Lives is relevant to this project. We have, and within our human capital development cluster, a focus on education, both early childhood development, so for the preschools, and there's a nursery here, as well as primary education. So this is meeting that need, and we are working on more early childhood development opportunities.
A community resident, Aisata Jallo, lauded the council for the gesture.
We get school and the surrounding, but not be standard. We can be the standard school at the community.
Others people pledge their commitment to maintain the facility for the years to come. SABC News are in Freetown. Aminata Saisi reporting.
Now to stories on the environment. Action Aid International Sierra Leone, together with its partners, including young people and beneficiary communities, has mobilized for public financing to address climate change impact in poor countries of the Global South, including Sierra Leone. They made the call ahead of COP29 conference to be held early November in Baku, Azerbaijan this year. Ibrahim Samoa reports.
The gathering with staff of ActionAid International Sierra Leone, partner organizations, young people and women from ActionAid operational areas in the Western Rural was part of the post-week of ActionAid Climate Mobilization Awareness and Advocacy, which kicked off in early September, demanding for rich and powerful countries pay their debts to poor countries like Sierra Leone suffering from climate change and the green gas they emit.
ActionAid International Sierra Leone and partners joined the call to stop public finance fueling the climate crisis in poor countries, Global South. On the 20th of September 2024, ActionAid launched a groundbreaking report that revealed climate-wrecking fossil fuel and industrial agriculture squeezing climate hits countries for over $600 billion in public subsidies every year.
This was in response to a report launched by ActionAid International, which highlighted the dire impact of public financing for fossil fuels and industrial agriculture in poor countries, Global South.
We joined the ActionAid Federation to call for public finance to be redirected to support just transitions. Government, please take key attention to this. Public finance to be redirected to support just transitions from climate destructive fossil fuel and industrial agriculture towards people-led climate solutions that safeguarding people's right to food, energy, and livelihoods.
Executive Director Action Aid International Sierra Leone Fodi Basi Suare said their message was clear, is to secure the future from the future, noting that climate change is real and must be tackled with public and private finances.
The recent release publication by the World Food Programme noted that over 80% of Sierra Leoneans are food insecure due to many economic factors, but also the climate emergency increases the risk of drought, flood, as well as the rise in sea levels affect water supply, thereby the country's agriculture. So what we are saying is the climate crisis is exacerbating the issues that we're already witnessing in our community.
Policy, Advocacy and Campaigns Manager Action Aid International Sierra Leone, Aminata Lamin, called on the government through the Minister of Finance to consider a gender and climate change sensitive budget as they gathered in Freetown preparing the country's national budget for 2025. The mobilization seeks to raise awareness and advocate for an end to public finance supporting climate harming industries, urging for resources to be directed towards sustainable and climate resilient solutions during COP29 conference to be held early next month in Baku and Azerbaijan. Ibrahim Samura.
Away from that, now the APC party may be enduring difficult times at home, but the party's various branches in the United States are busy choosing new leaders to run the affairs of the party across the different American states. A few weeks ago, the APC inaugurated its Ohio executive, ushering in Abbas Kurma as the youngest chapter president in the history of the party in the United States. Now this week, the APC has also installed Edward Shekhar Kagbo and other members of his executive in Austin, Texas.
Having been elected president of the APC Houston chapter, do solemnly swear that I will and faithfully execute the office of president of the APC Houston chapter to the best of my conscience and ability. I pledge to uphold in letter and spirit the laws of Sierra Leone, the party's constitution, rules and regulations, and promote its aims, objectives, and philosophy. So help you God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
APC Ohio can boast of having the youngest ever chapter presidents in the United States. Houston, Texas can also stand out as the first predominantly female executive, marking a significant progress towards gender inclusivity in the APC's leadership. In his acceptance speech, new President Edward Shekhar Kagbo pledged his dedication to upholding the party's constitution and working closely with his executive team to ensure peace and harmony within the chapter. He underscored his commitment to fostering unity within the party.
I will work diligently with my executive to make the Houston chapter equitable. We shall attract quality members, grow, develop, engage in activities that will foster unity, progress, commitment.
A key highlight of the inauguration was the address by Ambassador Mabinti Darami, who stressed the importance of diversity and inclusion, urging the party to continue embracing people from all backgrounds. She reminded her counterparts of their party's origin and the need to maintain its tradition of inclusivity to succeed. Ambassador Darami encouraged fellow APC members not to allow memories of the previous elections deter their progress.
Challenging times usually shows the true strength and resilience of a party. We are a very resilient party. And I also want to rejuvenate our enthusiasm and morale.
APC's 6th Regional Chairman Alfred Kebi Sise addressed the role of women in challenging societal norms and pushing for a more equitable future in the party. He and Deputy Women's Leader Minette Sandi further underscored the significance of the Hastings chapter's success within the broader context of the APC's USA operations. Their participation in the event not only strengthened the Houston chapter, but it also symbolized the interconnectedness of APC branches across the country. The event concluded with an award ceremony that honored individuals who were said to have made significant contributions to the party, including Vice President or Chairman of the Houston chapter, Santigi Kuruma, Ambassador Mabinti Darami, and Namina Safi Bompose Kosi. The event in Houston was a powerful demonstration of the APC's evolving strategy, which is aimed at building formidable chapters that can significantly contribute to the party's mission at home and abroad. Suri Kamara, SLBC News, Freetown.
There is victory for us. There is victory for us in the struggles of APC. There is victory for us.
Ambassador Frances Virginia Anderson has held her maiden meeting with the staff of the Sierra Leone Embassy in Turkey. She encouraged them to work as a team, as that would result to productivity at the workplace. Ambassador Anderson said she was going to rebrand Sierra Leone's image in Turkey and translate the vision of President Bill by working closely with reliable partners and investors. She told the staff members that Turkey has been a critical part of Africa and that a lot could be achieved when Sierra Leone partners with it. Deputy Head of Mission, Ambassador Paul Mina, described his boss as an industrious woman and an experienced diplomat. He pledged to work with her to make history. Now, away from that, as part of their efforts to give back to society during its 25th anniversary, Rokel Commercial Bank has supported King George VI Memorial Home at the age with food and non-food items. Our reporter Christiana Kamara has more.
As part of their activities marking the commemoration of the bank's Silver Jubilee, senior management and staff of Rokel Commercial Bank have presented food and non-food items to residents at King George VI Memorial Home for the Aged, noting that they were sent by the board of Rokel Commercial Bank. According to the head of operations, Rokel Commercial Bank, Adikali Kamara, the initiative was geared towards celebrating with all the people on their 25th anniversary celebration.
As you know, we are celebrating our 25th anniversary since we transitioned from Barclays Bank. And in keeping with corporate social responsibility and the mission statement of Rokel Commercial Bank, we deemed it fit that this year we should make a donation of this 25 million loans in terms of the need. We believe that they deserve this kind of help. There are other institutions that also deserve this kind of assistance, but we believe that this year we feel that we should be part of, we should contribute to their well-being. I mean, that is why we decided to come to King George's Home this year. I just want to encourage, sister banks and colleagues to do the same, to, look at their CSR, corporate social responsibility, and make an impact in society. Because, as you know, we get our profits from the society, from the communities in which we operate. But it's fitting that we pay back to these communities so that, they feel that, they are not neglected.
Residents at King George VI Memorial Home welcomed the team from Rokel Commercial Bank with a song which served as a sign of gratitude. Among them were the administrator of the home, Ramatu Kanu, and also a resident, Vivian Ayodele Dilsworth, who admitted that the support came at a time as they were about to celebrate their annual festival. They pledged to utilize the items for the intended purpose. staff team, Rokel Commercial Bank, promised to be visiting the home time to time with financial support, food and non-food items as way to support the administration of the King George's Home for the Aged. SLBC News are in Freetown. Christiana Kamari reporting.
"50 military officers participating in the Senior Commander Staff course at the Hunting Command and Staff College at Leicester Square in Aymat have paid a visit to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation and other media houses in Sierra Leone. The purpose of the visit was to provide the military officers with first-hand knowledge on media activities. Stella Bangura has more.
Broadcasting Corporation, this is our reception area. I will take you to the boardroom.
As part of the objectives of the 50-week Senior Commander Staff course, military officers from Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya and the Gambia have paid visits to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation and other media houses in Freetown. The visit was done as part of their Media Week, which was said to provide student officers knowledge on the media landscape in Sierra Leone. 43 Sierra Leoneans, 2 Guineans, a Gambian among others visited the SLBC.
Part of this Media Week, we are to expose our students to media activities. And the only way we can achieve that is by visiting media stations, radio and television stations. That's why we are here this morning, to give them the familiarity of your activities so that they will be exposed to media operations.
Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Josephine Kamara, appreciated the visit, taking them through the establishment of the public broadcaster and its mandate to promote diversity.
The mandate was to be a public broadcaster, divorced from government interference. So that's why in this space we're a little bit more plural. We bring all voices. SLBS was one of 3 radio stations in Africa, which started in 1934. It was Sierra Leone, it was South Africa, and the third one was Kenya. So East, South, and the West. But when you look at our infrastructure, since 1934, we have actually declined. And so part of our responsibilities here as management is to build it up again so that it becomes a pride of Sierra Leone. Yes, I'm sure a couple of you have visited here in the past, and now you're going to see what work has been done over the years.
Hunting Command and Staff College is a military college that provides students, military officers within the sub-region, opportunities to participate in several courses such as Junior Staff Course, Intermediate Staff Course and Senior Commander Staff Course among others. It serves as a regional center of excellence in education, strategic leadership development and regional security collaboration. For SLBC News Hour in Freetown, Stella Bangura reporting.
And now, the 9th consultative meeting between the African Union's Peace and Security Council and the United Nations Security Council has ended in New York. Sierra Leone's ambassador to Ethiopia and the African Union, Harold Safar, spoke on the importance of women in the promotion of peace and security in Africa, which was one of the thematic issues that were being discussed by both organizations. Ambassador Harold Safar said it was encouraging to note the progress that has been made by the global community as a whole, but there is a need for further work to be done. He said as the global community continues to grapple with multifaceted challenges relating to conflict, violence, extremism, climate change, and pandemics, there was the imperative need to tackle head-on such structures like patriarchal attitudes that present significant challenges to women's rights. Ambassador Safar assured the conference that the AU was committed to promoting women's participation in the peace and security agenda demonstrated in the organization's policy formulation and in the realization of aspiration of Agenda 2063, which recognizes the centrality of women in Africa's development. Well, it's now time for our international news.
Hello and welcome to International News with me, Cynthia Kaman. Well, residents in Phoenix have started early voting at the Arizona State University campus. Arizona is a crucial swing state with 11 electoral votes at stake. Arizona has taken the lead as the first presidential battleground state this year to offer early in-person voting, allowing residents to cast their vote at regular polling locations prior to election day. Both Republican and Democratic vice presidential candidates campaigned in Arizona before early voting began, in a state that could influence the presidential election outcome and the Senate's power dynamics. As Israel continues to launch airstrike in Lebanon, France has pledged $108 million United States dollars package to support Lebanon at an international conference in Paris on Thursday. The war between Iran-backed Hezbollah militant and Israel has resulted in the death of more than 2,500 Lebanese. It has also seen the displacement of over 1 million others and deepened the country's economic crisis. French President Emmanuel Macron said massive aid was needed for the Lebanese population, both for the hundreds of thousands of people displaced by the war and for the communities hosting them. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has fired 5 ministers and appointed 7 new ones in a major cabinet reshuffle aimed at making his administration more efficient. The shake-up comes during worsening economic hardship and frustration with the administration in Africa's most populous country. The statement said Tinubu appointed new ministers for humanitarian and poverty reduction, trade and investment, labor and livestock development, and junior ministers for foreign affairs, education, and housing. The ministers for education, tourism, women's affairs, and youth development and the junior minister for housing were fired. And at least 4 people have been killed and 14 others wounded in an attack on Wednesday afternoon at the headquarters of Turkish Aerospace and Defense Company, TUSAS, near Ankara. Local broadcasters showed footage of several armed assailants entering the building amid reports of gunfire and a loud explosion. The exact circumstances of the event are not yet clear, but the authorities have described the incident as a terrorist attack. Turkey's President Tayyip Erdogan said that 2 attackers, a man and a woman, had been killed. No one has yet claimed responsibility for the incident. Well, that's it for international news with me, Cynthia Kaman. Continue to stay tuned to SLBC.
From the international news, let's now go over to business update.
Hello and welcome to Business Update segment that brings you the insight in business and its contributions towards positively impacting the economy. I am Dennis Fraser. Today we shall look at the price hike in local agricultural produce at various markets across the country. The price of foodstuffs like plantain, cassava and potato is being sold at high cost at various markets in Freetown amid the rainy season. This has sparked mixed reaction by traders and customers alike. Our business reporter Aminata Saisi went out to gauge the situation at the Lumley market in Freetown.
Cassava, potatoes and other vegetables are useful for the diet of many homes, but the hike in the price of these commodities remains a serious challenge for customers and traders. This, for the traders, has resulted to low sales for them recently. Our Jalo sells plantain at Lumley Market.
Like this, so they buy 100,000 they put on 20,000 out. This now they buy 50, they put on 3 for 20. So better profit no. Lado they buy 60, 50. Then this they buy 30. But now I don't go.
Very small size and 20,000. Big size and 40,000. Then the big one is looking at 350,000. That's starting the number 130, so about 140. Then all the blue 40,000, about 100, so 110. So then 90. So all the blue 20,000, about 60, so then 70, so then 80, so then about 55. According to law, because sometimes the guys will go, sometimes the guys will go.
Ramato Ture sells potato and cassava at Lumley Market. Say there are many factors resulting to the increase in these produce.
If you like supposed to travel go by airplane, it's about a fine price, but now the transport, now the more is spending. So now I'm possible able to say that amount where money they come on. Because what happen, then cancel the way they make. Now they will make the road upline, instead because the road bad off. So people don't go there for upline, they don't go do work. First time people they work man and they upline, but now work man they know they do. They go upline go there and they so then they can't stress. This one stress are more than any one day. Because they say they make fat. Before they they use that for 1 year. Before 6 months for them for meet up the other 6 months don't run.
Business people appeal to trade authorities to save the situations as they rely on their business for their livelihoods. SLBC News are in Freetown. Aminata Saisi reporting.
Many thanks to Aminata Saisi for putting that report together. And that's all we have in this edition of Business Updates. I am Dennis Fraser. Goodbye.
Now from Business Updates, let's find out the latest in entertainment.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Christiana Kamara. In this edition of Entertainment News, Vegetable Sellers Organization ends rally for Miss Fruit and Vegetable Beauty Pageant, and Supremo sets to stage its first concert. The rally was fun, display of unity and oneness as hundreds of fruit and vegetable sellers took to the streets in campaigning and cheering up the contenders. 6 of the vegetable sellers are going to battle for the 10,000 Euros cash prize on Saturday, the 26th October 2024 at the Freetown Secondary School for Girls compound. During the rally, the contenders displayed their skills and demonstrated readiness. Memuna repped the cabbage and tomato sellers, Ai Popo, Awa Sese banana, Awa Musa cucumber, Abisanko watermelon, and Aja Zainab repping the carrot and sweet pepper sellers. Fans were crazy as they rally along from Cottage Hospital through God Street to Eastern Police and some areas of the capital. This, according to the charity Vegetable Sellers Organization, Mati Kanu, was to show the world that the women can do something outside selling vegetables in the market. This, she said, was also to give business women the opportunity to socialize and showcase their skills.
And this contest here, so not for picking them, now for big woman them, for let them believe for say them self-capable of expressing themselves out there. They're self-capable for go any side. So now make we organize this contest here so.
From the rally, one could sense the fun. It's really going to be fun here. An upcoming artist is set to stage his first concert ever. The star has released many songs. Among them are Joy Is Coming, Missing Rib, Thank You Mama, and more.
Joy is coming, 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 joy is coming.
Don't celebrate, you've been singing and dancing for free. So many pennies don't face in the streets. Wish today, my prayer today, my wish today, my prayer today. I want salon.
The 25th of October this year is going to be tough, as the singer said there are a lot of packages for fans with other outstanding stars who will also bless the night with classic performances.
Like I belong to the team when I write what multimedia, when we turn dinnerly, the team will sing music. They will get with in this show in a live band performance, and you get for big Grammy, and we get some other big artists that we invite, like the likes of Vision F, Cheesy Daddy, and Amiza. You pay for coming inside the show, you get free photo shoots, where they give up to 3 pictures, where they snap you and interview. Then you get some raffle them, we get for take place.
Go and support the young star. Well, that's all we have for this edition of Entertainment News. I have been your presenter, Christiana Kamara.
Many thanks to our entertainment desk for that update. Let's now find out the latest in sports.
It's the sporting updates that keeps you in the know, and thank you so very much for joining us. And we begin with football in this edition. Disappointing start for Sierra Leone in the ongoing U17 AFCON qualifiers in Senegal against their counterpart Mali. Here is the update. Sierra Leone's U17 national team has kicked off their WAFU U17 Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations qualifying tournament with a disappointing 1-0 defeat to Mali. The lone goal of the match came in the first half, leaving the Sierra Stars with work to do in their remaining group stage matches. The loss put Sierra Leone in a challenging position, but the team remains determined to fight for a place in the next round. Their next match is against Mauritania on Saturday, and a victory is crucial for their hopes of advancing. Despite the opening defeats, the U17 players have shown resilience and determination. With proper adjustments and hard work, they can still turn their fortunes around and achieve their goals in the competition. In the international scene, we flip our attention to an historic performance regarding the Champions League as Real Madrid defeated Dortmund 5-2 to secure an exciting comeback. Real Madrid staged a remarkable comeback in the UEFA Champions League, defeating Borussia Dortmund 5-2 at the Santiago Bernabeu. The victory was highlighted by a sensational hat-trick from Vinicius Jr., who also earned the Man of the Match award. Dortmund took an early lead with 2 goals, but Real Madrid refused to be deterred. Vinicius Jr. and Antonio Rudiger ignited the comeback with stunning goals in the second half. The Spanish Giants continued their momentum, adding 2 more goals to secure a resounding victory. The win solidifies Real Madrid's position as a strong contender in the UEFA Champions League and showcases the team's recovery ability and attacking skills. Vinicius Jr.'s performance further cemented his reputation as one of the world's most exciting young footballers. And that's your sports. Thank you so much for watching, and see you next time.
Many thanks to Abdul Kabir for that update, and that's all in this edition of the news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. In Freetown now, to end the news, your top stories again. President Julius Maada Bio has participated as a panelist at the 27th Commonwealth Business Forum. The session, titled Connecting the Commonwealth, highlighted his government's belief that technology can fight corruption. Between 2022 and 2023, the importation of eggs in Sierra Leone fell by 61%. This is according to the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Henry Musakpakra. The minister said efforts are still being made to cut the figure down annual by 25%. and the International Atomic Energy Agency is in Sierra Leone to train farmers on the development of the mutant cassava variety. This new variety of cassava seed is a byproduct of a seed research done by the Sierra Leone Seed Certification Agency and the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, SLAI. Well, that's the end of the news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Thanks for watching, and do continue to stay tuned to the public broadcaster, the SLBC. I am Cecilia Alice Cisse. Goodbye.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction.
As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
Atabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Salem Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind of program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind of program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made around land format and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love
and peace.
My name is Samuel Bangura, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar.
Right from Broadcasting House at New England Building, Freetown, welcome to your breakfast program Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31.
A reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain. We go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about thing them working loss and plenty more.
We are there all about the country, but you self PM for bring the use to your area.
Where use the original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone.
From Broadcasting House at New England Village, welcome to your broadcast program. Good morning, Sierra Leone live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31 and across our social media streaming platform at SLBC TV Live. This program starts your day with news and current affairs happenings with divergence of views around them. We are your presenters. I am Dennis Fraser with
Emmanuel Samoa. Our quote of the day is from American author Zig Ziglar, and it says, "Your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude."
Satisfaction. That's a thought Emmanuel.
Very interesting one.
Yes, attitude speaks volume of the kind of personality one is.
Yes, that's why one should always endeavor to put up his or her best attitude.
And certainly, so yesterday we happened to have some top ranking music personnel in our midst, and no sooner they entered the studio than I started only that I have to put up my best attitude. Otherwise, I'll be taken away. I'm sure you were not scared yesterday to see them. You were not. So coming up in the program this morning, as the world observes World Polio Day, Rotary Club launches a media campaign to raise awareness about polio and their work. National Telecommunications Authority, or NATCA, issues 7-day ultimatum to Orange, Sierra Leone, and the Stroke Association Sierra Leone to hold their annual general meeting.
We invite you to participate by sending your text to the number displayed on your screen, or join us on Facebook at SLBC Live and other social media handles.
But before we usher in our guest for the discussion this morning, let's go and take this one. The Chairman Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Alhaji Dr. Kande Kole Nkela, has said that in order to ensure climate resilience, there is a need for change in human behavior in the consumption of natural resources, which are critical for the existence of life. He was speaking at the Tunde Cole building for the college campus during the opening of the local conference of Youth Climate Sierra Leone, with the theme Empowering Youth, Innovating for Climate Resilience and Global Peace. When I was there, I only to see what's together.
So if we are this position at the end of our years.
His sessions pinpointed the interlinkages between climate resilience and global peace building. The facilitators also took into account that climate change is a driver for climate migration, especially among marginalized communities, which sometimes exacerbates conflict and anger for non-access to basic protection from climate hazards. Hence, the need for conveying key players in the climate adaptation world and young people to put forward a position paper guided by innovation and expertise for timely action.
Talking about supporting young people, key stakeholders including government officials and donors, intergovernmental bodies need to be able to support the youth-led initiatives. That's through providing capacity building for young people, being able to finance some of our projects, and most importantly ensuring that we have a seat at the table at the decision-making level, in the multilateral space, at the policy-making level.
According to the chairman, Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Alhaji Dr. Kande Kole-Yumkela, a multifaceted approach was needed to tackle climate change head-on. Therefore, the need for young people to lead the charge on climate diplomacy.
We've got the forests, so we're handing over to you a world that we've polluted, we've partly destroyed, but we're hopeful. There's a reason to be concerned that at the rate at which we're consuming natural resources, there will not be enough for you and your own children.
Participants drawn from various institutions of higher learning, including those from senior secondary schools, cited that innovation could complement other forms of adaptation through enhanced collaboration.
When it comes to the actual negotiation, sometimes Sierra Leone is not part of it because of the number. Because imagine in a bigger platform like this, we have close to 20 small conferences that are taking place in the same time. Like you talk about mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, all of this, we need representative into these smaller workshops. And most times when this real negotiation, we are in the funding, normally they discuss about the funding, maybe Sierra Leone is not part of it, maybe fatigue.
Several speakers demonstrated trust in the young generation, which they said was strategically placed to provide innovation through technology-driven adaptation ideas to address climate change, which is critical to human existence. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
Thank you very much, Dennis Fraser, for that report. And now we go to one of our headline stories. Rotary International is a global charity organization that has clubs in many different countries. Rotary International supports the global campaign to eradicate polio through the polio fund, which all members club contribute to. As October 24th is World Polio Day, therefore this week Rotary clubs along Rotaractors, young professionals and interactors, senior secondary school are doing a media campaign to raise awareness about polio and the work Rotary is doing. The Rotaractors have also worked with the Ministry of Health officials to distribute vaccines in various communities. While Ibrahim Bangura, one of the past presidents of Rotary Club of Freetown Sunset, is with us in the studio to talk more on the issue. Good morning, Ibrahim.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
So, before going to the day itself, polio. So, one might be thinking, how is Rotary connected to that of polio itself?
So this has been a long-standing initiative of Rotary International. This initiative dates back as far as 1985, when Rotary took up the fight to eradicate polio and started working with because the World Health Organization, the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, to eradicate polio all across the world. Reason being, as Rotarians, we have areas of service, things we focus on. And one of those areas of service happens to be disease prevention. So that was how we got into this fight, and we've been at it since 1985.
So since 1985, let's talk about Sierra Leone itself, because polio is in Sierra Leone. How has your work been in Sierra Leone when it comes to polio?
So as you highlighted, we've been working with the Ministry of Health. We've been doing campaign awareness, raising awareness about polio, and just to highlight that polio has in fact been eradicated in Sierra Leone, just like it has been eradicated all across the world except in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and that is through the work we have been doing. But obviously, as we have seen over the years, being eradicated does not mean there's not a tendency for it to come back. So that is why we keep up these campaigns, encouraging parents to get their kids vaccinated. The vaccine is safe, helping in vaccine administration, so we do not see a retrogression.
So when we talk about polio itself, is it the Rotary is only there to raise awareness, or you have people who are Rotaractors that are medical professionals that bring solution to polio itself across the world?
So there are Rotaractors, Rotarians who do this part of the work I am doing right now, sensitization, engaging communities. But of course, because we're a club of professionals, you have medical people as well who also participate, who also help with immunization campaigns. So they work in the fields to administer the vaccines. But also part of the work is raising money. Since 1985, over $1 billion has gone into this project by Rotary to help with the supply of polio vaccines right across the world.
So you talk about raising money, and in Sierra Leone you've been doing something to raise funds. Why are you raising this fund when maybe someone out there may be saying that we do not have polio in Sierra Leone? So why are these guys doing fundraising events to raise funds for polio for what?
So indeed we do raise money here in Sierra Leone. As a matter of fact, we have a sponsored walk that's happening on Saturday, and the monies we raise from the t-shirts, sales of the t-shirts, will go into the Polio Plus Fund. So the Polio Plus Fund is a global initiative. It is from that fund, because this is a global initiative, so even when we raise monies here in Sierra Leone, it goes into the global fund to support the fight internationally, the same way other countries had supported, that had eradicated polio long before Sierra Leone, and those monies came to Sierra Leone. So it's not just raising money because Sierra Leone still has polio. Because it is a global initiative, we all have to raise funds and contribute to eradicate it globally.
Now, Rotary and Ibrahim, of course, the work of Rotary Club across the world is to really create lasting change in the lives of people. And of course, you've been working with communities, especially deprived communities. Now, venturing into the health sector, especially, you've seen over the years volunteers who have been venturing in administering treatments to sick people, that really people in society. Now that you are targeting polio victims, who might seem to be deprived people in society, what sort of care have you been offering them or rendering to them to ensure that there's an upskill in their welfare?
So this is just one side of the work. Like I said, there are areas of service in Rotary. Disease prevention is one side of it, but we also focus on maternal and mortality health. We focus on basic education. We work on the environment, we work on community empowerment and development. So this is just a tiny ambit of the work that we do. We're also in communities, working to bring down maternal and mortality health rates. We're also in communities, sponsoring community schools to ensure that, kids get an education. So it's a holistic approach. This is just one side of it, ensuring that on World Polio Day, we raise awareness. We ensure that parents, mothers especially, understand that it is safe. The vaccine is safe. Bring your child for the vaccine. Help to understand that not because polio is eradicated means you don't need to give your child the polio vaccine. The polio vaccine has been eradicated in Sierra Leone because, mothers are bringing their children to take the vaccine.
All right, so quickly, let's delve a little bit deeper now on your health work this coming Saturday. And of course, you're engaging young pupils from schools, and these are the, as we call them, the interactors.
Yes.
Interactors rather. And of course, you are bringing them on board to really raise their awareness on the dangers of polio. During this work that you'll be, the health work you're going to do, how are you going to be engaging these young ones?
So the health work is happening at the Lumley Beach. We're starting at the Family Kingdom all the way down to the golf club and all the way back up. As a matter of fact, I would invite and encourage you to come along on Saturday. Be a part of it. But it's also during this work, it's an opportunity to engage, it's an opportunity to sensitize, it's an opportunity for communities along that area for us to engage them. We actually do have a community sensitization talk planned for the Aberdeen community, because that is the community where we will be working that day. So it's not just a matter of doing the exercise back and forth, it's also taking an opportunity to engage people along that community and engage the Aberdeen community.
All right, so who are will be participating in this health work, and how can one be part of it?
So, of course, there are Rotarians from the 3 Rotary clubs in Sierra Leone. There's a Rotary Club of Freetown Sunset, there's a Rotary Club of Freetown, there's a Rotary Club of Bo. There are the Rotaractors, as you mentioned. These are the university students or young professionals. And there are the Interactors from the high school. But additionally, also, we have our supporters, patrons, people who have been with us, guests, people like yourself who are passionate about Rotary who will come along. So it's just about reaching out to one of the contacts in the clubs. You get a t-shirt, or you even turn up to Family Kingdom the morning of Saturday at 7 a.m. You can get the t-shirt and be a part of the walk.
So Mr. Ibrahim, before we leave you for another issue, you know, polio, as you rightly said, that even though it has been eradicated in Sierra Leone, it is something that is projected maybe it could come again. So, and over the years you've been raising funds to fight this particular thing. Has there been any local effort to do, let me say, doing a research to get homegrown vaccines? Because Rotary Club, one of your mantra is to empower local communities. So has there been any local efforts in that vein?
So for now, in terms of research and development of vaccines, of course, that is that is developed at the international stage, working with the World Health Organization. But obviously, because of the confidence we have in the vaccine, believing that this vaccine is safe, knowing that this vaccine needs to go into communities, it's why locally we partner with all efforts of the Ministry of Health here in Sierra Leone for all their initiatives directed towards combating the polio disease.
All right, thank you very much. Of course, it's Ibrahim Bakura, Rotarian and a past president of the Rotary Club of Freetown Sunset. Consider still just in the program, we'll definitely come back to you to talk more on your health work and other engagement you are having. I mean, so far as eradicating the polio disease in the country is concerned. But I want to move now to one of our airline story, and of course, they talked about that which has really been trending and making news among the Sierra Leoneans. Oil in Sierra Leone is under fire yet again for its terrible network services, which have plunged citizens into frustration and fury across the country. Not only has the telecommunication network failed to maintain constant communication access through its core network, but its internet service has also reached shocking new news, making it the worst in Sierra Leone. The situation is so bad that the National Telecommunication Authority, or NATCA, has been forced to intervene, issuing an ultimatum on October 21st this year, giving Orange SL a mere 7 days to fix these problems. The public notice from NATCA makes it clear if Orange SL does not significantly improve its services within the deadline, where severe regulatory actions will follow. Well, to further that discussion now, to talk more on that, in the studio we have been joined by the Director of Corporate Affairs, National Telecommunications Authority, NATCA, Mr. Ben Fode. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
All right, very well. Now that you've given Orange this 7-day ultimatum, if they fail to comply, what will be the next line of action?
Thank you very much. Well, apparently, let me take the opportunity to put the discussion in context. Okay. Orange Sierra Leone is one of the mobile network operators in Sierra Leone. We appreciate the service they have been giving us collectively with respect to digitalization, connectivity, and telecommunication service generally. As we sit here, we have services across Sierra Leone at 98% for 2G, at 95% for 3G, and at 75% for 4G. But suffice it to say that the world is going digital, and 4G now stands, between 3G and 4G, they now stand out clearly. And what they have told us when they wrote the communications to us in June was that they are trying to do swapping, upgrade, and modernization, which will culminate into optimization. All of those ones are being done to improve data speed and then improve the service reliability. Fine, well and good. What we'll expect from them will be at the end of the exercise, the services which people will get from what they have done. The experiences should be top-notch. But in the recent past, there has been a flurry of complaints coming from across the country with respect to services delivered. So what we have done is to engage them, they themselves. That, okay, you've written to us that you want to do some swapping on your transmission equipment, whether you want to move from Nokia to Siemens or Nokia to Huawei, Ericsson to Huawei to ZTE, fine, well and good. You want to optimize and modernize and upgrade. We are okay with that. But when you do those things, it is expected that the customers should be able to enjoy the services which they have been enjoying. Now, in fact, when there are new norms, then the standards have to increase. If you improve your standards, then you are talking about loyalty of customers to your channels. So, but if the customers are not happy, then you yourself will not see much returns on your investment. So put that to them squarely, that, hell, gentlemen and ladies, for heaven's sake, we appreciate your upgrade which you want to do. But if now the people are now saying, if I used to buy, say, 100 leons for 4 Mbps or 500 leons for 4 Mbps, 5 Mbps, or I buy my data from your outlets, but if it used to take me, for example, 2 weeks to utilize the data, or if I buy 500 leons for 10 Mbps or 8 Mbps, or the case may be, before now it can take me 1 month, but before now as it now in 2 weeks or even less than that, my data is gone. So there is a concern for that. People are saying, well, you are subscribing me to an unsolicited ringback tone. I don't want that. Give me the opportunity for me to opt out. So if I opt out, I should be able to opt out without you hanging me on that same service and taking maybe 1 cent, 5 cents, 10 cents, or 1 leon for me. So those complaints have come thick and fast relating to network availability. So even as I sit here, yesterday we had a complaint from Bumbuna that there are challenges with the network. We have complaints from Kabbalah that there are challenges with the network. We had a complaint from Kono. When we engage inside, they say, well, now the upgrade. If you are doing an upgrade, for heaven's sake, the people are saying, the consumers are saying, the upgrade which we are doing is fine, but the service we are getting now is not up to where it was before you embarked on your upgrade. So that means something is wrong. So we have given them the ultimatum that in 7 days' time, you should be able to get back to us with respect to what you have done and or what you have not done, and then we get piggyback on the complaints which people have made to see how your services are now relatively hitch-free.
Okay, so now, Mr. Abdul Benfoudi, before now, like earlier this month, you also issued a fine, both on Afri money and Orange money, of 500 million euros, fine for, poor quality in their network.
That did not relate to poor quality. The fines we issued on mobile money services was for them to regularize their licenses conditions.
And pursuant to that, I also want to pinpoint the fact that during that press conference, you made it crystal clear that you've given Orange the directive to upscale their network.
Thank you.
So the question is, were your words taken with a pinch of salt?
No, I don't think so. They cannot take our words with a pinch of salt. Suffice it to say, in our acts, it's clearly written in 1912A that when we give them directives, when we give the operators instructions, it is incumbent upon them to follow those instructions and follow those directives with respect to provision of the services for the people. And if they do not, then there is A will do B, will do C. Their routes will take to ensure that they have full compliance. So we can warn them, we can levy fines equivalent to percentages of their licenses fees. And those ones are not chicken change. They know and we know, and government knows. And or if push comes to shove, we'll be able to suspend their licenses. And even when we suspend their licenses, we'll be able to cancel their licenses. But we'll have no appetite to come to that end. We do not have any appetite for that, because what we want to do is to ensure that the services we are giving to people will enjoy the services, they are satisfied with the services, and then customer loyalty will be maintained, and they have the trust in the services they provide. Because here, you don't want to have churn customers. you have other operators. You are in a competition. So you have a competitive edge. In Enterprise Development 101, you have competitor analysis. So your competitors will be able to look at what you are doing and to see where you are faltering, so that they themselves will buck up to ensure that those customers you have, you always able to improve on your market share.
So Mr. Ben Fode, playing the devil's advocate, you understand? You know, some of the issues that you mentioned here, that you giving stand warning to Orange for them to upscale their services. Some of these issues that you mentioned, they are not only, you know, peculiar to Orange. The other networks, they are peculiar to them. You know, and this ring back to you giving someone a ring back tone that he or she doesn't want or like. You understand? It's something that is peculiar. It's something that happens for Africell and other net. It's cut across. So I'm wondering, or someone out there might be wondering, why pinpointing on Orange? Why Orange?
With respect to ringback tones and even service quality, we've engaged all of them on that. We've given them stringent warnings on those ones. All of them have given us the assurance that if you want to opt for a ringback tone, you could opt for it. And if you want to opt out, you should opt out. In fact, our Director General Amara Brewa gave them the instructions that they should just clean everything to start at square zero. But well, in the discussions, the engagement, they now came back to us and said, okay, well, there are some institutions and some individuals who will want a caller ringback tone for which they will subscribe. So, okay, we understood that one. Say, for example, SMBC, whether it is NATCA, or whether it is Seratel, or whether it is NASIT, or whether it is Struggling Commercial Bank, or whatever they are. So, if an institution opts for a caller ringback tone, you are obliged to offer that service. But if an individual or an institution do not opt for a caller ringback tone, you shouldn't give it to him or her. For heaven's sake, if I don't opt for a service and you give it to me, you should, if you take any money from me or anything from me from my end, you should be able to compensate the consumer, because consumer compensation is part of our laws, it's part of our regulations which we are reviewing now. But on the ringback tone, we've spoken to all of them. But we did not only pick on Orange. The fact of the matter is, the complaints we have, as I sit here, as they themselves know, have been coming thick and fast with respect to Orange. The two of them, there are three of them now. We're applying the trade with mobile network operators. Of course, we appreciate work which internet service providers themselves are doing. But if you want to take Sierra Leone holistically, between Orange and Africell, for instance, they have the larger market share. Say, for example, in voice, QCell only has 9%. The rest of the other percentages are between Orange and Africell. On data, QCell has only 19%. The rest of the other percentages are between Orange and Africell. They are the dominant players. But be that as it may, if you are dominant, you should be able to ensure that the consumers you serve are very well satisfied.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. He is Abdul Ben Fode from NATCA, talking on the issues, the press release that they made, giving Orange 7 days ultimatum to upgrade their services. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll continue the discussion.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruits and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa, and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back to the program. You're watching this Good Morning Sierra Leone live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. But before we continue with the guests in the studios, let's take a traffic update from Christiana Kamara. technical each, but we still have our guest in the studio. We still have one of the past presidents of O3 Freetown Sunset. And Mr. Bangua, you've spoken so much about your efforts in trying to fight polio, ensuring that polio does not resurrect anymore in the world. Well, you know, for someone out there, some of us are really confused as to who are Rotaract, what is Rotary Club, what is Rotary all about?
So, Rotary, so the umbrella body is Rotary International. Rotary is made up of professionals and people who want to give back to the community. So we're a humanitarian and charitable organization. We say it's a service organization who are looking to serve their communities, to fight things, you know, that I've mentioned around the areas of focus, maternal mortality, child rates, the environment, disease prevention and protection. We also work on peace. We also work on community empowerment and development. So it's open to everybody. Anybody who thinks that they are at a place in their life where they want to be involved in charitable work, working in communities, they are welcome at Rotary. Our motto at Rotary is service above self. So I think that is just the starting point. If you feel you're somebody who wants to get involved, who wants to give back to your community, because you feel your community has impacted you in a positive way, because there are things you see in your community which you feel, well, you know, I can lend my efforts to this particular initiative, Rotary is definitely open to you.
So you are now taking the Rotary initiative to schools, you know, that is catch them when they are young. How can a young, energetic individual who has that humanitarian passion can be part of Rotary Club?
So as I mentioned earlier, there are several Rotary clubs as an umbrella. So when you talk about schools, those are Interact clubs. We have Interact clubs, you know, at the International Secondary School, at the Modern High School, and then from the Interact level, we also have the Transition. So the idea is to, as you say, catch them when they're young, but that you stay with the journey. So what we really are looking to do is ensure that when you start as an interactor at the high school level, when you go to the university or you're a young professional, you transition to a Rotaractor, and from there, when you are further advanced in your professional career, your professional life, you transition to a Rotarian. At the Rotarian level, there are 3 Rotary clubs in Sierra Leone. So there's a Rotary Club of Freetown Sunsets, which I am a member of. There's the Rotary Club of Freetown, and there's the Rotary Club of Bo. So if you're here in Freetown, you're able to be a part of either the Rotary Club of Freetown Sunset or Freetown. If you're in Bo, you're able to be a part of the Rotary Club of Bo.
Now, as a charitable organization, Rotary and you developed a trust fund for which you'll be lending proceeds into in this your health work. And so, aside from the health work, proceeds from the health work, what other source of revenue will be galvanizing to really fund that trust fund that will really be scaling up the welfare of polio patients across the country?
So at the international level, we have the Polio Plus Fund, but also locally here, we do a lot of fundraising. So we have activities, we have our usual, the dinner and banquet, which is the handing over dinner, and we sell tickets and we raise money from that. We also have a barbecue that's actually coming up on the 22nd of November, and we raise monies from that. Those monies we raise go into the projects we implement. Of course, we are also open to donations, so there are people who give donations to Rotary at the international level, as well as to the local level. We have a lot of companies that usually support us, who are sponsors. They have worked with us, you know, some of the banks, they have worked with us through the years supporting the initiatives. But also as members, because I know there would be the question of, you know, well, put your money where your mouth is. What are you as members doing? You're just asking for money? No, we also pay our annual dues, and part of that money also goes to projects we do as Rotarians. But I think finally, just to mention, what we also do in terms of donations to the Rotary Club If you note, I'm wearing a pin. This is a Paul Harris pin.
Okay.
So you see a lot of Rotarians will carry the Paul Harris pin. What this means is you have donated up to $1,000 to Rotary International or the Rotary Polio Plus Fund to fight this global initiative. So we also give, but we also accept and receive grants and donations.
All right, thank you so very much. Of course, this Rotarian Ibrahim Bangura, one of the past presidents of the Rotary Club of Freetown Sunset. I'm talking about their global initiative to combat polio, to beat it to zero and reduction. We still have in the studio the Director of Corporate and Industry Affairs from NATCO. But before going to it, let's quickly take another issue now in the program. Used water plastics have been a major pollutant to the environment in Sierra Leone. Public outcry to this menace seem to have been responded to by young people who are now using the situation to get themselves employed. Our intern reporter, Sumana Kago, takes up a story and with a what difference has this made in the development of the lives of young people.
Flash floods in the capital. Despite government's efforts to develop a national plastic material policy, the situation seems not to have changed because of the manner in which people continue to dispose the used sachets. While the used water packets affect the environs, some young people in Freetown have created self-employment by scavenging them at various dump sites, drainages, and later sell them to retailers. Mohammed prefers doing such activity to engaging in illegal things.
This business has been my source of living. I prefer doing this business to doing illegal things.
This business seemed to be gaining momentum among local business people, those who buy in wholesale. Say trading in wastewater plastics is profitable, especially when they export to neighboring countries.
No, well, now it looks better.
It is more profitable to sell these used plastics in Guinea than selling them in Sierra Leone. The reason being is the Guinea franc has more value than the leones.
For Abdul, the business has been very lucrative for him, and that he provides for his family through it.
We sell at least we will take care of our family.
We have been benefiting from this business, and it is through this business we have been able to take care of our family.
Most people make the most profit and you want to get the factory.
The U-turn handling used water sachets is not only creating employment for the youth, but has played a crucial role in keeping the city clean and prevent flooding.
Thank you very much, Ansumana Kaku, for putting that piece together. Well, we go to another headline story of ours. A stroke, sometimes called a brain attack, occurs when something blocks blood supply to parts of the brain or when a blood vessel in the brain bursts. In either case, parts of the brain become damaged or die. Stroke is a leading cause of mortality and morbidity worldwide. Just a decade ago, stroke management was simple. Apart from secondary prevention and education, there was not much a clinician could do that would significantly change outcomes. The Stroke Association has come a long way in a short time. Although the organization wants to build incrementally, it wants to be a viable organization and have funds to conduct community outreach and to hold monthly meetings, which it views as crucial for the life after stroke of members. The Stroke Survivor Organization in Sierra Leone will be having their AGM. Well, in the studio we have someone to talk about it. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So I'm curious to know, why are you guys holding an AGM, Stroke Survivor Organization?
First of all, I am Eunice Asise. I'm the media coordinator of the Stroke Survivors Association. We have been in existence for about 3 years. and with through partnerships and support. Principally, there was a UK foundation which came to this country to look at the problem of stroke, and we partnered with them, and they have been supporting us. So through that, we have been able to mobilize others who have survived the stroke and try to encourage them to help ourselves to make sure. For example, this AGM, the theme is there's life after stroke. Okay. So it's not the end of life if we have stroke. I got stroke 30 years ago. Unless I tell people, you know, what I've been trying to survive as much as possible. Okay. Through the partnerships we talk about with ourselves, we meet once a month and we exchange experiences. We encourage each other. Now, there's a mental problem, there's a survival problem. A lot of them, about 90% or more, don't even have livelihoods. You know, so through this type of meetings, we try to talk to each other. So we think we should do much more than that. When they say to keep one box here and short. So this is why we have this AGM. When we have this AGM, we're not only going to talk to ourselves, we have been able to invite other people in society now who can advise us, not only financially, you know, but how to get along in life, you know, so that we can be able to try to look at partnerships all the time, so that we'll come together and support us, because it's a very serious problem. Most people don't realize it, but Sierra Leone is the most affected country on stroke in the whole of Africa.
Wow, that's
mind-blowing. Precisely, we are number 8 in the world. Wow, it's a very serious problem. We can only do so much. But as I'm talking to you, most of the membership is located in Freetown. Although we have tried to go up country, but the lack of resources makes it difficult for us. So we are holding this AGM to come together to strategize so that we can support each other, home visits. Some people have stroke, they cannot even afford to buy medicines. We do call experts from time to time to talk to us, to demonstrate to us how to take care of yourselves. You know, simple exercises, because you say you have to pay for physiotherapy. Very few people can afford to pay for physiotherapy. Okay. So through this type of thing, for example, as I'm sitting now here, I can make like this, and it's all exercises.
Okay. Alright, so now, Mr. Cecil, as a senior citizen enduring the ordeals of stroke yourself, and part of public awareness, you might want to really tell our viewers, let them really know what are some of the ordeals associated with this very dangerous illness.
Well, I've just said that in our own society, this is extremely difficult. In modern societies, as we are talking now, they have been able to reverse stroke. Okay. If you report within 24 hours, it can be reversed. But in our own society, we don't have that yet. Yes, there are people who have had stroke within 6 months to 1 year. They have been able to recuperate, but very few of them. And my experience is that those who have been able to become healed in that very short time, most of them have died, because they're not able to inculcate the precautions you have to undertake when you're in this type of position. I told you I've lived with stroke for 30 years. You know, all my life is how to cope, how to survive. Okay. You know, so it's difficult. So we share these experiences, and we do home visits. Okay. Because there are some people, when they have stroke, their wives leave them, their husbands leave them, they are all alone. And some people are lucky to have caregivers who take care. Some people cannot even walk, you know, and other means of survival. So we have to look at all of those things. It's very expensive.
All right. So take us through, now that you are having this annual general meeting, and I'm sure part of it is going to really be focusing on how to build, of course, the mental capability, and as well that courage level for survivors of stroke, and for them to know that all is not lost. There is life after someone suffers stroke. Right? So what really are you going to be focusing on? What's the message that you're going to be passing on to fellow survivors?
Well, as you say, the AGM is just messaging, strategy, laying foundation, talking to each other. there's not much you can do. In the AGM, where we sensitize, we come together, we build ourselves, and the most important thing is that I told you about partnership partners who have invited partners to be in this region. We want to create those links. You know, I have to mention here, because as we are now at this position, King's Foundation is works at the Conotos. People came to this country, the partners we thought it supported us, and also working with the government. They have been able to assign a specific ward at Conotos Hospital. They call it the stroke ward. We are journalists. If you go there, it's the stroke ward. Okay. And we are trying to do the same thing all over the country, because, as I said, it's a very serious problem in the country.
All right.
You know, so medication is there.
Yes.
Most people cannot afford to get access to the medication.
All right. So
in a very bad condition.
You're speaking of partnership. Throughout this all-important engagement you are going to be having, have you sort of engaged governments, try to call on them, like, for example, the Minister of Health and other partners to come to, your support, because this is massive. This is like it's going to be a nationwide campaign, because you are doing the AGM in Freetown, but there are a lot of other people, like in the regions, who might be going to a similar situation.
We have always engaged governments.
Okay.
As I told you, through that engagement, government has been able to assign a stroke ward specific to stroke. Government has been able to assign that. Okay. We are engaged with the pharmacy board, for example. We are engaged. I see they have a desk director of mental health, because mental health is an important component of stroke. Frustrations, people are destitute. You know, they become angry. Any little thing. So it's a mental problem. It's not as if when they say you have mental problem, you are crazy, that you don't crazy. No.
Yeah.
Precisely. So we have been able to engage with the government, but the government also has limited possibilities. And this is why, in addition to engaging government, we are talking to this partner. King's Foundation, which came to the UK, has been the only one which has supported us. But their funding has come to a stop. We are still working with them. Partners in health, we are engaging them. We have been able to get something. So, as I said, on this day we have requested coverage from SNBC.
We'll certainly provide
it. They are going to see the type of partners we talk to, because we have been talking to each other. Is the experts who come out here, the physiotherapists, the medical doctors, they go there every the last Friday of every month. And we have these meetings, and we are trying to be very careful, because accessibility for people like us is a problem. So we meet at St. Peter's Memorial School opposite NPA, because we are trying to avoid stairs. Many people cannot climb stairs.
Mobility challenge. All right, thank you very much. I go to the studio to the program is, of course, Eunice Asise, the communication director for Polio Association Stroke Association in Sierra Leone. Beg your pardon. We want to move over now to Director of Corporate Affairs and Corporate and Industrial Affairs from the National Telecommunications Authority, NATCOM, Abdul Ben Fodi. Mr. Fodi, you know, this is not, like my colleague was saying, the first time for mobile networks to be coming under fire from NATCA, but it seems like they are not really, maybe the biting fingers, the biting tooth of NATCOM is not too sharp to really grab them, because there's this huge problem, this huge outcry from members of the public wanting you to really take action to really curtail these mobile network operators.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. We are doing what we could under the circumstances. Australia is a country of laws, so we are following the regulations we have, and we are equally to following our NATCA Act. Anything we do, it has to be based on provisions of the law. I think we are doing, we are invoking stringent measures. This is not the first time we'll find them, and they have paid the fines. And we'll not have, we are not just happy to say we want to find them. No, what we want is the service to be provided to the satisfaction of the consuming public. We are not antagonistic.
I understand with you.
Because in as much as we are protecting consumers, we should be able to provide some equilibrium equally to regulate for the service providers themselves, and equally to regulate for government. Suffice it to say the government of Sierra Leone, as I sit here, has spent upwards of $73 million in this sector over the years. The ACE cable from which we get internet, Africa Coast to Europe, the subsea submarine cable, is government who paid for that with respect to a loan, for instance. The cables we are laying, the terrestrial cables, fiber optic cables, is government which is doing that through Leoncom. So even with the World Bank project, with digital transformation project, which is a $50 million program, which is a grant, it's government to ensure that services in this sector is enhanced. Suffice to say, we have the government 5 pillars, from pillar 1 to pillar 5. ICT and all of those ones, ICT is placed across all of them. So where we have even, for example, UADF is now Universal Access Development Fund, is erecting towers in those hard to reach areas, those areas where the service providers will not go there because there will be not much return on their investment.
Which means,
so what we want to do is to ensure that there is decorum in this sector, that the services for which people opt for, subscribe to, and those services are given and the consuming public is satisfied. So service have to be available, it has to be accessible, and it has to be affordable.
So Mr.
Because money is difficult to come by.
Mr. Fode, as a journalist, you understand, I still want to play the devil's advocate.
Please do.
Based on, comments I've been getting from the public during diverse discussion, don't you think that it is because of Orange, speed, let me say in network, when you talk about internet, that is making the public to be sending this sort of complaint? Because many people, when you talk to them, say, I'm using Orange is faster. So when Orange has breakdown, you get this type of complaints coming in faster, because when you talk about internet, they have more subscribers than others.
No, not necessarily that. The fact of the matter, like I mentioned just now, Orange and Africell are dominant players. QCell has come in, they are punching above their weight, and we are okay with that, which is good. As I sit here, we have 2 new entrants at the door, looking forward to come into this sector too. The market, the space is not closed. We are, as we talk now, we are processing the applications. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. So what we are saying here is customer loyalty, the trust from the customer expectations. Because if you have improved, you've done upgrade, you've done modernization, you've done optimization, you've done swapping, all of those ones you have done is to have reliability in the service, so that the people will enjoy it. So if there are concerns about that from the people, it is incumbent upon you to fix those concerns, so that the consuming public will continue to hook on to your network, and the service will be provided relatively heat-free.
Now that you're giving Orange 7 days ultimatum to fix this, mounting issues which you have been giving them years to fix, don't you think that's a very short period of time? Do you think they have the capability to fix this, as the public is really mounting pressure as we speak?
Yeah, they will be able to do it. They have done that much. In our last engagement, we are told that they have done 95% of that. So as we sit here, we should be able, and we are going to do again a network audit, a system audit. We use our base station analyzer, and then we have to look at their performance files. All of those ones are relating to what? Quality of service. So that once we do that, we know it is okay, then we'll get back to the public. And the public themselves, once they are using their services, they'll be able to see the expectations from them, and their experiences will be shared with us, and will be shared with all of the service providers. Well, I think it's better now, and we are okay with it. Once we get that, we'll come back to the public and let them know where we are and where we are not.
Just quickly, maybe before we go to our next episode in the program, for those who will be networks coming in, maybe you will have to, because you are a regulatory body, you will have to really be pinpointing. If you have to have a stronger network, maybe like you are saying, maybe they are punching above their weight. The sooner they start having becoming internet service providers, they want to go into mobile money, all of these things, it hampers their network, don't you think?
No, it takes time. The fact of the matter is, when you want to come in, you have your rollout plan, and even this upgrade they are doing, you do it in clusters. Say, for example, they can look at western area, rural, say, for example, between Waterloo and Tombo and on to Hamilton, we'll look at that cluster. We want to come to this end in Freetown, we can look at the cluster around Allentown and Wellington and those areas. They don't just look at the entire country and then do upgrade across the board. They have to look at it in clusters. And even with the new entrants at the door wanting to come in, when they come in, they have to process their applications, and if they come in, they will not just allow them to stay in Freetown, because Freetown is not Sierra Leone. The fact of the matter is we want to have a digitally inclusive Sierra Leone, so you yourselves will have to reach out to global audiences through service provided by connectivity.
All right, sir. Just with us in the program is Director Abdul Ben Fodi from NATCA.
Yes, viewers, we now go over to look at the headlines of our local tabloids. And for my own end, the first paper I have here is Awareness Times newspaper. They say we bring what each member of parliament said during the debate. MP statement in ratifying MCC's $480 million cash. Tardiness of 5th Parliament leaves ECSL in a bind over Kenema elections. These stories are more aligned up in the Awareness Times newspaper.
So for my first pick in today's newspaper review, I begin with the Independent Observer newspaper, and it opens with a banner headline, Mr. President, can we talk? Part 32. Sports creates jobs and brings value for money, quoting Dr. Safar Abdullah, telling the Boxing Association. JNJF engages widows on upcoming fundraising launch on sale. FCC meets World Bank, RUSLP support mission. These are stories you can find on the front page of the Independent Observer newspaper.
Well, my next here is the AYB newspaper, and it says AYB hosts Otin, Regional Military Center of Excellence. Sierra Leone to host Women in Tourism Regional Congress. Health Minister addresses pending doctors' strike. These stories and more are lined up in the AYB newspaper.
My next pick happens to be the Aroko newspaper, and it opens with a banner headline, US Treasury and Sierra Leone explore IMF resilience and sustainability trust opportunities. Sierra Leone seizes 81% increase in cultivated rice. Foreign agriculture's oil palm plantation, a catalyst for economic growth in Timadale Chiefdom. These are stories you can find on the front page of the Aroko newspaper.
And my next here is the Premier News newspaper, and it's a court injunct election of Alfred Bernard Duma, and it says stranded in Lebanon, Sierra Leone women shelter in warehouse. FCC meets World Bank support mission. These stories and more are lined up in the Premier News newspaper.
For headline making news in the Standard Times newspaper, which happens to be my final pick for today's newspaper review, over suspension of Chief Kori, Provincial Secretary summons Speaker. 7-day interim injunction, High Court slams on Banduma. Well, to go with that is a portrait of Tayabasu, Chiefdom Speaker of Kori Chiefdom. But MBSSE signs contracts with Tiwa Memory Masters. Our stories you can find on the Standard Times newspaper, which happens to be my final pick.
Well, my next one here is the Global Times newspaper, and it says VP Julia Jallo opens peace conference. The photo of the VP himself. President Bio receives royal welcome. The president receiving the royal welcome. YSC Broad, magistrate issues bench warrants. These stories and more are lined up in the Global Times newspaper. And the final newspaper I have here is from the Standard Times, a Standard Times newspaper. Over suspension of Chief Kori, Provincial Secretary summons Speaker. 7-day interim injunction, High Court slams on Banduma. These stories are more aligned up in the Standard Times newspaper. Viewers, mind you, the story that you have, they do not reflect the views of the SLBC, rather are local tabloids.
Well, from there we want to move over to our traffic update for this morning. Let's join our very own Jonathan Tola.
In a rare occurrence, commuters along Hillcourt Road and Jomo Kenyatta Road enjoyed a smooth and uninterrupted flow of traffic during the morning hours of today. The usual congested roads, which serve as a key route into the central business districts, were remarkably free of the typical gridlock that frustrates drivers and slows down movement. The free flow of traffic came as a result of the heavy downpour last night. These routes to get to work, school and other activities is a bustling city center. It's hope that such movement will continue across the city.
Many thanks to Jonathan Tona for putting today's traffic updates together. Well, quickly we want to wrap up the program, so for that we will go back again to our guest. Of course, Mr. UCC, you've been silent for a while. Now that you are having this AGM, what is going to be the requirements for those that are going to be part of it? You can understand after 30 seconds.
Well, we have got a membership, so all of them are invited to be there. And most have said, because we are building up this whole structure. As I told you about the incidence of stroke, it's everywhere. But I just told you about the partners we have invited. It covers the ministry, as I said, health NGOs, both local and international. You know, the mayor of Freetown will be there. Pharmacy board will be there.
And when's that?
Private sector. We also have religious leaders, because you see, it's better all of us are so we can all attack this problem and resolve it. But we are very, very anxious to go out of Freetown. We already have members there. We want to build it up, so it will be a national solution to the problem.
All right, thank you very much. Over to you, Director Ben Foley. Now that you've given the service ultimatum, and of course NATSCA is working with its own efforts to really improve on service provision for network around the country, what are you really looking forward to see?
Well, thank you very much. We are looking forward to seeing improvement in service delivery. Service delivery should be key. What we are looking forward to is to see where we are. We look forward to moving in leaps and bounds. If we are going to digitalization and we say now digital rights are now human rights, if that is the case, then we should be able to, the service providers, we should see to it that the service providers provide a service for the consuming public so that they themselves will have value for money. I'll be able to give the assurance to the people that we at NATSCA, the regulatory body, will do everything in our power to ensure that the value for money which they are seeking will be achieved, that the services which they are providing, those services will be top-notch, that the services which they are getting from those people will be able to be to the best of their satisfaction. The fact of the matter is, if I subscribe, let me enjoy the subscription for which I have paid. We'll do that, and then we'll move on. Salon will be developed. I will continue to move on in leaps and bounds with respect to developing this country we call Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we have to leave there. Director Ben Foley from NATSCA. He's the Director for Corporate and Industry Affairs, NATSCA. And of course, to you, Mr. Eunice Sisi from the Stroke Association of Sierra Leone. As you will have your AGM, wish you all the best in your endeavors. But that's why we got the cuttings into this edition of the program. Good Morning Sierra Leone. It has been produced by Daphne Zanamkamara. Many thanks to the production team. Until then, I am Dennis Fraser.
Before we leave you, let's take the quote again. It's from an American author, Zig Ziglar, and it says, "Your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude." And that's how we say goodbye to today's Good Morning Show program. Good Morning Sierra Leone returns tomorrow same time. I have been Emmanuel Samuel.
It's midday in Freetown, and welcome to this edition of the Podium, which is coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Asmiba. Our quote of the day comes from William Osler, a Canadian physician, and it says, "The good physician treats the disease, the great physician treats the patient who has the disease." Coming up into this edition of the program, as they threaten to remove their gloves, members of the Medical and Dental Association of Sierra Leone meet with the Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Jule Jallow. What is the outcome? We shall find out. Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs gets a master plan strategy for the revamping of the public service architecture in Sierra Leone. Officers from the Hortin Command and Staff College 2024 Senior Command and Staff course on a media tour to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. You can be part of the conversation by sending your message to the number 0300733719 or join us on our Facebook page SLBC TV. The program is The Podium. Let's start with our first story. The Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs will be organizing a 3-day seminar for the validation of the master plan strategy to revamp the public service architecture in Sierra Leone. The program will take place at the New Brookfields Hotel from the 24th to the 25th October 2024. The program is expected to attract all the key stakeholders of the public service architecture with a theme, reform to revamp. Well, revamping the public sector was one of the promises made by President Julius Maada when he was campaigning, as he promised to revamp it and make it more efficient and service delivery to the people of this country. Well, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs is Philip Tetema Tomlin. He is here with us. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon, listeners.
Yeah, before the validation, take us through the processes that the ministry and the stakeholders have gone so far. How far you've come up to this stage.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before now, the ministry was called Ministry of Public and Political Affairs, and with the goodwill of His Excellency in the manifesto, one of the game changers, the 5 says revamping the public sector architecture for meritocracy, among other things. So the ministry was transformed to Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs. And since then, over meeting with all public sector actors, and during the design of the medium-term plan, it was also looked at and as an enabler. So the ministry is now called Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs, and in the President Manifesto, revamping the public sector architecture. In that manifesto, the medium-term development plan, which is 2024 to 2030, there are key areas. For example, in the plan, in Pillar 5.5, transforming the public service architecture is the ministry's mandate. In page 111, our key role in that medium-term national development plan is the coordinating the affairs of public sector institutions in revamping the public service architecture. So that's our key role in coordinating, like human resource, public sector reform unit, the head of civil service, cabinet secretariat, and public service commission. Mm-hmm. So since then, we'll be looking at those institutions and we'll be working very collaboratively, and we are working with our key partner, is UNDP, and they're one of our financiers, in addition to the great job government is doing. So we hired a consultant to develop our master and strategic plan. So they've been, and it was given a time frame. So this master and strategic plan has been written. So we are bringing together all public sector actors, including our permanent secretaries, deputy secretaries, professional heads, to validate that document.
Okay. So,
and our partners.
What are the key issues in this master plan?
Several key issues. Like I was telling you, in this master plan, for example, what is happening currently, there is no alignment among ministries. There is overlapping of functions. I come to lack of incentive among civil servants, which is culminating to corruption, incompetencies. There are no policies before in terms of policy on public service. There's no act. In terms of salaries, there have been a lot of variances. You go to Ministry of Development, Ministry of Finance, the people in SLBC with the same qualification.
Well, different payment disparities.
High, So one of the key...
And that is very key.
And one of the key, yes. So in the Medium National Development Plan, they were able to come out with 6 pillars. And one is the structural alignment and rationalization of mandates. Because most of the institutions have conflicting mandates. So in revamping, we have to look at that, and it was picked up by the Ministry of Development. The second one is human resource management, what we call normally manpower planning. That's the second pillar. The third one is public sector coordination management. That's the role of the ministry. The fourth one is monitoring, evaluation, and performance management for effective public service delivery. Then the fifth one is e-governance. We want to see probably by 2026, wherein at the public service level, would have gone far in the e-governance.
Do we have the infrastructure?
No, that's why I gave you is that we are working towards it. Now that with the help of Ministry of Communication, innovation and so forth, that's why we're all hands on deck, So the other one is pay and incentive. The BCC has been created, wages and compensation. Now we've got the act that's gone through Parliament, and the wages and compensation commission. The commission has been created. They are working assiduously, and right now they are looking at the various salary structures. Very soon, as against 2026, we'll be able to align some of these salaries. So that's why a commission has been created that is going to help the revamping process.
This issue of aligning salaries, take for instance, you have the pure civil servants, and you have those who are public servants, mostly employed by key sometimes commissions and other agencies. Yes. Especially when a new government comes to power, it appoints people in those institutions, new commissions, and sometimes they are given lofty salaries as against what civil servants receive. So is it going to cut across?
That's why we're saying revamping. When we are revamping, we will call it pay and incentive. We're going to look at that. That's why the Medium National Development Plan picked it up. There are 6 pillars, and one of the pillars is pay and incentive. Incentive goes with efficiency and good output. If you look at the civil service code, it's covering civil servants. It's not covering the public service. You understand? That's why Public Service Commission 2, they'll be working assiduously in developing their public service policy, which has been out and it has been validated. It's still in progress, and we're quite aware. You look at the commissions and you look at the agencies, from 1986 when we had the SAP, Structural Adjustment Program, and that brought the emergence of several commissions, with the objective that there are a lot of inefficiencies in the main ministry.
To complement,
specialized people out of the ministry, to have commissions so that the efficiency will be optimized. That was the essence. But then there was no policy and act, to cover that. So people for the years past, they've been taking advantage, of designing their
which rules guide the public
which concomitantly negatively impacted on the performance of their colleagues they left in the mainstream. So because of lack of incentive, lack of good working environment, because pay and incentive is very, 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 very appropriate for an effective leadership or administration.
Okay.
So we are quite aware. So that's why all this is captured in the strategic document. That's why we are calling all experts that are including our partners that are working within the public sector. We'll come tomorrow and Friday. We'll look at the document line by line because they are the experts, and even former or retired permanent secretaries have been invited, among other public sector specialists. We'll look at this document. So by 2026, Sierra Leone will be proud of a very sound administrative cadre.
When you are developing this policy, this document, did you get, for example, the buy-in or the inputs of some key stakeholders? For example, let's look at the teachers. Many times I have interviewed teachers, and they are the ones who are very keen on seeing the implementation of this uniform salary, and also the medical practitioners, for example, the doctors. They are also keen on seeing that. They always say when they look at colleagues of theirs in other MDAs, they are better paid than them. These are two key stakeholders.
No, well, you see, when we go into the nitty-gritties, roles and responsibility, remember I tell you it's pillar 6 within the Medium National Plan, that pay and incentive, you understand. The rules are different. Now we'll be recruiting purely on meritocracy. You understand? It's not as before, where you have 10, 15 graduates and you're interviewing them, then you leave out the first class student, second class student, you take the third class student.
Is it not still happening?
No, it's not still happening to my knowledge. You understand? Under this government, it's not still happening. The PSC is very, very strict on that now. But in the next 1 or 2 years, in fact, everything will be through portal. We'll go e-governance, which is one of the medium-term concerns. Like you're talking about teachers, talking about nurses. These are public sector workers. They are not civil servants, so they are not covered by the civil service code. You understand? But nonetheless, the strategic plan is covering all of that. What can we do that will make the performance of teachers more efficient, and their output so that they can teach well? Because even there's a saying that learning only takes place when the learner appreciates the learning scenario.
So meaning, even the teachers themselves, they will not benefit much from. Because, for example, some teachers are saying an individual with a master's degree in another department, another agency, is paid, let's say, maybe around 15,000 riyals.
It's role and responsibility.
A teacher in a secondary school, an SSS teacher, will only dream of having such a salary.
Now, what I'm saying is rules and responsibility. If we have a teacher at the classroom with a master's degree, when he's receiving less salary than a master's degree holder in Ministry of Development or Ministry of Finance. Their responsibilities, you understand, are different, and their targets are also different. You realize, and their capacity. Everything about effective leadership is about competency and capacities. You can be capable but not competent. The reason why some of these people are receiving higher salaries, as we say, leadership capacities and competencies for effective leadership. You understand? So that's the reason. For example, you will see in some institutions a master's holder is receiving higher salary than a teacher with the same degree. As I said, he may have that master's degree. If you check now, he takes statistics, probably may not be a computer literate. You understand? And if you give him a job, that is supposed to give you a job on Monday morning, you are expecting that job to finish by 12 o'clock, you will not get it.
That cannot be found only with teachers. It's just
an hypothetical case.
If you also go to the civil service also.
This is just an hypothetical case.
I know.
That's why e-governance.
They are busy bombing.
That's why e-governance is part of the medium-term national development plan.
Okay.
By 2026, we are making sure that we go paperless instead of things being equal.
Okay. Well, continue to be with us. He is Deputy Minister Philip Tetema Tondone. The program is a podium coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, the Houghton Academy was established after the country's civil war by the British military to train and reposition the army to meet modern-day military operations. Well, over the years, the academy has trained thousands of military personnel in Sierra Leone and other parts of the South region. Well, today, students of the Houghton Academy and Staff College 2024 Senior Command and Staff Course 02 are on a media tour to SLBC. Well, many of the top brass of the Sierra Armed Forces have gone through the Houghton Academy, where they are trained on strategic leadership, management and other military areas. Well, I have 3 senior military officers who have joined us on the podium. I have Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kuruma from the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, Major Saitoti Francis, who is from Kenya, Lieutenant Commander Jonathan Michael Jenkins from Sierra Leone Navy. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So let me start with Major Saitoti Francis from Kenya. Is it the first time you are coming to Sierra Leone?
Yes, this is my first time to come to Sierra Leone.
Okay. Yes. How have you enjoyed your stay so far?
Well, let me first of all thank you very much for hosting us. I've been around for 1 month now, and indeed it has been a wonderful experience for me coming from Kenya. Although this is not the first time that we have Kenyans coming to Sierra Leone, but for me as a person, this is the first time, and indeed a wonderful moment.
We used to have KENBAT during after the war. Kenya had a battalion in the UN peacekeeping forces. We call them KENBAT, the Kenyan battalion.
Absolutely, Kenya served here during the civil war, and yes, we took part in restoring peace and security to this great country, the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Okay, so tell us your purpose of coming this time around.
Well, the purpose of me coming from Kenya to Sierra Leone is to undertake this very important and premier course, the Senior Command and Staff course. That is a requirement for officers of this cadre to undertake in preparation for, the responsibilities that come with this rank and even subsequent rank moving forward in the military career. It is a course that imparts in us the requisite knowledge and skills that is required of us as we move forward, in discharging our duties as staff officers, as commanders, as leaders and management in our respective...
So what are these key responsibilities that you have been prepared to take up in the next few years?
Absolutely. The most important one is problem solving. Men and women in uniform are always, confronted with challenges, and it is incumbent upon all of us, especially as current and future leaders, to have the abilities to, assess and come up with, solutions that we prefer to these different challenges that we encounter, ranging from, climatic security challenges to human security, physical, community security, all those. So it is this course that prepares us over and above what we've been able to gain over the years in terms of experience, but also the skills that is required of us to solve these problems and also to be able to think strategically and provide the necessary advice to our leadership from across the full spectrum of government.
Okay. I'm sure you're also trained how to have emotional stability, because as senior officers, your emotion is very important. Sometimes you are not expected to follow your emotion, but to think strategically and in a very thoughtful way before you decide. Sometimes you are in a military, you are the theater of war, and you are the one commanding the troop. Your decision is very key. It can make or unmake your men.
I can't agree with you more. You've actually quoted one of the most important qualities of a leader. And indeed, as military leaders, we must be able to manage our emotions. So emotional intelligence, as you said, is very important for us as military officers.
Okay, let me bring in Major Lieutenant Colonel Kuruma. How important is the Houghton Academy, not only to Sierra Leone, but also to other countries?
Houghton Academy, thank you very much, Mr. Ba, and for hosting us.
Yes,
I want to start by saying that Houghton Academy is one of the most outstanding academies. I mean, it has now been transformed to a college.
Okay.
And because it has been transformed to a college, that's why it's now running the Senior Command and Staff course. One of the reasons for which Horton Academy becomes absolutely important for Sierra Leone is because Sierra Leone as a nation, we are part of the global village. Okay, our officers have been proceeding on this senior staff course in countries like Ghana, Nigeria, United States of America, China, the United Kingdom, Canada, and places like Ethiopia. So for Sierra Leone to be given the opportunity, you understand, to now
gain its own
locally, it's a very good privilege. It's helped us, the officers, a lot, because in those nations that I have mentioned, we used to send officers maybe 2, 3, or some. For nations like United States, it's just 1. For United Kingdom, it used to be just 1. Whereas for now, Sierra Leonean officers, both lieutenant colonels and majors, we are 43 on the course. So that helped to accelerate the preparation and development of officers within a very short time. A huge cadre of officers, majors and lieutenant colonels will be prepared in country and with the same level of knowledge, because the lecturers, we call them directing staffs, that are running these courses in either Ghana, Nigeria, UK, Liberia, or as the case may be, they are also those lecturers that are here, or directing staff. Yeah, there is an exchange program within lecturers or directing staffs from those countries. They will come to this country, they will help the development and preparation of our officers, and with the coming of time, when our college might have taken the foundation that is necessary, our directing officers or lecturers as well will be leaving Sierra Leone to Nigeria, Ghana, or as the case may be.
Are all the tutors or the lecturers, are they all military men or former military men or what?
They are military men, but our lecturers are being taken from colleges like IPAM, Frobe College, University of Sierra Leone. The lecturers are coming from other MDs who are coming to deliver lectures on some of those their departmental issues that the military needs to know. So that's the blend of lecturers that we have. Okay. So it's a very rich program.
Okay, I'm sure. You are also taught about media-related issues.
Yes.
How to respond to the media, the importance. But in modern warfare, the media is very key.
Yes.
Because you can't fight a war without having a very strong media as a military.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So as a result of that, some of the ways in which the media is actually helping us to propagate or disseminate our activities to the general public that makes the media very, very important, because as it used to be, the people are not aware of the things that the military is doing. But with the military that is serving as a branch, coming in collaboration with the military, they will help to disseminate all those things, the activities that the military is undertaking, to send them to the general public, so the general public will be fully informed about the activities of the military and how those activities are being conducted. So those are some of the areas by which that prove the necessity of the media to military operations.
Well, sometimes the media is an institution where they don't talk. They are very reticent, and the media is an institution that likes to talk. We like to talk, we like to dig, we like to know what is happening. On the other hand, you guys don't like to talk, you don't want to be dogged, you don't want to be investigated, you don't want people to know what you are doing. So how do you normally, what's the fine balance?
Thank you very much, Mr. Abba, for that. But it's not that our activities are being hidden from the general public. We operate on the basis of need to know, yes. Some of those things that we're doing, our documents or our activities are on the basis of a need to know, need to hold. Yeah, there are specific people that fall within the category on the basis of needs to know, and there are certain people that fall within the category on the basis of needs to know. So if you do not fall within one of those categories, you will be restricted from having those informations, having access to those information, because our military activities are classified activities. So that's the reason why the military decide to most times keep certain of the activities a little restricted from the general public, except on the basis of need to know, when to know, and how to know it.
Thank you very much. He is Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Koroma. Let me come to now another person, Lieutenant Commander Jonathan Michael Jenkins from the Sierra Leone Navy. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ba.
Okay, the Navy also plays a very crucial role in the military. How useful is the Horton College to the Navy wing of the ASA?
Actually, the Horton Command and Staff College is most useful to all of the armed wings within the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, because it's a blend of, it's a blend of course that they are running, and all about what is being taught there, circle around one goal. Because being a naval and air force person or be an infantry, we go in for one case study, and that is what is all about leadership, like my colleague initially said, because it's a mix of leadership package, wherein at this cadre of officers you are expected to go through that, because irrespective of the unit you are coming from, though other units might be specialist units, but for us as a Navy, we are equally benefiting like our colleagues, because at the end of it we are being given the same mission or task in terms of operational capability.
But you operate on different terrains.
Yes.
While some operate on the land, you operate on the sea.
On the sea. But you can be still given, the same orders, because you have your own role to support. In so doing, we collaborate. So there is the need for all of us to have the same, level of expectation and the level of training, so that we can articulate in time of dispensing.
So how did you find the course? How fascinating? Was it fascinating?
Of course, yes.
Was it mind-blowing?
Sure enough, the course is tedious, but that is how it should be like, because that is what we do expect. Because as officers, we are always on top of the situation. We need to be 2 steps ahead of our subordinates, because we have to, discharge the orders, and we have to lead them in terms of operation or in battle. So it is of higher, value that we always be, ahead, far ahead, to keep the pace, so that we bring them on board to execute the correct duties expected of them.
Okay. I mean, having other officers from other countries, it's added some blend into the whole milieu. How did you find that aspect? I mean, sitting in class with officers from Kenya or from other countries, I mean, sharing ideas, and stuff like that.
This brings about institutional benefits, by creating, these stronger ties, regional ties, because bringing us together, it's like, we are not new to ourselves. The army and the military code of conduct is the same, no matter where you go. We are all working on same wavelength. The tactics they teach out there is the same tactics they teach here. The modus operandi are all the same. So there is nothing different from coming here or we going there.
That sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
So how do militaries try to overpower or outmaneuver other militaries? For example, when 2 countries go to war, when the modus operandi are the same?
Well, it depends on your fighting power. Yes, because when we start talking about fighting power, we have all 3, organs. When we talk about the conceptual components, the physical and the moral components. Perhaps your conceptual component, which is the thought process, can be more than the other, depending on or your physical component, whereby you need the ability or manpower, logistically and the like, the resources. In so doing, if you are more stronger than the other army, then you can easily outweigh them.
Wow. Major, you want to have a bite on that question? Well, the modus operandi are the same, but when, for example, 2 countries go to war, they are both military. They are both militaries, and how is it one overpower the other? One outmaneuvers the other?
I will try to just draw an analogy for our viewers to understand this. If you bring 2 chess players, there will definitely be one that will emerge victorious, despite the 2 of them being great chess players. So wars and battles is just a game of chess. So it all depends on who has the edge over the other, be it, as you are saying, the physical, the moral, and even the conceptual. who has the edge, who has that advantage over the other in terms of outmaneuvering, as you've said. But it's purely a game of chess.
Okay.
Mr. Ba, if I'm to add to it, please, if I'm to add to it, technology now plays a major part as well. If you can look at what is happening now between Russia and Ukraine, what's currently happening between Russia and Ukraine, the requirement for manpower is being reduced to a greater extent. Here they are using technology is playing a greater role. Not being the emergence of those technology, it will take manpower, let's say a week, to cover 1,500 miles or 1,700 miles.
So is technology making the work of the military easier?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. We used to have what we call human intelligence. Humans will go to the battlefield to scan what's happening on the battlefield. But these days, it is drones.
Yeah.
You mount a drone, in the space of 3-4 minutes, the drone has covered 30-40 miles. And the drone will be up there unheard and unseen, you understand? And that drone will be able to recce or survey the land area that the drone has been programmed to cover. That drone will cover that land area, and as it is covering that area, it is sending back that information to the base where it was being sent from, you see. And it is sending the information, they are processing the information at the base. So all is technology. So technology is helping make the work of the military absolutely easier.
Wow, that's very interesting. The program is a podium. I'm coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. We are going for a short break. After the break, the program continues. Well, let's now go to education as a way to contribute to the country's human capital development, especially on higher education, where a group of Sierra Leoneans abroad have set up a college called JULCOMS with the focus on public health, reproductive health, and laboratory technicians. Well, according to the founders, the college will contribute immensely to human resource, especially in the health sector. Well, I have in the studio Peter Williams. Welcome to the program, Peter.
You're welcome.
Okay, give us a background to this college, JULCOM.
Yeah, thanks very much. JULCOM College was founded in 2022, and we have served for the past 2 years. We had our first batch of graduation last year, and we are currently preparing again a set of students which have already completed their training to be graduated. And our major focus is to bridge the gap between the poor and the rich, and to ensure that they have equal access to education. Because we have found out that many of the colleges or the institutions, majority of the people are unable to afford the fee to pay. So we came in to ensure that we bridge that gap between them.
How are you bridging that gap? Are you doing pro bono basis?
No, we
offering free courses.
Yes, recently we offered a scholarship program for students, for secondary school students, which we call a summer school program, which we gave a scholarship for a whole month during their summer school, and hundreds of them went for that computer training, which they did not pay anything for, and then they will be graduating very soon for the office application programs.
I mean, your focus, the focus you had when you started this college was more on ICT. Now you shifted from ICT to public health, reproductive and laboratory technician courses.
Yeah.
We are moving on from the ICT to the medical field. Sort of.
Yeah. So we are an institution. We are expecting us to grow at any moment. We are not limited to a single department. That is why we ensure that we handle departments sequentially. When we initially started, we knew technology is the baseline. So we started with technology, haven't succeeded.
Have you succeeded in that?
Yes.
Within the short time?
Yes, that we ensure that we are building up a capacity to, we have our threshold which we evaluate ourselves that we have the full team to ensure the service delivery of this department is fully in place. So once we have done that, then we move to another stage. Now we are moving from the technological department. We have introduced the medical department, which we have decided to offer reproductive health, laboratory technician, and public health.
What are the criteria?
Now we are accredited to start with certificate programs. So the criteria are 3 hours and above. So once the person have 3 hours, is qualified. So including
English and
math. Yes. So once you are, what we are doing is to ensure that we encourage people who have, the urge, the passion, to pursue their medical courses that do not have the complete requirement. Or even if you have the complete requirement, but you do not have the money to go to the university where you can be trained as a medical doctor.
But 3 hours can't take you to a degree course. It can only stop you to certificates.
Yes. So 1,000 miles joining start with a single step. So I think instead of you sitting down home waiting until you get the WASH requirements complete, you can start with a certificate course with us. I think that's a great foundation for you, because there are so many things that you can compare the two. Now, for instance, if you are a graduate with a certificate course and somebody is a graduate, a degree holder also with a certificate course with a degree from another institution, and you are a graduate with a certificate course and you have a degree also, it's a great advantage, even in the competitive market of job. You have more experience than that person who just went from the WAS directly to acquire his first degree.
Okay, I mean, many times we've seen many colleges springing up, but no sooner they spring up than we hear either TAC or NCTV saying that college is not accredited. I mean, remember what we had, that Waterloo incident,
Domingo.
Yeah.
The name of the college?
Dominion.
The Dominion issue.
Yeah.
How credible is yours?
Yes, we are accredited by Tertiary Education Commission and the NCTVA.
Okay.
So we ensured we did the necessary processes. Before you are accredited for any course, you will be evaluated by a set of team from both institutions to ensure the educational mandate is not jeopardized.
Okay.
So they will ensure that everything is in place. So we have gone through these processes before we came up here to ensure that the public know that we want to offer these programs.
Okay.
Now that it's a platform and an opportunity to everyone hearing me, you have an opportunity. What I want to say is very key here. Most of our fellow young Sierra Leoneans always look for a single strategy to achieve their goal. Especially, for instance, if they are limited by a society, they think everything is finished. But I'm sure there are many strategies to achieve your goal. For instance, you having some amount of WAS, cannot stop you. That is why we are coming in. And what we are doing now is, we are also preparing them to ensure that if ever they have to face their WAS again, it will be a goal for you.
Okay.
Because with a set of team of people which we have that know more about chemistry, physics, biology, English, after our certificate program, you are well equipped for both national and international exams.
Thank you very much, William. Continue to be with us. The program is a project. Philip, now after the validation tour, I'm sure certain issues are going to emerge. I mean, the document is going to be looked at with critical eyes, and I'm sure there are certain issues that they will say, okay, take this one out, include this. How are you going to put all those ideas together once more and come out with something?
Yeah, like, as I said, the strategic document was given to a consultant under the sponsorship of UNDP.
Is Serena a consultant?
No, a Nigerian consultant who is based in South Africa and supported by our own experts here, the public sector experts like PSC, Public Sector Reform Unit. After the validation tomorrow and next tomorrow, where with all permanent secretaries, public sector experts will be there, including our partners, the document will be looked at, because it's like looking at the consultants' thinking and what generally from the African point of view. We were looking at public administration now from the African point of view, like principles of inclusivity, leaving no one behind is a key thing now for African administration. So when after we validated, then all the comments will be collated, and a committee also will be set up to aid the consultant. They will come out with a final document.
Have you also looked at other best practices in the
several cases.
Because there is this south.
No, several. We have an agreement with Egypt, Kenya, South Africa, several.
So you want to have a hybrid model?
Well, no, we want to have an African model. We call it an hybrid. But what we say, the contemporary African administrative strategy, that is fit for purpose.
So is it going to shift from the colonial civil service that we inherited after independence?
Oh, no, you're not sure, because they are contemporary issues.
I mean, the civil service that many former colonial, African...
the strategy is about public service. I told you, you have a civil service and the public service. The civil service is being controlled or managed by the HRMO, and these are people within the grades of 1 to 6, and you have the ones that grade 7 to grade 13 that are managed by the head of the cabinet secretariat and so forth. We are looking at the public service, inclusive of the civil service. You understand? Bringing in systems and processes. If you go to Ghana, you go to Kenya, how will the civil servant behave? In terms of like introduction of the e-governance, as I told you. Then another pillar that we've introduced as a ministry is too, in addition to the medium-term development, that is gender and social inclusion. Social inclusion. Then communication and citizens engagement. Mind you, our ministry is Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs. So in effect, this document will be looking at 8 pillars, and by the grace of God, tomorrow and Friday, we believe it will be highly exhausted.
Okay, thank you very much. Lieutenant Colonel Kurma, the modern military has also changed a lot. I mean, sometimes some countries will spend 5, 10, 15 years without even going to war, but it still has a military. And I'm sure the Houghton Academy, the officers are also trained how to handle societies in peacetime. How governments can use the military to also take part in national development, national issues.
Yeah, there are several ways, and these are some of the courses that Houghton Command and Staff College is actually delivering. There are several sectors where the military help, in development. For instance, agriculture. I'm aware that, I know you are aware that of the Army Agricultural Unit in Moyamba, which is doing a lot in that area. They are producing huge quantity of rice, and that rice is helping in the substitution of some of the rice that is being purchased by the military. So it has helped reduce the cost that the government is spending annually on rice purchases or import, you understand, because of the actions of Army Agricultural Unit. And very recently, we are currently engaged in some engineering construction work. Yeah, there are huge equipments we have brought in from Turkey by His Excellency the President, and those equipments were being given to the military, and that one is being handled by the Army engineer.
In other countries, the best engineers, the best medical doctors are found in the military.
Because it's the most disciplined and most honorable institution in the world. That's the reason. Yeah. The minister can attest to that. The military is the most noble institution in the world. Yeah, they operate based on honor. They operate based on national interest. The military, everything about the military is a projection of nationalism. The military is geared towards the protection of the nation. So the people are trained with the ability to even risk their life for the projection and safety of that nation and its citizens, and to develop to protect their development. So you see, but coming to the area of the amount nations spend on their militaries, there are several factors that are around that area. One, it is based on the national income base of the nation. You know, you cannot compare, an instance, an African country to that of the United States of America.
You can't give what you don't have.
You can't give what you don't have. You see, so like the minister here, you know, there are several things that they intend to do for the military. But there are competing interests. There are competing interests, you understand. These emerging developing nations, there are several competing interests. So the government is equally, in as much as the government is trying to prioritize those things that they can do for the military, there are also other developmental areas that are competing for this little budget.
Let me bring in Major Sai Toti from Kenya. The military in modern times, I mean, your activities have stretched. It doesn't mean that because the country is at peace, its military is going to be kept idle.
Absolutely, and I want to agree with what my colleague has said. The military cannot operate in a silo, and where we are currently, and even moving forward, we are looking at, you know, a whole of society approach. We have actually been moved further from a whole of government to a whole of society, where we are supposed to bring every actor on board: the military, the police, the civil society, non-government organizations, everybody, for us to be able to project ourselves and even, you know, advance development in our respective countries. And perhaps to just ride on that, over and above the primary role of the military, which is protection of territorial integrity and sovereignty, we also have secondary and tertiary roles, and among them includes military aid to civil authority, where during peacetime, as you've said, we are always called in upon to probably, you know, respond during disasters and emergencies. We also called in to support the civil authorities in terms of, like in my country, rehabilitation of railways, construction of ships. We have what we call the Kenya Shipyard Limited, which is you know, run by the Kenyan military. We also called in to even take part in some of the industrial ventures like the Kenya Meat Commission and many others that I can quote. So the military plays a very key role in doing what is expected to do, more than the traditional role, which is just provision of security. It goes beyond that in today and even moving forward.
Lieutenant Commander Jonathan, the tour you had at SLBC, talk a bit about it.
The tour is a privilege for us actually to interface with the media, because it has been like, you know, being isolated somehow, if I say that. But with the opportunities we've got today, I think this is something that will drive something in us to actually give out our best and try to be confident, you know, to see how best we can associate with the media house. Now knowing that the media house is not something that you could shy from, but it's better you try to be interwoven so that things will happen imaginarily, as you may not, you know, think of it, whereby they will project, you know, sell out your up-to-date activities and all that you are doing. Coming here, I believe it's a good, something that we have actually grasped today, and we'll take it along.
Thank you, Major Komadi. Sorry, Komadi, you want to add something on that? You visited the SLBC?
Yeah, we have gone to AYV and we've gone to Star TV. You guys are helping us to propagate, to notify the nation of our activities, which we appreciate very much. Okay. We appreciate that very much.
Major Saitoti, what's the relationship between the media and the military in Kenya?
It's a wonderful one, and I'm not trying to exaggerate, because we have come to learn the very significant role that the military plays. The media plays in terms of, achieving the national interests. And one of the national interests, as you may be aware, is national security. So the media plays a very pivotal role in that respect. It enables the military to set its agenda, to shape the mind and the hearts of the people whom we expected to protect, and at the same time also get their support. Okay. So by and large, the media is a very critical component in Kenya.
Enjoy the rest of your stay in Sierra Leone.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Karibu.
Asante.
Mr. Williams, as we round up the program, what's your capacity?
Well, I want to assure our students that our classrooms are well ventilated, and we have prepared the place for you. We are not only doing it alone, we are doing it in partnership with other institutions, both nationally and internationally, and we have ensured that everything is in place. So we want to tell the students or people who are sitting at their various places waiting to go for a degree. We want you to start small. We want you to start at the base where you can afford, and then try to achieve what you want to achieve. So we are calling you to come at 33 McDonald Street and ensure that you come with your whole mind prepared, and then we have a great platform for you to learn whatever you wanted to learn from our various courses we are offering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tondon. As we go, what do you think is going to be the high points of these two deliberations?
Yeah, well, I just want to resound it to ask all participants that have received our letters, all public sector workers, including my brothers there, the military have been invited, the police, and all permanent secretaries, to come tomorrow so that we can validate this master strategic plan of revamping the public sector attitude in Sierra Leone.
Okay. Well, that's it. That's how we end this edition of the podium. Thanks to all my guests, especially the three officers from ISLAF and one from Kenya. On behalf of all of us and the rest of the production team, led by my producer Salman Saba, I have been your host Asmi Bat. You join me again tomorrow. God bless you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC, your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue, we are the best.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
it without that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made around land for my and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This is a program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself. Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, important presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, Public Square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you will send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We idea all about the country. But you self help for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I got use.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed. as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Not a joint in the bull. Because provocation, they bring molestation. That is how you do, mama. No good the bet, you know the back. You walk like for cat. You pull like me susi. Here was like called goose. Big full nanga ya back. Call name nanga plaba.
Now who that you they talk?
I be call you name.
Boki bongo ponda ya boki. Kokon koji gili kokon konto we intia begbenye gato begbe keke wa we gangelo wa gabike daddy saji lole mange majagbika goko eto fami anya we bi wi ma nya wo bi wa loma.
Atko we bi go rest and no call labor for you we believe you can da kale don na banda you we believe you go see don't boss for losses steady big way we go jogbe.
Yemi big man.
I be call you name.
Aya medenegwe denya wi ma. Chicago tombo binya di keba fondo. Chicago tombo binya di keba fondo. Chicago tombo binya di keba fondo. Medeke demie. He will be running me me vai agwa ma. When I was that decided knock it on my head.
Then they told you bell, you they ask who that die. Big ways for no yourself not so cause.
Now who that you the talk?
I be calling name.
Jefe we na be many. Fami abuani, sale buani. Hime baroba ya mabalewe anya mindi. Imindi lobby tibi, ilibi lobby poto. Ikutu lobby sondu, ikrai lobby tibi. BTB, BTB.
Kill dog before dog, let dog not say die day. For Latina, suburb, well, you don't meet him at his box. I say things made in London, you want talk for seven.
Now who that you the talk?
I be calling name.
Bambolo, Danisati Bambolo, Yanaga Biama can live again. Bambolo, Danisati Bambolo, Yanaga Biama can live again. Bambolo, Yanaga Biama can live again. Bambolo, Yanaga Biama can live again. Bambolo, Yanaga Biama can live again.
10 days for sick man, 1 day for master host. I did your work for Bele. If he die, God go pay. Sweet small time, big talk. No say master po down. Who pocket him back up?
Now who that you the talk?
I be calling name. Keep sick behind the muscle when you never get for Chris. I want to make you left, but he make like you dead. Fuck young, you don't get sent away, old ego gets.
Now who that you the talk?
I be calling name. But body not gent skin up and forget decently. You fever Pinocho, you don't see like one show. Bonga liba, you fever who get fever, you be one pass mark, but you don't meet you at a mark.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling name.
Bambolo, Anabiama Kalibeke, Kekopika, Anabiama Kalibeke, Kongosa, Anabiama Kalibeke, Anabiama Kalibeke, Anabiama Kalibeke.
land of beauty, home of nature, the beginning of all humanity, land of peace and freedom. What has happened to you? Your wildlife suffers and died, and your people are killing each other. Mama Africa, I want to hear your music, the sound of nature and animals. I want to hear your joyful children laugh. I want to hear the wisdom in the voices of the elders. I want to hear the sound of peace. Please, Mama Africa, bring back my joyful homeland.
When I was the age of 10 years old, when the moon is up in the sky and shining so bright, we came out, we sit around if there is a grass or a paving seat and start looking at the moon. Sometimes the moon have some different shapes, and there is once in a while there is this eclipse of the moon. So when the moon and the earth meet, so a shadow will cast around the moon. We put a water in a big bowl, put the calabash, just burn the calabash in the water and start hitting the calabash and singing. So we telling the black shadow around the moon to go away. There is a saying, if we didn't sing, the eclipse will overshadow the moon and will be in a darkness, of an everlasting darkness.
It was 6 January 1999, 3 o'clock in the morning. I hear firing.
Everybody was running, so we all ran to the border of Parmalat, and there we stayed for a few months, and there was another attack. So we escaped from Freetown to Guinea. We went to the camp and stayed there for 1 year, 6 months.
Since coming to Australia, I have just had like a wonderful journey for me, leaving all the past behind and all the experiences that I've had. The war is probably one of the most traumatic events of my life. I have done a lot of work with newly arrived refugee families, helping them resettle, and I have met wonderful people, through my uni life and through the community services work that I do. So for me, I feel like I'm in a world where everybody's accepting and willing to give so much of themselves.
It was my first day at school. We played hopscotch, and there's this tree that we can climb up on. And my favorite game was playing the sandpit.
I will value these, experiences and everything that I've learned along in my adulthood, and it will just add more to my experience and my adventure and my purpose. My purpose in life, yes.
Retirement, a time for rest, but not for the late President Ahmad Tijan Kaba. In 1996, the former UN diplomat returned home ready for a new battle. Kaba chose politics. He led the Sierra Leone People's Party, the SLPP, in the first multi-party elections under the 1991 constitution. Sierra Leone was hopeful. Bad governance, corruption and war had torn the nation apart. Kaba's election was a beacon of hope, a new beginning. In March 1996, Kaba became the first Muslim president of Sierra Leone. His roots were diverse. His wife, a Christian. He was a unifying figure. Every Sierra Leonean saw a part of themselves in President Kaba. But trouble loomed. In 1997, a group of military dissidents overthrew Kaba's government in a coup d'etat. The coup was unpopular. The country was in chaos and grounded for 9 months.
This is indeed what every African country has leader has voiced out to me. That they say it's a disgrace, that there's always some problem by some of these hooligans in different parts of Africa, that Africans are embarrassed, they've had enough, and that they believe that this will be the end to any such coup in any other part of Africa.
Civil disobedience reigned. The slogan was, "No school, no college." One voice that gave hope to a nation in peril was Radio Democracy. Ambassador Ali Bangura was one of the pioneering voices countering junta peddled propaganda.
I was listening to the radio, watching TV, and seeing propaganda being mounted by the rebels who teamed up with soldiers and overthrew the government we elected just about 13 months before the date of that coup. And I was so furious because having realized the gains that have been made during the short period Tijan Kaba was in office, 13 months to be exact, the exchange rates had been brought down, inflation had reduced, and there was hope. And you cannot imagine having gotten the government headed by such a person giving us a new direction that will bring hope to our people. And you wake up one morning and they say the government has been overthrown.
Democracy was restored in 1998. Ali Bangura became Minister of Trade. He saw Kaba's vision up close.
And I worked very closely with him. And that is when I realized the sort of passion and love that he has to see that Sierra Leone moves in a trajectory that any progressive person will be proud of. Because I could remember several times in cabinets when cabinet papers would come and he would have reviewed them through his advisory council and had seen that this proposal being put forward to cabinet is one that has some ulterior motives. He would express his own views so passionately to the extent that you will see that it seems as if tears are flowing through his eyes. Will remain a tall, colossal figure in the history of our country because of what he did for this country, and those of us who worked closely with him, what we saw in him. We saw in Tijan Kaba a leader who has great love for the people and the country.
And as a nation, it was the right leader at that time.
Dr. Samabaniam was foreign minister. He was crucial in peace talks.
He was at school. It was difficult to understand the man. He was never emotional.
And when it all happened, especially when I flew up, I was detained by the AFRC, by the way, arrested in my surgery and detained, and even my hearing aids removed from my ears and put on the ground, and the illiterate dogs who call themselves soldiers said, now this is the take talk to Yankabana Conakry. So for a long time, we didn't have this kind of conversation unless I went very close to you. Up to the time I got to Conakry, that's when I got a spare one and used it. So in his presidency, it was not what was good for me, it was what was good for the country. And especially it was the most difficult period.
President Kaba's determination was key to end the war. At the height of the war, some of the things he grappled with were the displacement of Sierra Leoneans and the destruction of social amenities. Rebuilding not only the infrastructure but helping people return to their homes was a very difficult task. Kanja Sisay was the man who championed that project.
He now knew the kind of job I was doing. So he had come with the idea, with this vast knowledge in rehabilitation and post-war reconstruction in some other countries. He came now and now told me, my brother, Mfa, that's the way he used to call me. Mfa, I know the kind of work you're doing. I'm thinking of setting up a new ministry called Ministry of National Reconstruction, Resettlement and Rehabilitation. And I want you to serve in that ministry. Because I know that's the kind of job you're doing. That was a brand new ministry that he's the one who set up that ministry. And then he appointed me. My first appointment into government, into political office, was that one. So that is as deputy minister then. So then I started working, in an area that I knew what to do. So he was that kind of man, full of respect, So I served in that position for some time, and then of course there was the war. Then we went, and we came back. I continued serving in that position, but then he converted the ministry to a commission. And this was because our partners, the donors at the time, said that as a ministry, we were just too bureaucratic for the kind of work we're doing. So because of that, we now converted. He then directed the then Attorney General, the late Mr. Solomon Berewa, to convert the ministry to a commission. Then it became known as NCRRR with a 3-year mandate. We did that, and then later on, because he had declared in 2002, when he said the war done, you understand? Then we now converted the place from a commission for national reconstruction, which was essentially an emergency kind of outfit. We now transformed it to a social fund called NACSA, National Commission for Social Action. And in all of this, he would call me and tell me what he wanted to achieve through the new commission, NACSA. And that is how we went all over this country rebuilding. Because, essentially the war, the nature of the war in Sierra Leone was characterized by destruction of social and economic infrastructure. Schools, clinics, all over the country. The rebels would just go and burn down villages and towns and just destroy everything. So that was the task he gave me, to now do rehabilitation and then support the resettlement and reintegration of ex-combatants, of displaced persons all over the country. Now, we had many displaced camps all over the towns, even here in Freetown, but then taking them all back to their villages and their places. He knew what he wanted from me. He knew what he wanted from me, and so it was an issue of mutual respect for each other. He would call me and tell me, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. And I would do it. And like I said, it was a relationship of mutual respect. And then I would, at this time, maybe give one of the reasons why he succeeded. He was a very liberal man, liberal-minded. And because of his experience working with the UN, he knew what to do. Some of us younger at the time who were younger at the time had very, very radical way of trying to do things, especially the impatience we had with the rebels. You know, just thought that military might should be exhibited, should be shown, so that he will tell us and say, call us and say, look, even if you have only one rebel with one AK-47 in a country, he goes and stands in a very remote village and he fires that, already he brings chaos into the country. So I have never seen in my life where war has been ended through fighting. So you have to be patient with me. We have to make sure that we finish this war through negotiation.
Dr. Julius Sandy believes that the country couldn't have had a better leader at that material time, whose vision and commitment were to transform his country and change the lives of his people through the recalibration of the state machinery.
Those were very crucial moments. That was the moment when we needed Pakaba most. Yes, and that was a godsend for us. He was calculated, he was genuine, he just liked the country and he wanted to make sure that we had peace at all costs. But that was just part of his priority. But the main priority was to ensure that we have a stable, productive, and strong Sierra Leone in all spheres of engagement, in the economy, the civil service, the security sector, and all the sectors. That was it. I mean, imagine we were just emerging from war, kind of, although the war was still hanging over us. And then here was the president who had this experience in ensuring that we have a stable regime. You can imagine the drawbacks. One step forward, two steps backwards. Not because of his leadership, but because of the insurgency at that time. So he was just a godsend leader at that time.
From the day I was elected, even before I was elected, it was really on my campaign program that I was going to bring about peace to Sierra Leone.
Kaba believed in unity. He built a broad-based government and engaged young people.
It's extremely memorable, and coming back from the UK as a war child myself, President Kaba was then our president, and he was very receptive to young people, especially hardworking young people. So we had a very good friendship. Myself, the likes of Cherno, Cheriko Kornaibul, the late Mosiri Fadika, Mohammed Gentoo. So we were even called the Pakaba Boys. We will go to the late president, and his key message to us was peace and unity amongst ourselves. You know, those days we didn't have all this green and red. I mean, the amount of cohesion amongst us, regardless of your background, whether you are Minde or Timni or Fula. And Pakaba would always say to us, war is not good. And the only way we could mitigate the occurrence of that is how we should be able to accommodate each other. So his message to us had always been peace, peace, nothing less but peace.
Marcella Samba Sise was a young activist working for Campaign for Good Governance. As a woman and a youth those days, she had a space on the table.
The civil society space was an arena for free speech. You see, I came in contact with the late President Ahmad Tijan Kaba, may his soul rest in perfect peace, when I started at Campaign for Good Governance, but more importantly, as a student leader at Forbes College, because at that time, we interfaced, you know, with making sure the civil conflict came to an end, and equally so, ushered in democracy. Whilst at Campaign for Good Governance, then we were very, very youthful, just coming from college. I could remember the late president is really a transformational leader. he fondly referred to us as them picking them. During the post-conflict reconstruction era, there were so many projects, reconstruction, rehabilitation processes going on, and he was always concerned about the youth perspective.
President Kaba bridged divides. Opposition figures respected him. Some even became his friends.
But I will confirm that I had a very good relationship with him. I will summarize the key areas. One that has to do with his love for peace, national unity, cohesion, and love for Sierra Leone. He was a patriot. He loved seeing Sierra Leoneans together, irrespective of their tribe, their region, their religion, even their status in society, whether you are educated or not, whether you're rich or poor. I'm sure that is why he kept his friendship. Even though he became president, his friends were those that were his friends. Long when he was going to school, the Fadluddins and others, he did not change his friends in the past. He had people he worked with across the political spectrum. He had friends in the APC, friends in the SLPP, and even after the elections, he had friends in the PDP. There were other political parties then, you remember the late Temu Bangwa and others. Again, I remember when I was chair of AWOL in 2010 or thereabouts, or 11, we invited him to the AWOL Awards night at Family Kingdom. And he was to appear on stage with former President Nkrumah. When we met Tijan Kaba, late of blessed memory, he was happy to meet with us and he was excited to attend the program. We were going to award him for his role he played in not just bringing, but keeping the peace to Sierra Leone. He was there, he sat down as long hours as it could be. With his age, you just imagine, but he was happy being with us. He celebrated with us, he received this prize with humility and left. These things continued even when he left the presidency. I remember meeting with him one or two occasions at funerals. He'll go as this simple man, smiling and interacting, no pushing and shoving, no force. So he's somebody I'm sure we wish as Sierra Leoneans he will still have been around. I learned a lot from him, like late President Kaba. I believe in the things that puts us together. So irrespective of the political divide, like I learned from him, I myself don't practice the political divide. I remember in 2007, whilst we were campaigning, on two occasions, we met with him, once along Wilberforce and the other along Old Railway Line, Tengbe Town. He was driving himself and one individual in front. I don't know whether the person was a PA or security, but this was how simple he was. He was driving, he stopped and waved to our crowd. And while smiling, all of us were excited and happy. Na Pakaba, the president, I know waved to his one. We saw in him a person who was receptive to all and sundry, irrespective of the political divide, because he believed in one Sierra Leone. And as I said, on both occasions, that was what transpired. And I will tell you, he removed mystery, the mystery surrounding the presidency. He removed the mystery surrounding power.
I met him when I was a young boy in Makeni. He thought that he could use his office to mentor me. If I quote him when he addressed the audience during an award ceremony when he was awarded the Peace Prize, he said, I came to the office of president first and foremost to end the war. So some of you may blame me that I did not build too many roads, but I did not come to build the roads yet. I came to bring peace to this country and to unite this country. And that was what he did. Really, the road to peace was not easy. It led to a military coup, it led to his overthrow, but in the end, he came back and put in place the mechanisms that would bring peace to Sierra Leone. That's what he did. And this is why most of us respected him. And also, he did not politicize the administration of the state. He did not politicize the presidency. To him, every Sierra Leonean was a Sierra Leonean. And he looked, whenever he wanted to consult people, even if you were APC, if he knew that you had knowledge about certain, he would call you and discuss issues with you. I remember when he was going to the United Nations, he shared his speech with me. So we look Ambassador, one mistake Odede. I read the speech. And he said, well, go and dress, let's board the plane. So we flew to Brussels. From Brussels, we went to New York. This was how he operated. I was APC at the time. But he did not care. He was SLPP, but he did not care. It was the state. So to us, he was an acceptable president. He was a president for everybody. And this is why some of us are very, very happy that the public continues to respect him.
The late man is always remembered for the establishment of many of the country's post-war institutions.
Well, as a leader, for me, I learned from him. He was strategic, he was a visionary. Like for me particularly, he said, I want to establish a scheme that will take care of the old and those people whose welfare has been affected as a result of the war. So I want a social security scheme for them, right? So that was how me and him came to work closer together. I tried to find out from him what exactly was his vision. And his vision was to make sure that the scheme was established that would take care of those whose hands and limbs have been chopped off during the war, and the rest so that they will have means of livelihood. Then that was the time I said, well, before we can do this, it is but important that we establish a scheme that is contributory, where me and you will contribute so that at the end of the day, you will not fall vulnerable like those that are here now. So later, I said that's a social safety net thing. So one thing that I can say about him, he listened. And we discussed about it, and he was able to readjust his vision. So today we have the social security scheme. So he has been the man behind the establishment of the National Social Security Scheme, and I will always pride myself as one who has worked with him on that particular front.
At home, he was a loving father. After Patricia, Aissata Jabi Kaba supported him. She is the surviving wife of the former late president.
The late man was a family. Father, husband, he was a brother, he was a grandfather. So he was a very compassionate man. He loved his family. I was trying to go very good those to chat, not only me and the wife, even the younger ones at home, kids. So I was very fond of kids. Because he will always say kids are very genuine, they will love you unconditionally with strings attached. So he always has that love for kids. So he was very fond of him. Because of his background, Pakaba initially was an economist, a diplomat, a seasoned civil servant, and a lawyer. So because of that background, he was able to negotiate well, and he listens well, and he also consults people. Pakaba believes when there are issues, when there are problems, you bring people from different facets of the society, you discuss with them. So after tapping into all those resources, then he will now sit down and negotiate very well. And that is why it was very easy for him to negotiate with the rebels. And he also believes in delegating responsibilities also. So you now begin to see, even when the negotiations were going on, he will send his vice president, the late Solomon Berewa, to go and represent him after they have had several meetings and with also other people. So I think because he likes consulting other people, he likes getting ideas from other people, so he was always on top of situations. He never believed that he has monopoly over knowledge.
Protecting a president can be very challenging, especially in times of war. William Fayaselu served the late president as Chief Protection Officer, a duty he discharged for 11 years, and many of those years were difficult moments.
I was there throughout his entire tenure as president for 11 years. For 7 of those years, I was the Chief Protection Officer. I remember once we went to Bo in one of our numerous visits, and we had a whole lot of Kama just lined up out there in front of hotels and meeting. I tried to restrain him not to go there to shake hands. He said, no, those are my people. Those are the ones who are going to end the war, and we are going to end the war together. So he said, just follow me downstairs. We went downstairs. He shook their hands. For a very long time, he was shaking hands with people. Once, when Daru was actually under siege by rebels, that was when the Pakistanis were there. And then we had the Manchester-born Inspector General Kit Bidu. He actually wanted to stop him from going there. He wanted to go there to be part of the reconciliation process. He said to him, no, Kit, if you are not going, say I'm going. He said, Selu, let's go. So that's how it was. Those are the things I actually saw in him. I said, when somebody possesses those qualities, he's a successful person.
I was very close to the president because the relationship started during the elections. I had served as secretary to his campaign, his first campaign, and the campaign went very well, and of course the results were very, very positive. So from that time onwards, we became very close, and that translated into government. And and he asked me not to, ask him for any ministry because he wanted me to serve in his office. So of course, I was like a novice in government. I had worked in university. I had come from the Department of Mathematics. I was head of mathematics department, and I had no idea how government was running. But I came and met this man who was, a seasoned diplomat, an accomplished diplomat, who had worked for many years in the public service, and he knew exactly how government functioned. So the first few years were really years of training. And during that period of training, I became like his blue-eyed boy. I was always with him because I was learning.
Pakaba, apart from bringing all manner of Sierra Leoneans into his cabinet, into his administration, he also tried to make them feel good, even when he had to let them leave for one reason or the other.
I'm my husband, apart from being my grandpa. So I was always that little child that looked forward to chocolates from his state trips. So every time he came back from a state trip, he would send me a box of chocolate that was popular in that country and a note card saying what country he had been to. Every birthday, he would invite us to the lodge and I would share cake with him, whether it was me or my brother. We would share cutting of the cake with him. And we became very close actually after his retirement when he moved to his Juba residence, where he would introduce me to people as a men picking, somebody who left to out for men.
So what can I say about Pakaba that hasn't been said already? Not much. All the wonderful things you've been hearing about the old man is simply the truth and more. Besides the fact that Pakaba was our beloved president, he was like a father figure to me. Pakaba was a patriot, a man of deep faith, indeed a man of peace, and yes, a Democrat. If he wasn't, then 2007 would have been a different story, and maybe we would have gone back to the dark old days. One thing I respected about the old man is the fact that he never once tried to get me to stifle the creative output of my artist. He would say, "Una left them make them sing. What's the no gonna bush?" That was Pakaba for you. I have always had this firm belief that every individual have a role to play in the advancement of man, no matter how small that role. Each and every one of us have a purpose in life, and that is to fulfill the will of God. Not too many people can boast of achieving that, but Takaba, I believe, fulfilled the purpose for which he was put on earth, and that purpose was to bring about peace in our beloved Mama Salome.
And the late Ahmad Tijan Kaba saw me and asked me, "Hey young girl, what's your name?" I said, "I am Dr. Fatmata Hassan. Where are you from?" I said, "From North Tonkolili district." And he says, "The way you care about your people, the way you talk and ask questions, you are one of those ladies we need home. We want you home. I want you home." He not only said we, he said, "I want you home." The late President Alhaji Ahmad Tijan Kaba, I hate to call him late, because to me, I wish he was still alive. He was such an inclusive person. All he asked for was peace and cohesion of the whole of Sierra Leone.
Never again shall we resort to violence to settle matters of political importance. This is the product of war. So I hope we shall all learn from this and try to embrace peace wherever we are.
A decade since his passing, Kaba's legacy inspires. He is remembered as a unifier, a leader, and a beacon of hope. Ahmed Tijan Kaba, the unifying leader.
Usa you did, tell me Usa you did. May you so rest in peace, and Usa you did. Usa you did, Papa Usa you did. May you so rest in peace, and Usa you did. Cause we did miss you.
In this video, we shall be shining the light on Sierra Leone, telling you everything you need to know about this beautiful country. Sierra Leone is a country located in the western part of Africa. It shares its southeastern border with Liberia, and the northern half of the nation is surrounded by Guinea. Covering a total area of 71,740 square kilometers, Sierra Leone has a tropical climate with diverse environments ranging from savanna to rainforests. The country has a population of about 8.9 million people. The country is divided into 5 administrative regions, which are subdivided into 16 districts. Sierra Leone is a constitutional republic with a unicameral parliament and a directly elected president serving a 5-year term with a maximum of 2 terms. The current president is Julius Maada Bio. Sierra Leone is a secular nation with a constitution providing for the separation of state and religion and freedom of conscience, which includes freedom of thoughts and religion. Muslims make up about 3/4 of the population, though with an influential Christian minority. Religious tolerance in the West African nation is very high and is generally considered a norm and part of Sierra Leone's cultural identity. If you want to know more about this fascinating country, subscribe to the channel and come with me as we explore Sierra Leone together. 1. Sierra Leone has a rich and complex history that spans thousands of years. The territory of present-day Sierra Leone was inhabited by various ethnic groups, including the Temi and the Mendi, long before the arrival of Europeans in the late 15th century. The Portuguese were the first Europeans to arrive in Sierra Leone in the late 15th century, followed by the English, who established a colony on the coast in the late 18th century. The colony became a British protectorate in 1896, and in 1961, Sierra Leone gained independence from Britain. Sierra Leone has faced significant challenges in the post-independence era, including political instability, economic hardship, and a brutal civil war that lasted from 1991 to 2002. The war, which was fought between various rebel groups and government forces, resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people and caused widespread displacement and destruction. In recent years, Sierra Leone has made significant progress in rebuilding and developing the country, with a growing economy, improving infrastructure, and a commitment to democracy and good governance. However, the country still faces significant challenges, including poverty, corruption, and environmental degradation. 2. Freetown is the capital and largest city of Sierra Leone, located on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. The city has a population of around 1 million people and is the economic, cultural, and political center of the country. Freetown was founded in 1787 by British abolitionists as a settlement for freed slaves, and it became the capital of the British colony of Sierra Leone in 1808. The city has a rich cultural heritage with a mix of African, European, and American influences. One of the most iconic landmarks in Freetown is the Cotton Tree, a massive tree located in the city center that has been a symbol of the city's resilience and strength for centuries. The city is also known for its beautiful beaches, including Lonely Beach and Toka Beach, as well as its vibrant music and dance scene. Freetown has faced significant challenges in recent years, including a devastating mudslide in 2017 that killed hundreds of people and caused widespread destruction. However, the city has also made significant progress in rebuilding and developing, with new infrastructure, businesses, and cultural initiatives. Today, Freetown is a dynamic and diverse city that is home to people from all over Sierra Leone and beyond. 3. Sierra Leone is a resource-rich country with a diverse economy that includes agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and services. However, the country still faces significant economic challenges, including poverty, unemployment, and a lack of basic infrastructure. As of 2023, the nominal GDP of Sierra Leone is $4.1 billion, while the GDP per capita is $494. Agriculture is one of the most important sectors of the Sierra Leonean economy, employing around 2/3 of the country's workforce. The country produces a variety of crops, including cocoa, coffee, palm oil, and rice, and is also a significant producer of diamonds and other minerals. Mining is another important sector of the Sierra Leonean economy, with the country being one of the largest producers of diamonds in the world. The country also has significant deposits of iron ore, bauxite, and gold. Manufacturing is a relatively small sector of the Sierra Leonean economy, but it is growing rapidly, particularly in the areas of food processing and textiles. Services, including banking and finance, telecommunications, and tourism, are also growing in importance. Sierra Leone has made significant progress in recent years in attracting foreign investment and promoting economic growth, but the country still faces significant challenges, including corruption, poor infrastructure, and a lack of skilled labor. The government of Sierra Leone, along with international partners, is working to address these challenges and promote sustainable economic development that benefits all Sierra Leoneans. 4. Marriage customs in Sierra Leone vary depending on the ethnic group and religion of the individuals involved. However, traditional customs and practices still play an important role in many marriages. In many ethnic groups, marriages are arranged by families, with the parents of the groom approaching the parents of the bride to arrange the marriage. However, this practice is becoming less common, and many couples now choose to marry based on mutual love and attraction. Weddings in Sierra Leone are often elaborate and colorful affairs, with a range of traditional customs and ceremonies. The bride and groom often wear traditional clothing, and there is typically a large feast and celebration following the ceremony. In many ethnic groups, the payment of a bride price is a customary practice, where the groom's family pays a sum of money or other gifts to the bride's family as a way of demonstrating their commitment to the marriage. Polygamy is also a common practice in many ethnic groups in Sierra Leone, although it is becoming less common in urban areas. Overall, marriage customs in Sierra Leone are diverse and reflect the country's rich cultural heritage. While traditional practices are still important, many couples are also choosing to incorporate modern elements into their weddings, creating a unique and personalized experience. 5. The education system in Sierra Leone is divided into primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Primary education is free and compulsory for children between the ages of 6 and 14, and the government has made significant efforts to increase enrollment and improve the quality of education in primary schools. However, many children still do not have access to education, particularly in rural areas. Secondary education is also available in Sierra Leone, but it is not free and is often prohibitively expensive for many families. The government is working to increase access to secondary education and improve the quality of teaching and learning in secondary schools. Tertiary education is available in Sierra Leone, with a number of universities and other institutions of higher education operating in the country. However, access to tertiary education is limited, and many students face significant financial and other barriers to enrollment. Education in Sierra Leone faces significant challenges, including inadequate funding, poor infrastructure, and a lack of trained teachers. The government of Sierra Leone, along with international partners, is working to address these challenges and improve access to quality education for all Sierra Leoneans. 6. Sierra Leone is a country with a rich culture and natural beauty, and there are many tourist attractions that showcase the country's unique heritage and environment. One of the most popular tourist attractions in Sierra Leone is the Tacugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, which is home to over 80 chimpanzees that have been rescued from the illegal wildlife trade. The sanctuary offers visitors the opportunity to learn about these amazing animals and their conservation. Another popular attraction is the Outamba Kalibi National Park, which is home to a variety of wildlife, including elephants, hippos, and chimpanzees. The park also offers visitors the opportunity to see traditional villages and learn about the local culture. For those interested in history, the Bunce Island Slave Fort is a must-visit attraction. The fort was a major slave trading center during the 18th century and offers a sobering reminder of the country's difficult past. Other popular tourist attractions in Sierra Leone include the beautiful beaches along the Freetown Peninsula, the historic St. George Cathedral in Freetown, and the vibrant markets and cultural festivals that are held throughout the country. 7. There are some practices that may be considered shocking or controversial that are still practiced in Sierra Leone. One such practice is female genital mutilation, FGM, which is still widely practiced in Sierra Leone, particularly in rural areas. FGM involves the partial or total removal of the external female genitalia and is often performed on young girls as a way of marking their transition to womanhood. Despite efforts by the government and international organizations to eradicate the practice, it remains a deeply ingrained cultural tradition in many parts of the country. Another controversial practice in Sierra Leone is the use of secret societies, such as the Poro and Bonmo societies, which are often associated with initiation rites and rituals that are shrouded in secrecy. Some of these practices involve the use of violence and intimidation, and there have been reports of human rights abuses associated with these societies. While these practices may be shocking or controversial to outsiders, they are deeply ingrained in Sierra Leonean culture and are often seen as important markers of identity and tradition. Efforts to address these practices must be sensitive to the cultural context and must involve the active participation and engagement of local communities. 8. The national dish of Sierra Leone is rice and beans with cassava leaf sauce. It is a hearty and flavorful dish that is popular throughout the country. The dish consists of rice and beans that are cooked together with spices and sometimes coconut milk, giving the dish a rich and creamy texture. The cassava leaf sauce is made by grinding cassava leaves with other ingredients such as onions, garlic, palm oil, and hot peppers to create a thick and savory sauce. The sauce is then simmered for several hours to allow the flavors to meld together. The dish is often served with fried plantains, which add a sweet and crispy element to the meal. It is a staple food in Sierra Leone and is enjoyed by people of all ages and backgrounds. 9. Sierra Leone is home to a diverse range of wildlife, including a number of endangered and rare species. The country's wildlife is protected by a network of national parks and reserves, which provide important habitat for these animals. One of the most iconic animals in Sierra Leone is the chimpanzee, which can be found in a number of national parks and sanctuaries throughout the country, including the Tacugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary and the Outamba Kalibi National Park. Other primates found in Sierra Leone include colobus monkeys, baboons, and various species of monkeys. Sierra Leone is also home to a number of large mammals, including elephants, hippos, and several species of antelopes. The pygmy hippopotamus, a smaller cousin of the common hippopotamus, is also found in Sierra Leone and is considered to be a vulnerable species. The country's rivers and coastal areas are home to a variety of marine life, including dolphins, whales, and several species of sea turtles. The country's coastal waters are also an important breeding ground for several species of fish and other marine life. Sierra Leone's wildlife is an important part of the country's natural heritage, and efforts are being made to protect and conserve these species for future generations. 10. The cost of living in Sierra Leone is generally lower than in many other countries, but it varies depending on the location and lifestyle of the individual. In general, the cost of living in urban areas such as Freetown is higher than in rural areas. Housing is one of the biggest expenses for most people in Sierra Leone. Renting a one-bedroom apartment in Freetown can cost between $200 and $500 per month, while a larger apartment or house can cost upwards of $1,000 per month. However, housing costs are generally lower in rural areas. Food is another major expense, with the cost of basic groceries such as rice, vegetables, and fruit being relatively affordable. However, imported and processed foods can be more expensive. Eating out at a restaurant can also be relatively affordable, with a meal at a local restaurant costing between $3 and $10. Transportation costs in Sierra Leone can be relatively low, with a one-way bus fare in Freetown costing around $0.50. However, private transportation such as taxis can be more expensive, with fares ranging from $5 to $20 depending on the distance. Overall, while the cost of living in Sierra Leone is lower than in many other countries, it is important to note that many people in the country still struggle to make ends meet due to low wages and high levels of poverty.
Peace, alafia, shalom, assalamu alaikum. I am your host, The Last Griot. To know thyself is to know your history, and in this series we'll be breaking down the history of the West African country Sierra Leone. Did you know that archaeological finds show that Sierra Leone has been inhabited continuously for at least 2,500 years, populated successively by societies who migrated from other parts of Western and Central Africa? Its earliest documentation is noted as an outpost or outer territory of the Great Mali Empire, and the following centuries would slowly see Sierra Leone become a place of refuge for those escaping Islamic conversion, enslavement, and warfare from larger nations. There are 18 different ethnic groups in Sierra Leone today. The indigenous tribes of Sierra Leone would be the Limba, Bolom, and Loko. The other 14 would migrate into the region in later periods. Those who came from Mali and Guinea would become the Timni, Mende, Madingo, Kono, Yalunka, Karunko, Susu, and Gizi. Sierra Leone would also receive the Karu, Karim, Galina, Gola, and Vai from Liberia. The Creole people would be a result of liberated slaves from the Americas being resettled in Sierra Leone by the British. They have one of the most interesting stories because the Creole today are the closest African relatives of Black Americans due to their ancestors having to leave behind parents, siblings, uncles, and aunties behind in America, Canada, and the Caribbean. The Creoles today still bear the same English surnames as their family who remained in America. For example, if you're from the Williams family in South Carolina, you may have a great-grandfather who migrated to Sierra Leone and continued another lineage of the Williams family there. The Limba are believed to be the earliest indigenous people of Sierra Leone. They speak a distinctive language that is unrelated to other languages in Sierra Leone. They are primarily found in the northern province, particularly in Bambali district, Koinadugu, Cambia, and Tonkolili, but a small number can still be found in Guinea. During Sierra Leone's colonial era, thousands of Limbas migrated to the capital city of Freetown and its western area. During the 16th, 17th, and 18th century, many Limba people were shipped to North America as slaves. The Limba are mainly rice farmers, traders, and hunters who lived in the Savannah woodland region in the northern province of Sierra Leone. They predominate in 16 out of 190 rural chiefdoms in the country, and their community affairs are dominated by the local paramount chiefs. Major Limba towns include Bafodia, the Warawara Yagala chiefdom, Kamakwi, Pinkolo, Madina, Fadugu, Kamasasa, Mabonto, and Kamasigi. The Bolom, Limba, and Loko were already original inhabitants of Sierra Leone. Tribes like the Shebro, Timni, and Mende would also become known as early inhabitants, but the formation of these tribes and the regions they inhabit would be carved out by the Mani people after they invaded and conquered most of the country in the 16th century. To fully understand the story of the Bolom, Shebro, Loko, Timni, and Mende, we must first understand the story of the Mani people. There are many origin theories of the Mani, including their origin stemming from a female leader called Masariko, who was expelled from the Mali Empire after offending the Mansa because she thought his leadership was weak, and left with a large army of Mani warriors who helped her conquer, subjugate, and absorb the native tribes of the new lands, and forced their prisoners of war to join their army. Historically and culturally, though, a more precise location of origin would be Kabu, The Mani were warlords and rulers of the Mandinka elite from the declining Mali Empire, but their homeland was a vassal state of Mali at the time called Kabu. Kabu was formed by a war general called Touramagan Traoré in French West Africa, or Touramagan Tarawali in English-speaking West Africa. Touramagan was the general and nephew of the founder of the Mali Empire, Sanjata Keita, through Sanjata's elder sister, Nana Tribon. In the 1230s, Touramagan defeated a great Banuk king called Kikokor and formed Gabu as a western province of Mali, and Touramagan would name himself the first Mansaba of the vassal state. Gabu was based in modern-day Guinea-Bissau, but their territory would also expand into the Senegambia as well. Once Touramagan defeated the Banuk king, he would marry a Jola woman who was a known powerful sorceress. His descendants would take on the surnames Sane and Mane, which were both of Jola origin as well. The ruling class was composed of warrior elites made rich by slaves captured in war. These ruling nobles were from two distinctive sets of clans, Koring and Nyanko. The Korings were from Sanyang and Sonko clans, whilst the Nyankos were Mane and Sane. The Korings ruled the non-royal provinces, while only those descended from Nyanko bloodlines on both sides would be elected as Mansa. When we look at the timeline of Mali, Gabu, and the Mani invasion of Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, it becomes easier to tie in the knots. After the middle of the 14th century, Mali saw a steep decline due to the raids by the Mosi in the south and the growth of the new Songhai Empire to the north, as well as succession disputes. The Mali Empire would continue declining in the late 1400s, especially under the rule of Mansa Mahmud Keita II, who came to rule in 1481. His reign was described as a period where Mali would lose much of its territory. Mansa Mahmud was likely the Mansa who the Mani leader Masariko offended, because weak leadership seems to be synonymous with his reign, and it was said that Masariko's conquest towards Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia had begun in the early 1500s, not too long after Mahmud would come into power, and Gabu would become independent from Mali in the year 1537. After Masariko's expulsion, her and the Mani would establish themselves in the Bela region of Musadugu in modern-day Guinea. From Guinea, they would travel further south until reaching Cape Mount, Liberia, where the border is shared with southeastern Sierra Leone. Upon entering these regions, the Mani would encounter the indigenous Bulum people at Cape Mount in 1845. The Bulum were indigenous to Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea. At Cape Mount, the Mani and Bulum would fight a major battle against each other, where Masariko's son was killed and she died soon after. The rest of her army would continue west and conquer the southern regions of Sierra Leone. From the south, they would make their way towards the northern region of the country, absorbing and assimilating those they defeated along the way. Once the Mani entered the southern region of Sierra Leone, many Bulum settlements were destroyed during these invasions. This enabled the Mandinka to fully take over the south and force the Bulum to give them their allegiance. After the Mani conquered this region, they would begin intermixing with the Bulum people, and this fusion of the Mani and the Bulum would form the Mende tribe, who inhabit the same region today. The name Mende may derive from the names of their conquerors Mani, or a spin-off to the ancestry of their conquerors, which is Mande, the umbrella term for the Mande-speaking people of West Africa. Or perhaps, when the Europeans made contact with them and asked who they were, the reply that they received was Mande, but the British pronunciation likely came out as Mandai, hence the pronunciation and spelling today. Corruption and mispronunciation of African names and words by European explorers and invaders was common, and whatever they documented on the African people would be what was passed down to us who are the descendants, including the improper way of saying some of our ancestral names. Another example of this can be displayed through the formation of the Chebro people. After conquering the Bulum people of the south and forming the Mende, the next region that the Mani would conquer would be the Bulum territory centered around what is today known as Chebro Island. The head of this conquest was a Mani leader named Sherabola. A corruption of this name would lead to him being called Chebro, and from the corruption of this Mani leader's name, the Chebro tribe was formed. From there, the Timni would be conquered next, but prior to the Mani invasion of Sierra Leone, the Timni would be the first migrant tribe to arrive in the country after leaving the Futa Jalon region of Guinea in the late 1400s. The Timni would push the Limba northeast and the Bullum southward. It is highly possible that before the arrival of the Mani, the Timni may have possibly gone by a different name. It is important to note that unlike other modern Mande groups, the Timni are related to the Landuma, Nalu, and Baga people of Guinea and Guinea-Bissau. These groups have been described as pre-Mandinkas because they settled in the region before the arrival of the Mande people. I find it interesting that the Soninke people also predate the Mandinka as well, yet there is still record of this pre-existence. But there is no record of the Timni until they made their presence in Sierra Leone, which heavily indicates that prior to them settling there, they likely were identifying under a different name or originally a subgroup of the Baga people. More evidence of this is that the Timni language is included within the Baga language family. The Timni government, titles of power, and culture is heavily influenced from the Mande and Kru-speaking Mani, so it is not unlikely that after subjugation, the conquered group took on a new name, culture, and form of governance, just as the Bullum did in the south when they became the Mende and Shebro tribes. These are other spelling variations of Timni that are listed below. The most consistent factor is the Mani, Mene, and Mini suffix at the end of each variation. Despite the various spelling variations, Timni only has two ways of pronouncing it, which is Timni or Timani, and this still maintains the Mani or Mini suffix, showing further indication that their name is derived from the Mani warriors who conquered them. When Masariko and the Mani started their conquest, her lieutenants were referred to as Sumbas and consisted of Kru-speaking people of the Koya and Kia clans from Liberia, who were likely absorbed into the army after the Mani conquered regions in Liberia. As the Mani generals were conquering the southern region of Sierra Leone, the Lieutenant Sumbas may have led the northern conquest against the Timni, because the Timni would go on to form the Kingdom of Koya, fully indicating that the Sumbas from the Koya clan played a major role in conquering them. The first three kings of Koya were documented by the name Farima, which wasn't their actual name but a title. Farima is a Mandinka term that translates to brave man, commander, or military leader in a Mandinka army. This is full evidence that after the Koya clan conquered the Timni, the Mani generals would be who took kingship. So now the newly formed Mende, Shebro, and Timni would become fully assimilated and trained to be a part of the Mani army. The Timni would conquer the Loko and intermix with them heavily, becoming the ruling class amongst them. The only tribe that was able to bring a halt to the Mani conquest in the north were the Susu. Overall, the Mani were able to conquer and absorb the Bullum and then create hybrid groups that would form the Mende, Shebro, Timni, and Loko. Salon man them always like for say, Uda indigenous, Uda not so indigenous. Well, I come for tell you now, if you not to Limba, you yourself, you're not so indigenous, you're not foreign man. Basically what I said was, Sierra Leoneans often enter into petty tribalistic debates over who's indigenous to the land and who's not. But in reality, if you're not Limba, then you're not fully indigenous to the land either. The Bullum would have been another indigenous group, but they've been fully absorbed and assimilated into the current tribes existing today. The Mende, Shebro, and Loko would be the next closest thing, but they only have partial indigenous ancestry from the Bullum, while the other half comes from the Mandinka invaders. Then the Timni are just foreigners who intermix with foreigners. They are a mixture of the Baga people of Guinea, Mandinka from the Mani clan, Kru people from the Koya and Kia clan, and a small percentage of Bullum sprinkled in there. The rest of the tribes in Sierra Leone are migrants from Mali, Guinea, and Liberia who settled later on. So I think we all able for say, Salon not a real place. We all not foreign man. We come Salon, we fet the Bullum, we fet the Limba, and we tell them say, you go accept we. If you no accept we no go have peace in this country. So this indigenous debate, not a thing where we get for faith, but today, all man na Salon man. You hear me? All man na Salon man. So now that we've broken down the Mani invasion, we're now able to go into other tribes as well too that migrated from other regions. The Susu and Yalunka are traders who originally migrated from Guinea to Sierra Leone. Both groups are primarily found in the far north in Cambia and Koinadugu district, close to the border with Guinea. The Susu and Yalunka kingdom was established in the early 5th to 7th century before the Mali Empire, which was extended from Mali, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, and the northern part of Sierra Leone. They are among the original inhabitants of the Fouta Djallon region in Guinea. The Susu and Yalunka are descendants of the greater Mande people, and today they are virtually all Muslim. The Yalunka, also spelled as Jalonke, are Mande people who have lived in the Djallon mountainous regions in Sierra Leone, Mali, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Conakry, West Africa, over 520 years ago. The name Yalunka literally means inhabitants of Djallon. Most of those who settled in Sierra Leone were pushed out by the Fula. The Susu are descendants of their Manding ancestors who lived in the mountainous Mali-Guinea border. They are said to have originally been a section of the Sonaninke people that migrated out of Ouagadougou and were initially a clan of blacksmiths who displayed their clear intentions to object converting to Islam. In the 12th century, when the kingdom of Ouagadougou was in decline, they migrated south and established the capital city of Susu in the mountainous region of Kolikoro. In Kolikoro, the Yalunka sub-tribe of the Susu would form during the tyrannical reign of Susumaru Kante. After Sanjata Keita defeated Kante, the Susus were ruled by the 13th century Mali Empire. In the 15th century, they migrated west to the Fouta Djallon plateau of Guinea as the Mali Empire disintegrated, but may have had earlier migrations as well. The Kono people are descendants of Mali-Guinean migrants who were said to have moved to Sierra Leone and settled in what is now the Kono district in the mid-16th century. Kono history claims that Kono were once a powerful people in Mali and Guinea. The Kono migrated to Sierra Leone as peaceful hunters. The tribe was split during the partitioning of Africa by European colonists, and part of the tribe still exists in the neighboring Guinea. Kono comes from the Mande word Makono, which means wait until we come back. So the Kono are actually just Mandinka people who were cut off from the others after Sierra Leone became separate from Guinea. Attacks from the related Mende people forced the Kono to seek refuge in the Karonko territory to the north, where they were allowed to farm the land. The Mende eventually moved further south, and the Kono returned to their land in the east. The Kono today practice Christianity, Islam, and traditional religion. They are primarily miners and farmers, and they make up 5.2% of the country's total population. Their homeland is the Kono district in eastern Sierra Leone. The Gisi are the fourth largest ethnic group in Guinea, making up 6.2% of the population. Gisi people are found in Liberia and Sierra Leone. The Gisi tradition considers that before the 17th century they inhabited the upper Niger region. Supposedly, they lived south of the Fouta Djallon until the Yalunka expelled them. After 1600, they migrated westward, expelling the Limbas in their march, but were under constant threat from the Karonkos. This threat is likely what caused their migration into Sierra Leone. The Gisi are well known for making baskets and weaving on vertical looms. In past times, they were also famous for their iron-working skills, as the country and its neighbors possessed rich deposits of iron. Kisi smiths produced the famous Kisi penny, which was a form of currency in the Mande-speaking world in the form of iron. The Karonko people occupy a large section in the mountainous regions of northeastern Sierra Leone and southern Guinea. Karonko speak a language similar to the Manding languages, and their language can be understood by their neighbors and close allies, the Mandinka and the Susu. The Karonko moved into Sierra Leone from Mali after some leadership struggles in the empire. It is highly likely that the Karonko were originally a subgroup of the Mandingo, and like the Mani, they may have decided to leave Mali altogether due to the weak leadership of Mansa Mahmud during the declining status of the empire. But during the height of Mali, the Karankos were originally a part of the military power of the country. Due to the vastness of the empire and their role in the military, they were deployed across East to West Africa. One of the most prominent military groups was led by a warrior named Mansa Kama, who lived approximately between 1650 and 1720. He was in charge of securing the West African trade route to the ports in present-day Freetown. Mansa Kama founded Kamadugu, now contained within the Sengbe chiefdom of Koinadugu district, as well as Kolifa, which is still a chiefdom to this day, and extended his rule across Sierra Leone, Fort Edougou, to the port in Koya. Mansa Kama eventually settled in Roala, which became the center of the new Karanko country, where he remained a leader until his death. The Karanko are primarily traders, farmers, and hunters, and followers of the Islamic faith today. The Mandingo people of Sierra Leone are direct descendants of people from Guinea and Mali who were traders, warriors, princes, Muslim clerics, and refugees who settled Sierra Leone between the 1870s and early 1900s. The main two reasons for their migration into the country was usually escaping French colonialism and enslavement back in Mali or Guinea, or the second reason would be fleeing or being subjugated by the jihads led by Samori Touré, a ruler of the Wasulu Empire. After Wasulu fell to the French in 1898, many of its subjects settled in Guinea and Sierra Leone. The Kenadougou Empire, ruled by the Traoré, also known as Tarawali, would also fall to the French in the same year after they defeated Babemba Traoré in battle. This would lead to some of their subjects also settling in Guinea and Sierra Leone in an attempt to evade French colonialism. In fact, the Koinadougou district of Sierra Leone was likely named by the Mandinka descendants of Kenadougou. Today, the Mandingo are predominantly traders and farmers. They constitute about 7% of Sierra Leone's population. The Mandingo are over 99% Muslim adherents to the Sunni tradition of Islam. The population is largely concentrated in Koinadougou district in the north, particularly in the towns of Kabala and Falaba, where they form the majority of the population. The Mandingo make up a majority of the population in Yangema, Kono district in eastern Sierra Leone, and they also make up a majority of the population in the town of Karina and Bambali district in the north of Sierra Leone. The Fula people are descendants of 17th and 18th century Fulani migrant settlers from the Fouta Djallon regions of Guinea, Mali, Senegal, and Mauritania. The Sierra Leone Fula people settled in the western area of Sierra Leone more than 60 years ago as settlers from mainly the Fouta Djallon region expanded to the northern part of Sierra Leone, primarily Kabala and Bambali. The Sierra Leonean Fula are traditionally a nomadic pastoralist trading people, herding cattle, goats, and sheep across the vast dry hinterlands of their domain, keeping somewhat separate from the local agricultural populations. Many of the large shopping centers in Sierra Leone are owned and run by the Fula community. A significant number of the Sierra Leone Fula population are found in all regions of Sierra Leone as traders, and many live in middle-class homes. Because of their trading, the Fulas are found in nearly all parts of the country. The Kru, Vai, and Gola are tribes that inhabit Sierra Leone today, but originally come from Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire. They migrated and settled along various points of West African coast, notably Freetown, Sierra Leone, but also the Ivorian and Nigerian coast. The Kru are a large ethnic group that is made up of several sub-ethnic groups, including the Bassa, who also inhabit Sierra Leone to a small percentage. During the Atlantic slave trade, Kru people were considered more valuable as traders and sailors on slave ships than as slave labor. To ensure their status as free men, they initiated the practice of tattooing their foreheads and the bridge of their nose with indigo dye to distinguish them from slave labor. Their maritime expertise evolved along the west coast of Africa, where they made a living as fishermen and traders. Knowing the inshore waters of the western coast of Sierra Leone and Africa and having nautical experience, they were employed as sailors, navigators, and interpreters aboard slave ships, as well as American and British warships used against the slave trade. The Sierra Leonean Vai are predominantly found in Pujaun district, around the Liberian border. Many Sierra Leonean villages that border Liberia are populated by the Vai. In total, only about 1,200 Vai live in Sierra Leone. They were referred to as the Galena people by the Portuguese and began migrating southwest, crossing Sierra Leone borders in search of salt and cola. The Gola people are a sub-tribe of the Koya clan from Liberia. During the Mani invasion, it is highly likely that the Koya who went north and conquered the Baga would become the Timni, and the Koya who remained in the southern region of Sierra Leone by the Liberian border would become the Gola. So the Gola are a combination of the Mani from the Mandinka clan, the Koya clan from Liberia, and the indigenous Bolon people. This makes them closely related to the Timni, the Baga, Shebro, Mende, and Kisi tribes as well. The Gola people are also called the Gullah, and during the transatlantic slave trade, many slaves were captured from the Gola tribe as well as Mende and sent to the Sea Islands of South Carolina to work on rice plantations due to their specialty in this field. The Gola and Geechee people of Sierra Leone and the Bantu people from Angola are said to be the origin of the name Gullah Geechee in South Carolina. Though most scholars would agree that the word Gullah in reference to the Gullah Geechee people of South Carolina is derived from the Gola people of Sierra Leone and the Bantu-speaking people of Angola, some scholars would say that the word Geechee is derived from the Ogeechee River in South Carolina and Georgia, or some would say that it comes from the Kisii people or the Geechee people of Liberia and Guinea. And last but not least, we have the Creole people. Who are the Sierra Leonean Creole people? Where did they come from? The Creole people of Sierra Leone have a unique story and ancestry. They are not considered to be one of the indigenous tribes of Sierra Leone because of their history and origins. The Creole people's origins come from various parts of West and Central Africa. From 1619 to the mid-1700s, their ancestors were captured from these regions and enslaved in the America and the Caribbean. They were predominantly being sent to the American colonies of Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Their ancestors would become amongst those who would help to form the Gullah Geechee community. In 1775 to 76, the Revolutionary War would begin. A major event that initiated it would be when the Americans decided to declare its independence from Britain and form the United States of America. This declaration was written up by Thomas Jefferson, and he identifies the inhabitants of the 13 colonies as one people. The declaration simultaneously dissolved political links with Britain while including a long list of alleged violations of English rights committed by King George III. The British wanted to maintain control over its colonies, and they would attempt to do so by any means, even through warfare if necessary. This tension between Britain and America created a dilemma where the Americans had to choose who they would give their allegiance to. The American patriots referred to those who supported independence and freedom from Britain. The loyalists were white Americans, who were still remaining loyal to the British Crown. But to increase the numbers in their troops and cripple the economy of America, the British incentivized the black slaves owned by the patriots to join the British troops in exchange for their freedom. They would go on to be called the Black Loyalists. In November 1775, Lord Dunmore issued a controversial proclamation. As Virginia's royal governor, he called on all able-bodied men to assist him in fighting against the Patriots. Within a month, about 800 slaves or former slaves had fled to Norfolk, Virginia to enlist. Lord Dunmore would take these 800 former slaves and form an army called the Ethiopian Regiment. A link to a small list of former slaves from his morning reports from those who accompanied him will be shared below. After the capture of Savannah, Georgia, and the siege of Charleston in 1780, thousands of enslaved people escaped from plantations and fled to British lines in Charleston to join their troops. America would defeat the British in 1781, but fortunately, the British still upheld their deal with the formerly enslaved black loyalists. In 1783, about 3,000 blacks were registered in the Book of Negroes, a document that records the names, descriptions, former masters, and the different states that these former slaves came from. Due to their fugitive status in America, they were also granted certificates of freedom and evacuated out of the country via New York to Nova Scotia, Canada. The white loyalists would also be evacuated with them as well. The black loyalists who were not evacuated to Nova Scotia would be resettled in Jamaica or London. Those who went to London would be referred to as the quote-unquote poor blacks of London. Though these blacks in London were predominantly formerly enslaved people, they were also blacks who descend from Jewish and Muslim Moors who invaded and resided in Europe from North Africa and held power from 711 AD to 1492 when they were defeated at Granada. Around 1596, Queen Elizabeth I expressed her annoyance of the blackamoors' presence still lingering in London, even after most of them were deported back to North Africa. So together, a branch of black loyalists from America and the black Moors made up the poor blacks of London. Due to their extreme poverty and state of hopelessness, a resettlement scheme was formed to relocate them to the new British colony of Sierra Leone. By the end of October 1786, a transport ship was commissioned and docked at Deptford. The applicants for the settlement were to sign an agreement agreeing to the condition that they would retain status as British subjects and were to be defended by the British Armed Forces. They were then given a document granting them citizenship of Sierra Leone. They initially had 700 blacks who signed up, but only 441 of them actually went through with it. In January of 1787, two ships called the Atlantic and the Belisarius set sail for Sierra Leone, but bad weather forced them to divert to Plymouth, during which time about 50 passengers died. Another 24 were discharged and 23 ran away. Eventually, after more recruitment, 411 passengers set sail for Sierra Leone in April of 1787. On the voyage between Plymouth and Sierra Leone, 96 passengers died en route, which left only 315. The ones that managed to survive the voyage arrived on the shore of Sierra Leone on May 15, 1787, and established Granville Town, which was basically a proto-Freetown. When the ships left them in September, their numbers had been reduced to 276 people, consisting of 212 black men, 30 black women, 5 white men, and 29 white women. The settlers that remained forcibly captured the land from an African chief, but he retaliated, attacking the settlement, which reduced their numbers to 64 settlers, now consisting of 39 black men, 19 black women, and 6 white women. Unfortunately, some of these settlers would be recaptured by slave raiders and sold back into slavery, mostly in Spanish and Portuguese-speaking countries. After Granville Town failed and the population was nearly decimated, the British organizers of Sierra Leone had a new resettlement plan, and they needed to repopulate the colony. So this time, they decided to recruit the black loyalists who were evacuated from America to Nova Scotia. Prior to the recruitment, the black loyalists had already been expressing their unsatisfaction and grievances about their conditions in Nova Scotia. The land was not fertile, the weather was harsh, and the white loyalists were subjugating the black loyalists and taking most of the jobs. They would leave them with the menial work or force them into a situation where they would have to succumb to indentured servitude. All of these tribulations were documented by a black loyalist named Thomas Peters. He and many other influential blacks of the community were pressing out the British Crown to fulfill their promises to the blacks, such as promise of land grants. The British had no resistance to these requests because the timing of it all fell completely in alignment with the goals and agenda of the British Crown and the heads of Sierra Leonean resettlement plan. They needed to repopulate the Sierra Leone colony, and the Black Loyalists of Canada were the perfect candidates. So in 1792, roughly 1,200 out of the 3,000 black loyalists were recruited to be resettled in Sierra Leone. And because of their former slave status in the Americas, these settlers would name the capital Freetown as a symbol of their liberation. This group formed a successful society, unlike their predecessors who came from London. Meanwhile, in Jamaica, there was a group of black rebels called the Maroons. They were former slaves who escaped their plantations, then settled amongst the Taino Indians in the mountainous regions of the island, where they would eventually form multiple communities of refuge for runaway slaves to join. The Maroons fought 2 wars against the British, and after the Second War, the main leaders, instigators, and people of influence in the Maroon community were deported off of the island. In 1796, 581 Trelawney Maroons were transported to Nova Scotia, but another 58 stayed behind in Jamaica and either forged careers as free persons of color or joined a Kampong town. During the ship's voyage, 17 Maroons died. During the first winter between 1796 and 97, which was a bitter one, another 19 Maroons died. During this winter, another 5 Maroons were born, and in 1797, the surgeon John Oxley counted 550 Maroons in Nova Scotia. The Maroons, like their black loyalist predecessors, were unsatisfied with their resettlement in Nova Scotia and requested to be settled in the Sierra Leone colony. So in the year 1800, the Maroons were resettled in the Sierra Leone colony amongst the black loyalists who also came from Nova Scotia. In 1807, the British would abolish slavery in all of its colonies, but this would not stop countries like Spain and Portugal from still making illegal slave raids on liberated and native blacks in the British colonies of Africa. In 1808, following the British declaring the abolition of slavery, they would form the West African Squadron. Their role was to suppress the Atlantic slave trade by patrolling the coast of West Africa. This was successful to a large degree because they were able to intercept a large percentage of slave ships that raided the coast and attempted to transport them to places like Cuba and Brazil. After these ships were intercepted, these recaptives would be settled in Sierra Leone and they would be known as liberated Africans. In 1827, some of the Sierra Leone Creoles would be recruited and transported to Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea to take up work on cocoa and yam plantations. They are heavily populated in the Malabo region. Over time, a full Creole community would form in Equatorial Guinea known as the Fernandinos. In the 1830s, the Saro community emerged out of the Sierra Leonean Creole group, and they would begin migrating to Nigeria. They were liberated Africans and children of the liberated Africans ancestrally from the Yoruba, who resettled in Sierra Leone after the slave ships they were being transported on were intercepted by Britain's West African Squadron. They would serve as middlemen between Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Another Creole group that would emerge would be called the Aku people. The Aku people were Sierra Leonean captives whose slave ships were intercepted by the British, but instead of being resettled back in Sierra Leone, they were resettled in Gambia. These Gambian Aku were also ancestrally Yoruba, but there were also Aku who descend from the Nova Scotian and Caribbean black loyalists who were settled in Sierra Leone initially, but migrated to Gambia. While living in Sierra Leone, many Creole residents became exposed to the Christian faith as a result of the work of British missionaries who established some churches, a few grammar schools, and a pioneer educational institution, the Fora Bay College. Relatively, the residents of Sierra Leone soon gained a fast start in Western education and were soon well trained and experienced in medicine, law, and the civil service. Many of them graduated from grammar schools and became administrative workers for the British imperial interest in the country. By the middle of the 19th century, some of the African elite in Sierra Leone began to migrate to Nigeria, especially the colony of Lagos, for economic reasons. Some were administrative personnel who were reassigned to Lagos. An expedition of the River Niger by Ajayi Crowther furthered the evangelical interest of many Sierra Leoneans toward Nigeria, many of them having joined the missionaries in their effort. In 1841, an estimated 200 Maroons in Sierra Leone responded to the British call for indentured labor in Jamaica on sugar plantations. They would resettle to the Jamaican Maroon village of Flagstaff in St. James Parish. A branch of the Creoles from the Black Loyalist wave would also be a part of this emigration, mainly for economic purposes. Some would return back to Sierra Leone after acquiring a trade in Jamaica and fulfilling the terms of their indentured servitude, while others would remain in Jamaica. Those who remained on the island were already mostly of Maroon origin, and Africans who established themselves within the Jamaican economy. Between 1841 and 1851, many Sierra Leonean Creoles also went to Trinidad as migrant workers. They would settle in the region of present-day Belmont, but it was originally called Freetown, and they would even have a street called Sierra Leone Road that commemorates the indentured service that arrived from Sierra Leone to Trinidad. The greater majority of Creole migrant workers would settle in British Guyana. Indentured African immigrants entered the Caribbean in the following numbers. 13,970 would go to British Guyana, 10,000 would go to Jamaica, 8,390 to Trinidad, 1,540 to Grenada, 1,040 to St. Vincent, 730 to St. Lucia, and 460 would go to St. Kitts. Ancestrally, about 400 of them would come from the Kru-speaking people of Liberia and Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone. 16,290 of them would come from the islands of St. Helena, and 15,630 of them would come directly from Sierra Leone. The Sierra Leonean Creoles predominantly went to Guyana, Jamaica, and Trinidad, while others migrated to other islands at smaller degrees. So overall, the combination of all of these cultures, traditions, and dialects would form the Sierra Leonean Creole community, and also the Creole language spoken amongst them, which had a very strong element of Geechee from South Carolina, Jamaican Patois, Yoruba, and Native African elements fused together. Genetically, the Sierra Leonean Creole are an amalgamation of many different backgrounds. The admixtures they would receive from the Black Poor of London would consist of various African backgrounds, the Black Moors of England who were originally North African, and small European admixture that would be passed down through some interracial unions. The admixture received from the Black Loyalists consisted of Africans and children of Africans who came from the Bantu of Angola and Congo, the Wolof, Mandinka, Fulani, Jola, and Balanta of Senegambia and Guinea, and the Mende, Shebro, and Timni from Sierra Leone. The Maroons would introduce the Akan, Igbo, and Taino admixtures to the Creole gene pool, and the liberated African descendants would introduce the Yoruba and Hausa admixture, as well as other Nigerian ethnic groups at a smaller degree. So let's do a review of how the current Sierra Leonean Creole community was formed through 4 waves. The first wave, the Black Loyalists from Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, and the New England region of America, who were resettled in Sierra Leone in 1792 via Nova Scotia after giving allegiance to the British against the Americans during the Revolutionary War. The second wave were the Maroon rebels from Jamaica who were exiled to Sierra Leone in 1800 via Nova Scotia after the Second Maroon War. It also wasn't uncommon for Maroons and rebels from different Caribbean islands to be exiled to Sierra Leone either. A group of rebels from Barbados would also be exiled to Sierra Leone in 1816 as well, after Booth's Rebellion. And in 1844, the same thing would happen to Afro-Cubans after the Conspiracy de la Escalera. The third wave would be the liberated Africans who were Yoruba predominantly, along with the Hausa, Igbo, and Afik from Nigeria and the Akan of Ghana, who were rescued by the British West African Squadron from being transported across the Atlantic by enslavers who violated the British Anti-Slavery Act after 1807. These recaptives were settled in Sierra Leone as Creole, Gambia as Aku, and Nigeria as Saro. There were also a group of Yoruba who adopted the religion of Islam from traders who came from Mali that settled in Benin and southwest Nigeria. When the Portuguese slave raiders captured them, the West African Squadron was not successful in rescuing them, so they made the full voyage to Brazil. These Yoruba, along with the Hausa, started an insurrection called the Mali Revolt. Many Yoruba and Hausa gained their freedom through this revolt and were resettled to Sierra Leone, where they are now known as Forobe people. Some of them would also accompany the Saro when they began migrating to Nigeria. And this concludes my series on the Sierra Leone people, but there will be more to come. The DNA and history of Sierra Leone comes from revolutionaries who didn't allow their oppressors to subjugate them. We are the people who could not be enslaved or defeated. We are the people who rose from the ashes after every battle and recreated ourselves in our reality. To know thyself is to know your history. In Salon we say, if you don't know how you come out, you don't gonna know how you go. Like, comment, and subscribe to my channel to stay updated with all future content. Peace, love, and gratitude.
besita. We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Salem Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Salem Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it mean I don't learn for my and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
My name is Samuel Bangura, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Marisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public squire, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self help for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Are you tired
Tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us. All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Not a joint in the bull. Because provocation, they bring molestation.
That is how you do, mama.
Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, another biama can live a camp.
You go the betting on the back, you walk like for cock, you pull like me sushi, it was like cold goose. Big fool nanga ya back, call name nanga plumber.
Now who you they talk?
I be call you name.
Boki bongo bonda ya boki. Kokon koji gili konkon konto we intia begbenye gato begbe keke wa we gaungelo waga bike daddy saji lole mange majagbika go poeto famia nyawe mbi wima nyawo mbi waloma.
Atso we go rest and no call labor for you we believe you can da kale don abanda you we believe you go see don't boss my losses get the feet way we go jogwe.
Yemi abegma.
I be calling name.
Aya, medenegwe, denya wima. Chicago, tombo, binya di keba fondo. Chicago, tombo, binya di keba fondo. Chicago, tombo, binya di keba fondo. Oh, medekademia. He will be running me, me vai agwamba. When I was this, that is like knock it on my head.
Then they told you bell, you they ask who that die. Big ways for no yourself not so cause.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling name.
Jefe we na me many. Famia buwani, sale buwani. Hime baroba ya mabalewe anya mindi. Imindi lobby tibi, ilibi lobby poto. Ikutu lobby sondu, ikrai lobby tibi. Bitibi.
Kill dog before dog, let dog not say die day. For Latina, sober, well, he don't meet him at his box. I say things made in London, you want talk or sebe.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling name.
Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, another biama can live a camp. Bambolo, another biama can live a camp.
10 days for sick man, 1 day for master host. I did your work for Bele. If you die, God go pay you. Sweet small time, big talk. No say master po down. Move pocket to back up.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling name. Keep thick behind the matter when you never get for Chris. I want you make you left, but he make like you dead. Fuck young, you don't get in away, old he go get.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling it. But body na jet ski, no play forget the ski. You fever Pinocho, you don't see like show. Bongaliba, you fever who get fever. You be one pass mark, but you don't meet you at a mark.
Now who are you the talk?
I be calling it.
Bombolo, Daddy said you bombolo, and now the Biama can live again. Bombolo, Daddy said you bombolo, and now the Biama can live again. Talk you talk, and now the Biama can live again. Chop you chop, and now the Biama can live again. Eat you eat, and now the Biama can live again. Congosa, and now the Biama can live again. Talk about, and now the Biama can live again. Kego pika, and now the Biama can live again. Congosa, and now the Biama can live again. And now the Biama can live again. And now the Biama can live again.
Africa, land of beauty, home of nature, the beginning of all humanity, land of peace and freedom. What has happened to you? Your wildlife suffers and died, and your people are killing each other. Mama Africa, I want to hear your music, the sound of nature and animals. I want to hear your joyful children laugh. I want to hear the wisdom in the voices of the elders. I want to hear the sound of peace. Please, Mama Africa, bring back my joyful homeland.
When I was the age of 10 years old, when the moon is up in the sky and shining so bright, we came out, we sit around if there is a grass or a paving seat and start looking at the moon. Sometimes the moon have some different shapes, and there is once in a while there is this eclipse of the moon. So when the moon and the earth meet, so a shadow will cast around the moon. We put a water in a big bowl, put the calabash, just burn the calabash in the water and start hitting the calabash and singing. So we tell in the black shadow around the moon to go away. There is a saying, if we didn't sing, the eclipse will overshadow the moon and will be in a darkness, of an everlasting darkness.
It was 6 January 1999, 3 o'clock in the morning. I heard firing. Everybody was running, so we all ran to the border of Parmalat, and there we stayed for a few months, and there was another attack. So we escaped from Freetown to Guinea. We went to the camp and stayed there for 1 year, 6 months.
Since coming to Australia, I have just had like a wonderful journey for me, leaving all the past behind and all the experiences that I've had. The war is probably one of the most traumatic events of my life. I have done a lot of work with newly arrived refugee families, helping them resettle, and I have met wonderful people, through my uni life and through the community services work that I do. So for me, I feel like I'm in a world where everybody is accepting and willing to give so much of themselves.
It was my first day at school. We played hopscotch, and there's this tree that we can climb up on. And my favorite game was playing the sandpit.
I will value these, experiences and everything that I've learned along in my adulthood, and it will just add more to my experience and my adventure and my purpose. My purpose in life, yes.
Retirement, a time for rest, but not for the late President Ahmad Tijan Kaba. In 1996, the former UN diplomat returned home ready for a new battle. Kaba chose politics. He led the Sierra Leone People's Party, the SLPP, in the first multi-party elections under the 1991 constitution. Sierra Leone was hopeful. Bad governance, corruption and war had torn the nation apart. Kaba's election was a beacon of hope, a new beginning. In March 1996, Kaba became the first Muslim president of Sierra Leone. His roots were diverse. His wife, a Christian. He was a unifying figure. Every Sierra Leonean saw a part of themselves in President Kaba. But trouble loomed. In 1997, a group of military dissidents overthrew Kaba's government in a coup d'etat. The coup was unpopular. The country was in chaos and grounded for 9 months.
This is indeed what every African country has leader has voiced out to me. That they say it's a disgrace, that there's always some problem by some of these hooligans in different parts of Africa, that Africans are embarrassed, they've had enough, and that they believe that this will be the end to any such coup in any other part of Africa.
Civil disobedience reigned. The slogan was, "No school, no college." One voice that gave hope to a nation in peril was Radio Democracy. Ambassador Ali Bangura was one of the pioneering voices countering junta peddled propaganda.
I was listening to the radio, watching TV, and seeing propaganda being mounted by the rebels who teamed up with soldiers and overthrew the government we elected just about 13 months before the date of that coup. And I was so furious because having realized the gains that have been made during the short period Tijan Kaba was in office, 13 months to be exact, the exchange rates had been brought down, inflation had reduced, and there was hope. And you cannot imagine having gotten the government headed by such a person giving us a new direction that will bring hope to our people. And you wake up one morning and they say the government has been overthrown.
Democracy was restored in 1998. Ali Bangura became Minister of Trade. He saw Kaba's vision up close.
And I worked very closely with him. And that is when I realized the sort of passion and love that he has to see that Sierra Leone moves in a trajectory that any progressive person will be proud of. Because I could remember several times in cabinets when cabinet papers would come and he would have reviewed them through his advisory council, and I've seen that this proposal being put forward to cabinet is one that has some ulterior motives. He would express his own views so passionately to the extent that you will see that it seems as if tears are flowing through his eyes. Will remain a tall, colossal figure in the
come once in a year, and I know you want to celebrate. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Richard Eric Terence Gray of 39 Adesina Street, Brookfields. We know all good things come from you, Master Jesus. We ask for a beautiful blessing on our son's shine birthday. May he live a long life of good health, and I pray that the Lord blesses our son in all his future endeavors. Thank you, Lord, for giving him the most special gifts, your unfailing love for him. Amen. Happy birthday, my Prince Charming. Every day with you is a blessing, and today, your birthday, we are filled with gratitude for the wonderful son you are. It is our sincere hope that you will grow up to become a man of value. Have a joyous celebration, son. We love you dearly. This request is coming from your father and mother, Mr. and Mrs. Eric Gray, sister, brother, and the rest of the family of 39 Adesina Street. Congratulations.
Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, this music cause it's cheap, but I know you will appreciate. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday.
Happy 65th birthday to our loving and caring Mrs. Haja Arabiatu E. Conte. You've always been a guiding star. Alhamdulillah to Allah for keeping you safe and healthy. May you live long to celebrate many more birthdays. Your wisdom and compassion inspire us daily. We hope this year brings you as much happiness as you had given to everyone around you. Amen. These birthday wishes are coming from your family at home and abroad. Congratulations on your 65th birthday as Superwoman.
Happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns. She don't give me something, Roja over. I don't even tell you governor like she do me karashika. Make I no feel liver. Me way be John Cena. I say I swear you mine, die. Baby girl, now you be God design. My life, as your face they show, now show your shoes.
Birthdays come but once a year. It's your birthday and time to celebrate. That's you, our beautiful and caring wife, Mrs. Memunatu Sise of 44 Blackhole Road. As you celebrate your 32nd birthday, may God Almighty grant you your heart's desire, wishing you long life, good health, and all that you wish for yourself. Enjoy your day, Mrs. Sise, with all the goodies. This request is coming from your loving husband, Mr. Abdul Rahman Sise, children, in-laws, and the rest of the family, at home and abroad. Congratulations.
I swear I know the lie, I dream about you all the time. Cause girl, you blow my mind, and I know fit tonight. Oh girl, you do me bad. Yeah, yeah. Oh, get you, come on. Appreciate. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns.
Happy blessed birthday to a darling daughter, Sia Alice Jamestina Komba of 4 Jones Lane off Salvage Street. As you celebrate your birthday, We pray for God's continued guidance, protection, and abundant blessing upon your life. May you be the head and do greater things among your equals. Wishing you a lovely and wonderful birthday filled with fun, and may it be a memorable one. This is coming from a lovely and caring aunt, Mrs. Alice Edwina Hyde. Congratulations, Sia Alice Jemstina Kamba.
Ooh, yeah. Very, very many happy returns. Ooh, yeah. I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah. Very, very many happy returns.
The family announces the passing away of Mama Yandi Conte, formerly of Peacock Farm, Wellington, and of Tengbe Town, which took place on the 21st of October. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 076 603 405, 076 161 192, 088 705 727, or 078 942 292.
It is well with my soul. Though Satan should buffet, though trials should come, let this blessed assurance.
The death took place on the 21st of October of Mrs. Aina Cecilia Ken Green of Bathurst Village of Peninsula Road Regent, formerly of 35B Babadori Fakai Gasfield, Lumley, aged 83. She is survived by her children Isaac Ken Green of the Sierra Leone Public Transport Authority, Arthur Charles School, and Irina Victoria Toure. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 079 323 852, 076 699 028, or 077 831 251.
My sin not in part, but the whole is nailed to his cross, and I bear it.
Funeral and communion service for Mr. Charles Andrew Wube of Whitestone Garage, Waterloo, who died on the 1st of October, age 62, will take place on Wednesday, the 30th of October at St. Michael and All Angels Church, Waterloo at 2 p.m. Burial at the Waterloo Village Cemetery. There will be a laying out at his residence from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. A vigil will take place on Tuesday, the 29th of October at St. Michael and All Angels Church, Waterloo from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., followed by a wakekeeping. Bus service will be available to convey mourners to Waterloo at Bus Halt Brookfields in Freetown at 10 a.m., at the Annie Walsh School Gate, and later at Shell New Road. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Aminata Wube, mother, Mrs. Comfort Yambasu, father, Mr. David Sengo Wube, children, Gloria, Nathaniel, Josephus, Patience, and Peggy, sisters, Sento, Entua, Yema, Siaba, and Air, grandchildren, Delilah, Charles, Doris, and Ivy. In-laws, Mr. Vivian Smith, Mrs. Noella Yambasu, Mrs. Fatmata Strasser King, and Mr. Emmanuel Fode. Several uncles, aunts, relatives, and friends at home and abroad. The death announced of Mr. Alexander Ransford Ngozi Nelson Williams, who passed away on the 15th of October, aged 65. Funeral and communion service will be held at St. Paul's Parish, Wilberforce, at 2:30 p.m. on Friday, the 25th of October. Burial at the Wilberforce Village Cemetery. In loving memory of Mrs. Frances Charles Musa, who died on the 25th of October 2023. It's a year gone already, but it seems like it only happened yesterday. We know you would have been here if heaven wasn't so far away. While you continue to live in our hearts, sleep on and take your rest. Sadly missed by your husband, Engineer Charles Albert Musa, children Charles Albert Musa, Dito and Francis Bokari Felelo Musa, parents, friends, and in-laws at home and abroad. The death took place in Maryland, USA on the 21st of October of Mr. Alpha Brahma Sise, fondly called Greatest Oba, aged 88. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Angela Kane Sise, in Maryland, USA. Children, Anne-Marie Ja Sama, Ella Njabo Smart Ja, Rosemary Lawson Kamara Sise, Agnes Amitie Sise Toka, Aisata Aisha Sise, and Joseph Alpha Sise. Several grand and great-grandchildren, relatives and friends at home and abroad. Funeral arrangements will be announced later.
I'm so confused. Tell me what's happened. So many voices in my head, but it told me.
The death is reported of retired Sergeant SLA 1816-2142 Kabakabo, formerly of Monitor Trade Inspections, Cambia, who died on the 22nd of October, aged 60. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile number 088-708-852 or call at 18 College Road off Gilpin Drive, Tengbe Town.
Please forgive me. I need you. I know this day will come.
The death took place on Tuesday, the 22nd of October, of Mr. Al-Hassan Kamara of 2 Old Railway Line Brookfields, formerly of 6 4th Street, aged 78. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Amiru Kamara, children, Mrs. Fatmata Kongo and Makai Kamara, several grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and in-laws, all at home and abroad, brothers, Saliu and Usman, sisters-in-law, Aisatu Jallo and Mrs. Fatu Jallo of 18 Lab Lane, Freetown, aunts and uncles, Ngadi Roberts, Mabinti Kamara, Isa Kamara, and Sulaiman Kamara, Several relatives and friends in London, Freetown, USA, Canada, and Australia. Funeral prayers will be said on Friday, the 25th of October, after funeral prayers at the Hamdallah Mosque, Brook Street in Freetown. Burial at the Kissy Road Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at 2 Old Railway Line, Brookfields, or call on mobile numbers 079-239-940, 077-604-477, or 076-301-762.
Please forgive me. Honey. That Christ hath regarded my helpless estate.
Funeral service for Mr. Emmanuel Kojo Wilson of 10 Queen Street off Circular Road will be on the 25th of October at the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, 30 Sykes Street at 2 p.m. The body will be laid out at the Connaught Mortuary on Friday the 25th of October from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. He died at the age of 43. He will be sadly missed by his wife, Mrs. Aminata Wilson, children George and Blessing Wilson, brothers and sisters, Mr. William Kojo Pratt Hook, Mr. Sylvester Kamara, Mrs. Mary Wilson Sisse, Mr. Kwame Wilson, Miss Princess and Victor Wilson, all at home and abroad. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Praise the Lord, oh my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. Lord, hasten the day.
Funeral service for ASP Prince Alex Thomas, commonly known as Top Up, of Impact Fullertown Hastings, and an employee of the Freetown City Council Metropolitan Police, will take place on Friday the 25th of October as the Flaming Bible Church, Grafton at 1 p.m. They'll be laying out at the Freetown City Hall, Lightsfoot, Boston Street from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and at Flaming Bible Church, Grafton from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Burial at the Hastings Village Cemetery. A vigil will be held on Thursday the 24th of October at his residence, Impact Fullertown Hastings at 7 p.m. He died at the age of 61. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Asanatu Thomas, children Prince Samuela David and Davida Thomas, sisters Mrs. Rekiatu Modu King and Fumike Thomas, several in-laws, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
And so through all the length of days, thy goodness faileth never. Good Shepherd, may I say.
With profound gratitude to God for life well spent, the family announces the death of Mrs. Emma Rosalind Kamara, formerly of 7 Community Road, Ogun, New Site, Upper Allentown, who died on the 15th of October, aged 82. She survived by her beloved children, Mrs. Mayatu Kosi, Viviana Sisse, and Mrs. Alimatu McFoy, stepson, Mr. Aliu Kamara in Norway, sons-in-law, Mr. Ahmed Kosi Sisse, and Mr. Prince McFoy, brother, Mr. David Brema Yaya Dumbuya, several great-grandchildren, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on Thursday the 24th of October at Deep Highwater from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. The body will be laid out on Friday the 25th of October at the church compound, Deep Highwater, followed by funeral service at the Baptist Church on Friday the 25th of October. Burial at the Pinewater Cemetery.
Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God. On the margin of the river, washing up its silver spray, we will walk and worship ever all the happy golden day. Yes.
The death is announced of Mrs. Simia Miata Fatoma, family of 9 Main Motor Road, Majetown, Freetown, and of St. Joseph's Convent, Freetown, and the Ministry of Education. She died on the 30th of September in Brussels, aged 60. She survived her children Nyanda and Ngelato Fatoma, several brothers, sisters, in-laws, friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. There will be laying out ceremony at 9 Main Motor Road, Majetown, Freetown, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, followed by a vigil in Moyamba at the Trinity Church Chapel on Saturday, the 26th of October at 8 p.m. Funeral and communion service will be held on Sunday, the 27th of October at the Trinity United Methodist Church, Moyamba at 10 a.m. Burial at the Mboyawa Cemetery, Salina, Moyamba. A bus service will be available on a cost recovery basis for the sum of 160 Leon to and fro. The bus will depart Freetown at 6:30 a.m. on Sunday, the 27th of October, and return to Freetown on the same day after the funeral. For further details, please contact 076-734-587 or 076-665-902.
Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that.
I'm so confused. Tell me what's happened. So many voices in my head, but he told me that this day will come. Tell me, how have I done?
The Tarawali family of 22 Circular Road announces the death of their daughter, sister, aunt, and mother, Mrs. Fatmata Dokum Ni Tarawali, which took place on the 21st of October, age 52. She has already been buried. Sympathizers may call at 22 Circular Road, Freetown, or call on 079-272-982.
Ya Ilahi, please forgive me. I need you. Ya Ilahi.
Never, good shepherd, may I sing thy praise within thy house forever.
Funeral service for Mami Maria Yosei Kamal will be held at the Grace Assemblies of God Church, Magburka Road, McKinney, on Saturday, the 26th of October at 10 a.m. Burial at Mamuru Village. Mami Maria Yosei Kamal died at the age of 75 years. She is survived by children, Pastor Harold Sei Kamal, Mrs. Patience Tomusa Koroma, and Joseph Hassan Sei Kamal, both in the UK, Charles Almami Sei Kamal in the USA, Raymond Al-Hussein Sei Kamal, and Ronald Al-Hassan Sei Kamal, mate Ya Nakama Kamal Kanabura. Several grandchildren, stepchildren, brothers, sister, adopted children, in-laws, all the relatives and close friends. May her soul rest in perfect peace.
Beautiful, the beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that was. It is well, it is well.
The death took place on Thursday, the 10th of October, of Mrs. Mary Thorley of 95J of Regents Road, Lumley, aged 88. She is survived by children Mavis and David Thurley. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at her residence, 95J off Regent Road, Lumley, back of Marfa Field by the Government Hospital, or call on mobile numbers 076 631 348 or 078 826 876. Funeral service for Mrs. Margaret Moinia Samba, age 68, who died on the 7th of October, will take place on Friday, the 25th of October at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Belia Park at 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. There will be a laying out on Friday, the 25th of October at a residence, 8C Belia Park from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. A vigil will be held on Thursday, the 24th of October at a residence, 8C Belia Park at 7 p.m. She is survived by her husband, Mr. Prince A.K. Samba, children Augustine, Samuel, Linda and Esther Samba, several brothers, sisters, grandchildren, in-laws, cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Sivalin John Bull and Mami Hawa John Bull. The death took place on the 22nd of October of Mrs. Daniela Doris Josephine Fofana of 71E Ban Lane off Wilkinson Road, aged 34. She survived by her husband, Daniel Godfrey Fofana, children Daniel Dinning Godfrey Fofana and Dennis Ryan Joseph Fofana. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 71E Ban Lane off Wilkinson Road.
Though Satan should buffet, though trial should come, let this blessed assurance control.
The death is reported of Mr. Bankole Bob Bangura of 3 Momo Drive, Juba Hill. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may contact Anne-Marie Rena on mobile number 078 539 590 or call on 076 921 333.
It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well.
The death is announced for their husband, General Overseer of Victory Fellowship Church, father, uncle, and nephew, Reverend Musa Fode Sese, who died on the 2nd of October, and formerly of 2 Johnson Drive, New Englandville. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Hannah Sese, children, Abraham Didimo Sese and Irene Esther F. Sese. Several spiritual parents, spiritual children, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nephews, nieces, cousins, friends, and other relatives and neighbors at home and abroad. The body will be laid out on Sunday, the 27th of October at 10 a.m. at the Victory Fellowship Church, Joyce Street, Englandville, followed by funeral service at 12 noon. Sympathizers may call at his residence, 2 Johnson Drive, New Englandville, or call on 088 434 122 or 078 046 969.
The clouds we roll back as a scroll. The trumpet shall sound and the
and bride's families of Moretown announce the passing away of their son, husband, father, brother, grandfather, and friend, Mr. Flavius Oluwayomi James Cole of 3 Dugan Street, Moretown, who died on the 11th of October, aged 68. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Hannah Biose Cole, children, Mrs. Alina Kalon, Mr. Alfred Olukole, Mr. Oliver James Cole, Mrs. Hannah Momo, Miss Victoria and Marian Abigail Cole. Brothers and sisters Isaiah Cole, Elsie Morinike Cole, and Eldele Cole. Several grandchildren, nieces, nephews, in-laws, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. Funeral and communion services on Friday, the 25th of October at the Ebenezer Methodist Church, Moretown at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Moretown Cemetery. In ever-loving and affectionate memory of our dearly beloved mother, sister and aunt, Mrs. Shola Durosimi Evelyn Edmond Coker. A golden heart stopped beating, hard-working hands at rest. It breaks our hearts to see you go, but we know you're safe in the arms of Jesus. We love you, but Jesus loves you best. We'll always love you as we are comforted that God only takes the best. Rest in Father Abraham's bosom. Goodbye, goodbye, and good night. Sadly missed by the entire family at home and abroad.
Peace be still. Peace be still. Though the storms surround you, always I am with you.
The death is reported of Mrs. Princess Ochi John of 9 Pratt Lane of Ferguson Street, former proprietress and head teacher of Paramount International Academy of Jomo-Kenyatta Road, which took place on the 23rd of October. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 9 Pratt Lane of Ferguson Street or call on mobile number 099-737365.
Always I am with you. Peace be still.
Told me that this day will come. Tell me, have I done enough? Here to be. Now my book's gone and closed. All my deeds are for show. So I lie here and wait for that day. I'm so scared.
Funeral rites for Mr. Alimami Dauda Kebe, commonly known as AD, who died on the 19th of April, will take place on Sunday the 27th of October at his residence, Bombay Road, Fofana Street, Rotifunk, Lunge, at 2 p.m. after Zuhr prayers. He is survived by his mother, Haja Fatu Kamara Kebe, stepmother Haja Aminata Kamara Kebe, wife Ramatu Kanu Kebe, children Haja Fatmata Dauda Kebe, Aminata Baby, and Mariama Ramatu Kebe. Several brothers, sisters, cousins, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. All relatives, friends, and well-wishers are cordially invited. Sympathizers may call at Bombay Road, Fofana Street, Rotifunk, Lunge.
Only this dust and silence surrounds me. These tears are falling down, but they're not me. Please forgive me. I need you.
Be still, my child. Peace be still. Peace be still.
The 24th of October marks the first anniversary of the death of a loving mother, grand and great-grandmother, cousin, in-law and friend, Mrs. Ethel Christiana Latilewa Gabidon, who died on the 24th of October 2023, aged 90. We thought of you today, but this is nothing new. We thought of you yesterday and days before too. Now all we have are memories and your picture in a frame. God has you in his keeping. We have you in our hearts, remembered by the entire family at home and abroad.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter. We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path.
a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sangalam Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day.